Subtract my age from the mileage on my speeding heart. Credit cards, accelerate, accumulate. Looked for you downtown. Wound up in a movie with no story. Now it's late and you are nowhere to be found. Hesitation's always mine. Hesitate outside the times. With all I don't say, with all I don't do, I'm sending you invitations to hesitate to. Every 10-year-old enemy soldier thinks fallen bombs are shooting stars sometimes, but she doesn't make wishes on them. When she wishes for less ways to wish for, more ways to work toward it. 10-year-old enemy soldier, our fallen bombs are her shooting stars. Hesitation's always mine. Hesitate outside the times. Oh, call me or drop me a line. Say you've been with me. Say you've been with me. Say you've been with me this whole time. Old world underground, I never knew you, but I've seen your face everywhere there was a farm. Before we tore the small town down, multiply, divide. There's no way out. The only to drive to work, drive
Welcome. Jesus, my shirt is really fucked up. Welcome to the Yellow Brick Road. I'm Jordan. James is here. His microphone's turned in the wrong place. Forgot about that. And tonight, we're going to do some live fan reaction, or fan requested videos. Also, we're going to check out Bill Maher, though, just because. But before we do that, please donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery. The GoFundMe link is down there in the description box. Click that link, read the story, pause the game, and wait for Jordan. Click that link and donate some money. It's for charity, it's not for us, so please donate. Devon's Journey to Recovery, GoFundMe link, down there in the description box. Oh, look at this. We have comments already. We're popular. Yes. That's right, radioactive shirt, man. My shirt is a comic book on its own. Right now we're getting no hit in MLB The Show. And it comes down to the one, the only, made up guy, Felix de la Rosa. Fuck. He throws the changer right down the fucking middle. We got like 20 seconds till Bill Maher comes on. Stay calm. Turn your mic over, son. Alright, here we go. That's foul. Don't worry about it. Don't go crazy. No, good eye. People are like, what the fuck's this guy doing? That's right. Playing MLB The Show, we're getting no hit. This dude's a savage, though. The hitter's a savage. Here we go. Fuck! Don't do it. Have some integrity, man. Alright, I'm done playing video games. Let's read some of these comments. What? Oh, charger? Propaganda says, I ordered the new Snowden book. I heard about the new Snowden book. Here, hold this. Read some of those. Alright, you got that shit. Never mind.
What am I reading?
Propaganda says he has the new Snowden book. Or he ordered it. I hope you guys can hear. If they have something interesting, I'll look at it, but Samantha Power's on? How come Noam Chomsky's never on this show?
Yeah.
I appreciate you putting on a brave face. I know you must be crestfallen because Bill de Blasio was dropped out of the presidential race.
Alright, he's doing his monologue, which I don't give a shit about. Propaganda says... Propaganda says, the lady at the bookstore says it's too bad that Snowden is treated like he is Julian Assange. I'm standing there in a baby blue WikiLeaks sweater. I asked her why she didn't like Assange. She scoffed. I pushed her and she said she couldn't talk about it. I dropped some truth on her. And that's what you gotta do. You gotta call people out. We might actually have a bonus video tonight of someone that should definitely be called out by someone with, a fan base as large as his. He goes by the name of Tim Pool. Ruben says, Vincent James is the bridge between mainstream right-wing people, the alt-right, and truthers. Yeah, I might agree with you. Or that's the lane he's trying to take, right? I think he stopped doing the more, racial stuff. Sort of slowed that down because, he's got to move into a different lane. You got to keep the numbers up, But his core fan base know what's up. What's up, Dubster Brian? How you doing? Ruben says, Random Yoko is the bridge between the Western alt-right and the Japanese alt-right. You were telling me about Japan alt-right, or to where there's like super nationalists over there. Propaganda says, Tim, the lip-smacking fool. That's right. Tim's biggest rival is Corn Smacks. He's the little cousin of Corn Pop. Corn Pop. Alright. Like I said, I'm skipping his fucking monologue. I don't give a shit about that. Stupid, unchallenged bullshit. Propaganda says, I wish Slow News Day would hang out here and troll Jordan. We don't have the numbers for that either. We can't call Tim Pool out, and Slow News Day won't troll us. We're not big enough yet. Dubster Brian, did you guys see that nobody showed up for the Area 51 raid? Laughing my fucking ass off. I saw it trending. I saw people there with like RVs and shit. I don't know how many people were there, but there was at least someone. Apparently they set up a stage and everything. Like they're gonna what'd they call it?
I don't know.
Area Palooza or some shit like that, or
I don't know.
Alien Stock, I think they called it.
I don't know.
That's what I saw on Twitter. Propaganda says they all went to the climate strike. I saw that trending as well. Dubster Brian, did they drive? They better drove. That shit was in the middle of the fucking desert. They better bring fucking water and supplies and shit. Ruben Garcia says, Richard Dolan showed up on RT to respond to the UFO discovery that's most likely a psyop by American and or Israeli intelligence agencies. Now, I've heard of that. There's like a documentary about these CIA guys who wanted to hide the fact that they had some, super stealth jet in the air. So what they did was they fed this guy information telling him it was like UFOs. Like, don't tell anyone, but this is secret government shit. It's UFOs. Don't tell anyone. They did that to keep their stealth pilot program quiet. Oh, look at that. Propaganda says it's not aliens, it's military equipment. Probably. I think Ruben agrees with that. Dubster Brian, 200 people out of 2 million RSVP'd. Propaganda talking to Ruben. Ruben says, not intelligence agencies, the military, although they always collaborate anyways. Yeah. Vicious E says, I showed up for the raid, but nobody else was serious about outrunning their bullets. Amateurs. Muay Thai. Jordan, what are your thoughts on Jared's performance as the Joker? Jared Leto's? Trash. Super trash. But this next movie coming up, I might like that shit. I might enjoy that one. It's winning awards, apparently, from all the film buffs. If you're winning there first, and then you come out, then you get released. It's like... So yeah, I can't wait for that movie. Alright, Bill Maher taking the low-hanging fruit, the Justin Trudeau blackface shit. That should be a nice, easy joke for Bill Maher. I wonder if he's gonna have anyone on tonight that challenges him. If not, I'll just fucking. If he just has the same old pundits of MSNBC, Fox News, CNN, the New York Times, Washington Post, then I'm just gonna skip over that and go over the videos I have lined up. Pariana says, "Moy, my boy." Muay Thai says, "The new Joker looks like it's gonna suck." Well, I'm some reason I'm not surprised you might say that. Propaganda is glad Muay Thai's here. Dubster Brian says, "So does that make them the 0.01%? 200 out of 2 million? Huh? I bet if you're really into extraterrestrial research, like, I doubt you're there. You're probably in like a lounge chair calling them clowns. Muay Thai, you're not the goat. Stop yourself." Vicious E says, "Gonna toke up for this one, so don't mind my nonsense." Nonsense is more than allowed. It's recommended. All right. Bill Maher's about to talk to Samantha Power. Yeah, that's Samantha Power from the Obama administration. Let's hear this. Ooh, she's tall. Hopefully you can hear.
So many interesting things about you. I'm going to start at the beginning, which is you're an immigrant to this country from the country where my ancestors were immigrants from, Ireland. You still got a bit of a brogue, I bet.
When I got to this country.
Yeah, you do. I love a brogue.
When I came, it was not a political act to be an immigrant. It wasn't controversial.
Right.
We arrived, we were welcomed, and I moved to Pittsburgh when I was 9 from Ireland. And I did have a thick Dublin accent, and I put Big League Chew in my mouth, and fell in love with baseball, and imitated all my neighbors, and I worked on losing my American accent so I could fit in. And
That's whack.
became a big sports fan, and I figured that was the lingua franca in this country, and dedicated myself to that, and probably would be a sportscaster today. But while I was once taking notes on an Atlanta Braves game as an intern, the freshman year, my freshman year in college, I saw the footage from Tiananmen Square, and the tanks kind of rolling over young people my age, and I just
30
thought,
years ago, yeah.
yeah, maybe I should.
And that's when you became a war correspondent. That's because you were a war correspondent. You were in Bosnia in the 90s.
I wish I mean, as epiphanies work, you tend, I think in your, as you remember them, you think you had some grand epiphany and you decided I was going to become a human rights lawyer and change the world and be UN ambassador someday. But in fact, I just said to myself, I need to watch less sports and study a little bit and figure out what the hell is going on in the world. And so I went back to college and I worked at it. And then just as I graduated, I had another one of those kind of moments. And I opened up the newspaper and there were concentration camps in Europe 50 years after the Holocaust.
Right.
And it was that made me think,
The Balkan
there's
Wars,
something
sure.
I can do. I tried to be an aid worker. I had no skills. And I had covered the women's volleyball.
Right, and you were
team.
very critical of America, and that really got the attention of somebody you have a lot in common with, which is the man you work for, Barack Obama. A few different countries when you were little, right?
I hope you guys can hear this.
A troublesome father, a very enlightened mother who was ahead of her time.
Hey, I never thought of those parallels,
Yeah.
quite that number of parallels, but definitely, I mean, one of the things that drew me to him, and maybe him to my writing, was the ability to see America from the inside and push American interests, but also to be able to step back and say, what do we look like also to others?
Right.
Do we have credibility? Do we have legitimacy? How can we build that store of capital so we can draw on it when we need it?
And I know you say
That sounded creepy on its own.
Way, but he used to say, "I'm glad you're in the room because it's good to have your voice to find out what values we are betraying today." And he meant that in a funny way, but it's interesting because, like the song says, you've kind of seen life from both sides now. From first, you were a critic on the outside, and then you said, "Wait, I can be on the inside and maybe do some good." But of course, on the inside, you have to make compromises. Nothing gets done without some sort of compromises, and that was difficult for you.
It was an adjustment, certainly, but I felt as a reporter...
It's called you quit and report on all of it. Like, here's what happened.
About something we should do, and I was hoping somebody in power would do something about it. In government, You just get to try to push the agenda you have, and my values were aligned so much with President Obama's. He was trying to build global coalitions to deal with threats, to our people, but also he was trying to promote human rights where we could, recognizing the limits of our influence, but also recognizing that sometimes we underestimate how much we can achieve. So, the hardest was a little bit like moving to America, and I write this in the book, that when I got into government, suddenly people were using all these horrible gendered metaphors. They'd say, when we go in this negotiation, we got to go in open kimono. I'd be like, open kimono?
Yeah, I never heard that.
Yeah, no, this is like, there's a whole bureaucratic language.
David Bowie had that open kimono.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Good.
Thing, yeah.
But there was a lingo, there was learning how to build coalitions. I've written a book called The Education of an Idealist, and it suggests the arc, would be one from idealism to realism.
But landing it
Proof that IQ does not mean morality.
could not find that.
Book smarts do not mean shit about morality.
For an idealist, what is more compromised than the UN? Right now on the Human Rights Council, there are 6 dictators, including that madman in the Philippines, Duarte.
Yeah, 6 new ones. There are actually a few who were on from prior terms, so there's even more than 6.
Yeah.
Look,
Iran is on the Women's Council.
Yeah.
How do you square
Israel?
that circle?
Well, again, let me say
Israel?
that in my time at the UN, I became more, not less, idealistic, so bear with me. It is compromised on
Iran.
There are more
Iran.
world than democracies,
Iran.
and they comprise the global institution that is the UN. So there are 193 countries, and each
Which
of those
one are we
countries.
now?
Very fair question. We are, the most backsliding that is happening right now in the world is within established democracies like this one. And the written freedom is in decline, but it's also a venue to challenge those countries in terms of their treatment of women, or in terms of their inability to deal with extremism in their midst, and to urge them to do more.
Don't you guys get up and leave when someone like Iran talks at the UN?
Concepts that I tried to introduce to my team is the idea of
Or was that just Nikki Haley? No one, Obama's administration never did that, right?
President of the United States, as I had
No way.
you feel small next to the abusiveness of these governments, or the refugee problem, the 70 million people who are displaced today, or the warming planet. But it was really important, both at the White House and at the UN, it's really important for me now as a citizen to think, okay, what is the narrow slice of this problem that I can actually do something about? So I can't deal with the freedom recession around the world or the backsliding as a whole, but let me see if I can get 20 female political prisoners out of jail.
Right.
Or, build a coalition to do that.
And the person who was there now, Trump's appointee, somebody named Kelly Craft, she was a big Republican donor. Now, it's not unusual to appoint a Republican or a Democratic donor, but usually do it to some ambassadorship where it's not a big deal. But UN?
Yeah.
Her husband's a coal magnet. She believes there
We're listening to Bill Maher.
are scientists on both sides of the climate debate.
Real quick.
So I guess my question is, this is a week when we're talking, or I'm going to be talking a lot about the stooges that Trump has put in place. We see this now with what's going on with the whistleblower scandal. Somebody at the head of the DNI looks to me like a stooge. Bill Barr plainly is that. What about the UN? What about the diplomatic corps? Is that hollowed out? How deep is the deep state? I keep asking.
Well, I can say that one of the things that happened after Trump was elected, it was shocking to many people, but you can imagine the people on my team who helped negotiate the Paris Agreement, or the Iran nuclear deal, or minorities, or people with disabilities, people, classes of people who've been attacked by the candidate Trump. It was an incredibly dispiriting event for some of them, and yet they all resolved to stay, basically, to serve our country, the career foreign service officers, the career civil service servants. But they found themselves so marginalized, held in such contempt at the highest level, and the key is that expertise is not valued. When everything is deemed an opinion, and when science isn't valued, and when language expertise, or having lived in a country, isn't held in high regard, it's been very hard for those people to stay. So the hollowing out is real.
This is why they're scared of a real motherfucker becoming president and hiring a real motherfucker as Secretary of Defense or Secretary of State, of all of it, of everywhere in the government. That's why they're afraid of those type of guys. Because they look at people like Samantha Power and Bill Maher and say, that's what you think is moral? That's it?
Yeah.
That's all you got?
Versus do stupid shit.
Do a lot of stupid shit as quickly as possible.
What should a liberal foreign policy doctrine be?
Here
Well,
we
I
go.
think it starts with the strength of our democracy at home, which is our number one priority. It starts with strengthening our democratic institutions, not attacking the media, not attacking judges, not attacking minorities. Obviously, when we have a democracy that is the envy of the world, and we've always...
You can add Media Matters, Ruben Garcia.
We've still been a bit of a light, and a lot of people around the world would love to have the freedoms that many of us get to enjoy here. So starting there, that's our foundation. Remembering that values are our comparative advantage, especially when China's rising in the world, and there really are going to be two competing models. And understanding that there are very few threats to Americans that don't require global solutions, that don't require teamwork and cooperation. That doesn't mean the use of military force, which has been overused. Our foreign policy now, we have soldiers active in counterterrorism activities of some kind in more than 40% of the countries in the world. And that militarization is not sustainable, it's not fair to those soldiers.
You worked for the president. Am I tripping, son?
US leadership
Didn't she work for him?
if we're going to catalyze the solutions that we need.
Was she not close enough to tell him that?
Especially to young people.
Well, it's a fascinating book.
She forgot.
I hope you get back in.
If she told him and he didn't listen, why is she saying that now? Like, I told this guy over and over again. That's why I quit. I told him over and over again, this is what's happening. He didn't listen to me.
It sounds like someone else we know.
He's an author and blogging pioneer who is now a writer-at-large for the New York Magazine. Andrew
Yeah, David Brock and them, Ruben Garcia.
He's a presidential historian at NYU, where he directs...
Listen, propaganda. There's only a few threats because we took care of them. That's why. They're looking out for us. They're protecting us.
And she's an NBC analyst and distinguished senior fellow.
We're not going to watch this whole, or listen to this whole thing. I'll listen to the first question. That'll make me decide what I do. And impeachment. I'm out of here. Volume back down. First thing that comes out of your mouth is impeachment. Didn't Bernie come up with like a housing plan? Didn't that happen?
Yeah. Hush, hush, hush.
Some crazy dude's trying to end homelessness. Like, you would think that was news, but nope. Impeach Trump. I think Pelosi's trending because of that. Mortai says she'll get beat to death with a whiskey bottle if she comes back to Ireland. But why? Her policies fit what your guy's doing.
Ooh.
Almost to a T. Like damn near. Damn near.
Ooh.
It's like you guys don't, even people say, you guys don't want left and right. You want a few inches this way and a few inches back and then a few inches this way and a few inches back. Little tiny incremental steps. That's what separates these guys. But you get caught up in college kids yelling like, oh, it's the far, 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 far left. Stop it. Muay Thai says, me and James are best friends forever. And always.
We're not friends.
Might be tough for you to hear, Muay Thai. Propaganda says she was in the Security Council and had clearance, right? Propaganda, you got to realize that, you know,
That was a mistake.
sometimes you're so close, you can't do anything. Sometimes it's almost like you have an opportunity to give direct orders and you can't do anything. Sometimes. Because you'd be in jail.
Because you'd be in jail. Oh.
Ruben talking to Dubster. Dubster Brian says Russia oil field, Italy oil field, Mexico oil field, and Saudi Arabia oil field all blew up this week. What a coincidence. And we're starting to sell our reserves, right? Ruben Garcia says, this is boring. Maher is only funny when there's someone who disagrees. When there's someone who disagrees with an, I don't know, BTFO, beats the fuck out of them. All right. Just because she tried to lose the accent, bro. Yeah, it's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
But she did it for the Atlanta Braves, so she's fine.
No, fuck her.
She's okay. Muay Thai is ring wing, bro, for life. I don't know what that is. HS Max says, I want Bernie. Well, he's kind of married, so. Propriana says, just see a Nickelback meme of Justin Trudeau in blackface. Remember that? Look at this photograph.
Yeah, I know. Ugh.
It might be played out for me, but I'll giggle a little bit. Alright, so. Propriana says Glenn Greenwald is the best on that show. Maybe. You got Cornel West. I'll give Ben Affleck credit. How about that? I'll show you the chats after we're done with the show. But anyways, That's right. He is the ring wing.
Oh, wow.
All right, let's get to some fan request videos that I was supposed to. That I'll check out here. I don't know if Rob B is here or not, but this is the video he told me to take a look at, and it's Paget Kagy. I think I'm saying that right. And her video is titled "The Humanist Report Rebuttal: Andrew Yang versus Bernie's Federal Jobs Guarantee." Nice and fun. Economics is so fun.
Don't tell anybody.
Propriana says Richard D. Wolf didn't get on the panel. He is the ring wing. Sorry, Muay Thai. It's never happening. Just do your own video and pretend we're there watching it with you. Anyways, let's watch some of this. I don't know if I'm going to get through the whole thing. It's fucking 25 minutes long. I want to hear more from you guys. But this has been a sort of an argument going on the left wing, the Bernie fans and the Yang Gang. Bernie Bros versus Yang Gang. Fuck you, propaganda. Ruben Garcia says, when is Cynthia McKinney going to be on Bill Maher show? Never. Maybe she gets back in office. But that'll probably never happen either. Alright, didn't she switch to Green Party? What does Paget Kagy mean? I think that's someone's name. Some hot Asian chick. Just being real. Propriana got followed by Pamela Anderson. That's why I told him to go fuck himself. Go fuck yourself. Alright, let's play this video from Paget Kagy. Andrew Yang versus Bernie's Federal Jobs Guarantee. Hopefully you have some... Your heart is set towards talking about economics. Here we go.
Hey guys, so someone asked me to do a rebuttal video on the Humanist report comparing federal jobs guarantee and UBI, and I don't even know what the Humanist report is. Yes, I am a newbie in this space, but I did watch the video, and in case any of you have actually seen that Humanist report video, which I'm not even sure if a lot of you guys have, and so a part of me is a little bit undecided as to whether this is really a great video to make, but you know what, I'm going to do it anyway because I think his critiques represent a lot of the general criticisms against Andrew Yang's UBI versus the federal jobs guarantees. So here we go. Now, I first want to say I don't know the channel. I don't know this guy. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with him. He seems like a perfectly nice human being who is, trying to make sense of things the best way he can. But I will just say that his analysis is just based on imperfect logic and just a lot of assumptions, and it's just not as a whole very informed or big picture, even though he says that we need to look at the big picture a lot in this video. But I would actually argue that he is much smaller picture or maybe backward picture on this. So I'm just going to go through the video point by point with each of his criticisms, and I am just going to offer a response.
When Bernie Sanders says that people want to work, he's not necessarily saying that they want to work exclusively for the federal government, but what he's saying is that people enjoy working. They like doing things. I mean, when I was on unemployment, when I lost my job, I was bored. Like within a month, I felt desperate. Like it was nice to get a little bit of a break, but I mean, I was ready to go back to work because I wanted to do something, right? People genuinely want to work.
Okay, so he brings up this whole point.
That's the shit point that Bernie said, basically. And it's a shit point and dumb as fuck. It's like, yeah, I think people want to be active too, but they want to be active in the thing they want to do. I don't think everyone wants to be putting, like, you know, refitting, like, solar panels and shit. Or reading smart meters. I think they want to do what they, you know, like to do. And hopefully get paid for it. Unless it's the system is just in a way that, you know, you don't have to worry about making money or anything like that. Yeah, she's rich. She's an actress, I think. That's why she got the dough, man, and a nice camera. H.S. Max says, I like UBI better than a jobs guarantee in principle, but Bernie's plan is better than Yang's plan. Yang's UBI is a Trojan horse for big VAT crony capitalism. I've heard that from that dude, Real Progressives, when he did an interview with Jordan Sheridan on Status Coup, and that dude just fucking ripped their shit apart. And he made a separate video on his own channel, this dude, I forgot his name, and he's basically calling out all Yang fans. So how come you guys can't argue with me? What's going on here? Like, he's shit talking and everything. And I like shit talking. Anyways.
Of people want to work, right? And this is such, I mean, even Bernie uses this, but this is such a common argument against UBI, and it's inherently a flawed argument. You're inherently arguing against yourself, because if you take the premise that people want to work, which I agree they do, then why giving them $1,000 a month will actually try and prevent them from trying to contribute in the way that they feel is the most meaningful and purposeful and the most useful to society?
Because as far as I understand, you need other guarantees for a UBI to even work. As far as the guy who was interviewed by Jordan Sheridan says, you need like price anchors. Otherwise, businesses will just raise the price, and thus the $1,000 means nothing. And also, if getting the $1,000 takes away the other benefit programs, like the welfare programs, then you could be like ultimately losing, like going backwards. So add going backwards with prices going up, and it's like now you're really fucked. So you sort of need anchors, which is why I think Bernie's sort of like introducing little things within plans that don't, like, it doesn't sound like it belongs there. Like his minimum wage and his job guarantee is under the umbrella of his Green New Deal, and anchoring prices for as far as like rent control and shit like that is under his whole housing thing. So I really think Bernie sat down with like economists and thought this all out, like very deeply thought this all out, and you can tell by with the writing of it. H.S. Max says Yang fans have no answer to his VAT ambiguity. They have an answer for everything except the shadiness around the VAT. I can't support Yang for that reason. Now, when I first heard of value-added tax, I think that's what it stands for. That was from Martine when he was talking to us about, here's how you tax people to get something, some sort of program going. And he's talking about just a flat tax on all products, all purchase. Any type of purchase that happens, you put, let's make believe to say 5% VAT. A flat rate, 5% on every single, on the books purchase, and then that'll pile up enough money for whatever. So if Yang's VAT, let's say it resembles something like what Bernie wants to do, which is taxing Wall Street speculation, right? What if you added a VAT for every transaction on Wall Street, just strictly Wall Street? And you only tax like 1 or 2% or something for every transaction on Wall Street. Like, that sounds like it'll amount to a shitload of money. But me personally, I honestly hate economics. But I try my best to understand it. And from what I've heard from Yang, I don't know exactly what his plan is as far as how he's going to implement a value-added tax. Dubster Bryan says, it is illegal to pay for votes. So how is Yang offering 10 random families $1,000 a month? It's a violation of law, what he did in that instance. Probably. It seems like it. Like, just logically looking at it, yeah, it seems like it. But once again, it's like we have to understand the intention. That's where I lie at, whether I allow that or not. Is his intention to win votes by paying random people or getting them to join a sweepstakes? Or does he want to show you, like, look, my fucking thing works. I'll prove it to you. I'll pick out 10 families and do my little system with them. Just to see what a huge impact it has. So you sort of kind of, you got to, try to read between the lines, I guess. Try to read his motives, what his intention is. Propaganda says her head is shaped like a sick egg. A hot sick egg. A very hot one. I think she's really hot. Super Asian. She's super Asian. Math. Propaganda says Yang is logic, vote for that. Propaganda also says Brian Mulrooney did that in Canada. GST, PST tax rips off so many Canadians. It was done in the late 80s. I have no idea about that. HS Max says, I think Bernie already supports a Wall Street transaction tax. Yeah. Yeah, that's... what was that for? That was for his canceling student debt, right?
I think so.
Where he wanted to do he said it on Rogan, a 3% tax on Wall Street speculation, which will amount to like trillions of dollars. Like,
yeah, it's insane.
Whatever. Billions or trillions of dollars. Where am I at? Muay Thai says if the next Hitler was paying for votes, I'd vote twice. Oh no, I skipped one here. Yeah. Pepsi Brian says it's illegal to buy votes, and he says he will give everybody $1,000 a month. How is that not buying votes? Once again, if it's up to me, I'm going based on intention. If it's based on the law, that seems like that could be something people would charge against him. And who knows, the mainstream might be saving that for like, all right, he's getting too high in the polls. Get him now.
Yeah.
Just like the whole Russia plan was in the works before it became mainstream out in front of everyone. That shit was ready to go. Dubster Brian says the Department of Justice should not allow that, period. Yeah, in today's world, I'm like, it's probably not the best idea. Maybe if you go to a university and say, okay, help me out, let's get this experiment going. In today's world, that is.
If only we actually had a Department of Justice.
I know. HS Max says Bernie and Warren both support taxing Wall Street transactions. I think Trump called him a socialist for that and tried changing Wall Street to they're going to take away your 401ks. Yeah. And I don't trust Warren. And then I don't trust Bernie either, but I don't trust Warren. I trust Warren less than Bernie. How about that? Her policies are worse than Bernie's. Muay Thai says, Jordan's a racist. He assumes she's good at math. Flagged and reported. How dare you, Muay Thai? That is the slogan of Andrew Yang. That is not my personal outlook on things. It is literally his slogan and his pin. A beautiful pin he wears with an Asian man with buck teeth and a hat that says math on it.
Did not look good.
I'm sorry. No Kramer, guys. No Kramer. Propaganda says, tax the rich, not the damn poor. Propaganda also says, Moy said her head looks like a Vicks cough drop. A hot Vicks cough drop. How about that? Ruben Garcia says, is this woman Southeast Asian? Her name doesn't sound Chinese, Japanese, or Korean. She could be married. Let's hope not.
Maybe she stole the name.
She stole it from me. Let's not start that yet. Not yet.
Stole what?
Let's not start that yet. Dubs or Brian. Well, they are going to take away the 401ks anyway. What they'll do is they'll hang it over your head and use it as leverage. Right? What do you think the whole, what was it, the housing bubble, 2007, 2008? Oh, yeah, they'll just hold it over your head and say, we need to bail them out right now. So, guys, all that money that's actually yours, we're going to spend it on them. We're going to save them. We're saving them so they can save your 401ks.
Around the same time, I think when a bunch of people were losing their houses and shit, Bill Clinton's like, well, you should have been smarter.
It's like,
whoa.
Just a row of empty houses. Meanwhile, there's people standing outside next to them. It's like, no one just walked by and was like, hey, just go in and stay there. Instead of that, we're looking at these transactions and you can't afford this. You can start a tent city over here.
A tent city?
You'll be able to see the house from there. See? It's right over here, though. Just stay off the property.
We'll clear it out as soon as we get mercenaries to do so.
Ruben says, I agree with Bernie that kids should not have to pay for school lunches. Yeah. I think anyone sane would say that. The other people who I would also consider, I would consider sane, but like not as sane as others. They're going to say, well, how are you going to pay for that? And it's like, here's this make-believe thing we made up called money. Like, even if it's backed by gold. Let's say money all of a sudden is backed by gold. It's like it's still some metal. It's like it's valuable for like cavemen, but not for us now. So why not, help everyone out? Propaganda, James. Try wetting spaghetti and lightly salting it and baking it till a light brown. I don't know what that is.
Too much carbs, man.
Ruben Garcia says, all the Asian kids in my school were snobs and hated me.
Wow.
Oh, now you know.
Well, now you know. Go on. Move it. Move it.
Propaganda says, no, she is northern. I guess. I don't know.
I don't really give a fuck, I mean.
Ruben says, Russian? Dr. Brian says, did you guys see that GM is on strike? The assembly workers average is $45 an hour and $90,000 annually, and they are on strike. Damn unions. Well, GM apparently cutting back certain things like, healthcare and things like that. While at the same time, the CEOs are getting like $22 million raise or something like that.
Something like that.
And it's like, This is when I wish Scuff Rollora was here because he sent me a video.
He's
Sent me a video, and it was Richard Wolff explaining socialism. Now, this does not mean I'm a socialist or I want there to be socialism, but it's just an interesting math equation he came up with, where it was like, okay, you have the guy who buys for the equipment, or who pays for the equipment, right? Let's call that 100. And you have the workers who do the labor. The labor is worth 100. Okay, the tools plus the labor equals 200. So when they sell that 200 and they get 200 back, 100 goes back for the supplies, 50 goes back to the workers, and 50 goes back to the owner for profit. Do you see what I'm saying there?
all right.
To where the workers, all the workers, get half of what some guy gets who didn't do any of the labor.
Yeah.
So it's like this one dude who doesn't do any of the labor is equal to 100 workers. It's like, Now I ask myself, what if that owner wasn't there? You still have product, you still have the tools, and you still have the labor. What if the labor's not there? You have a bunch of tools sitting around doing nothing, which no production happening. So I'm like, I don't know. His point is that you're not getting paid what you're actually worth, in a way. That's his argument, not mine. If I had to guess, I just look at it like a dumb guy logic. GM's guy, CEO, gets $20 million, and the workers get, as Dubster Brian says, $90,000 a year. 20 million, $90,000 a year, minus the health benefits. I'm just saying.
Sounds like a great deal to me.
Now, if you're playing it relative to most people, then you're going to say, yeah, they got a good deal. $90,000 a year, man. $45 an hour. That's a great deal. But it's like they're still making less than what their labor is worth. We know that because the head guy gets $20 million. That's all I'm saying.
It makes sense.
Parian says, yep. Not to that, but an earlier comment. HS Max says, why is YellBRo shirt glitching like that? It looks like when Rita Repulsive was giving the Green Ranger that green vest of power.
Why isn't yours?
Well, we got 90s graphics here,
Why isn't your shirt glitching? That's the real question.
We got 90s CGI going on. Muay Thai says, in Ireland, you get school lunches for free. I bet you hate that, don't you, Muay Thai? I bet if that wasn't around and then someone said, hey, we should give lunches away for free, you'd start complaining about it. But since it's already here, your conditioning has nothing to argue against.
Who?
Muay Thai.
Oh.
HS Max says, the gold vest. That's right. The radioactive shirt movement. Muay Thai. And if you want to go to college, you'll get paid €200 a week until you're finished with your degree. Go ask them for that back, man. Say, I want that back. Take all that money and give it back to your government and say, we don't want this. I'm just playing Muay Thai. Don't do that. Vicious Z says, I think Bernie's plan is more actionable than Yang's. Yang doesn't have the geographical wherewithal. Bernie does, which is sad because Sanders is far from perfect on foreign policy.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I did not vote for the Iraq War. You mean the second one, right? Because the first one is a different story,
Yang would help his chances if he went into detail about things. Remember when I said, oh, but Yang's good on Venezuela. Then we were looking it up and shit, and I showed you the tweet. I'm like, look at this. Like, he gets it. And then the tweet under that, it's like,
It's like, It's like, dude, it's like this. I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you sometime. It's some like wartime propaganda cartoon. It shows Donald Duck like being a Nazi and shit, and it's like he thought he had vacation time, and turns out they took it away from him, and he's like, oh, his face just sinks. It's like, oh, so it's like that's what I always imagine. Whenever I was like, oh no, Yang means well, yeah. Oh, he said this about Venezuela. Oh. Bernie's anti-war. Oh shit! Look at that track record.
Yeah.
It's like it's like someone saying like I'm for women's rights. Damn son, like a lot of domestic battery right here in your record. You know. It's like fuck.
Dubster Brian says mutual funds have a 86% failure rate. They can afford you to keep thinking that's a good investment with your 401k because that bet on mutual funds failing always pays off in time. Yeah. Well, I don't know that, but I understand that concept. Sort of like, let's say your health insurance company took out a life insurance policy on you as they're supposed to be the ones, treating you.
It's like, huh? You trying to make money if I die?
So they're sort of like tipping the scales and betting in a direction. It's like, we treat you less, you're more likely to die. You die, we get paid on your life insurance policy. Thank you. And you pay us while you're trying to get treated. You'll pay us more to get even more treatment. Yay. Moitai says, excuse me, puis me so sali. I don't speak Irish. That sounds mad European. Puis me so sali. No?
No.
Dubster Brian says Dubster Brian says the GM assembly workers want an increase to average of $63 an hour, which is $126,000 annually. Damn unions. Okay, are you saying that because of relativity? Like, how come I'm not getting paid that? Is that why? Or is it because you don't think they deserve it? Because of they're not doing the work that would give them a six-figure salary like that. Because I've heard guys argue that they are doing that work, which is why strikes work, right? If they're like, we're not working until we get what we want, it's like, oh, you're out of business then, aren't you?
Oh, the idea of strikes, yeah.
Unless someone replaces them at a cheaper rate, where it's like you're going to be striking soon too. Because
they don't always work.
They also, I think they're also striking because of temporary workers, who they could pay cheaply, not give them benefits, and get the work done that these other guys were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, wait a minute. You're going to basically try to replace me with cheaper labor.
Mm-hmm.
Propaganda says, are crypto socialists Muay Thai? Don't trust them. Oh, YellBRo Live are crypto socialists. Don't trust them.
So.
Propaganda says, James, how dare you?
How dare you?
What is this?
Some bullshit.
Bill Maher bullshit. Muay Thai says, yeah, bro, and they're happy. Used the wrong. You used the wrong there. You used the wrong one. Dubster Brian says, you forgot about growth of the business in your equation. Growth of the business. Now, what does that mean exactly? Does that mean more tools in that equation? Doesn't mean larger workforce. Larger workforce means more tools to where the equation starts moving in the exact same equation I already put out, right? It starts moving in the exact same direction. As in, if I add 100 more tools, which make it 200, I need double the labor to handle all those tools I made. So now it's 200 tools and 200 workers. The equation balance is the same. Now 200 guys get $100 back to them. And the owner gets whatever, what, 100. So whatever the mass of labor is making, the whoever CEO or owner gets the same amount without doing any of the labor.
So, like, how is it okay?
Oh, any of the physical, that type of labor, the business labor.
Oh.
He does the, contract signings and approvals. Okay, do this.
Right. I'm sure it's important, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, like, hey, dude, you need, like, for example you just gave, like, the real life example with people like, picketing or protesting, whatever. It's like, dude, you need, like, an extra 20 million? Where these guys could, I don't know.
That's once again dumb guy logic, where it's just so blatantly simple. It's like, what if that guy got $2 million instead of 20 million? I don't know. HS Max says, Yang's foreign policy. We need to empower our citizens, and there's no better way than by giving them $1,000 a month. Oh, that's disingenuous. He has more than that. Propaganda says soy boy. Propaganda says kill the bosses. No, that's not my point.
You can get wrecked here if you really think that.
Propaganda also says soy boy McGoy. I get it now.
Maher is such a fucking fraud.
I didn't hear what he said.
He's just... It's like, you'll, like, shit on him all day long, but you'll never go after him before we could really take him down.
I get Muay Thai's joke now. Sheety walk. Take your order, please.
Yeah. You'll see, like, Maher go
That's
after
South
Trump
Park.
for some, like, minuscule, get it? He's stupid, he's silly, he used a marker. It's like, how about you get him for war crimes? How about that? No?
They can't go there.
No, they can't.
Especially when you have Samantha Power
He's a
on
bitch.
your show.
Yeah.
Propaganda says, Rob Roy the soy boy is the real McCoy. Sounds Canadian. HS Max says, what's soy boy mean? Vegans? Propaganda says, well, I think it's an insult to say you're a softer individual. Softer in demeanor. Meaning, I don't know, calling someone a pussy, I guess.
I guess so.
Yeah. Propaganda says, James, try wetting your noodle and feeding it the Muay Thai thighs. That's fucking funny, son. Don't pout. It's funny. I said it's funny. Alright, I'm gonna go back to playing this
Why don't you
soon.
run off a cliff?
Vicious C talking to HS Mac. Boys, Yang is only logical. Got it, propaganda. HS Max says, what if we invested everything, all money, all resources into Neuralink, AI, etc.? Let the robots fix everything. Time for humanity to go on cruise control. We put it in our hand. We put in our hours already. I'm all for some automation. 100%.
Sure.
Neuralink? Fuck no. You'll never get me on that shit.
What's that?
That's that fucking Elon Musk fucking put some chip in your brain
No,
and
thanks. No.
get Google in your eyeball and
no,
shit.
I'm fine.
I'm
Fuck
good.
that. No.
Dr. Brian says, that's what I meant about 401ks. 90% of people with 401ks or pensions have the money in mutual funds, so savvy people bank off of the moments when they crash. Yeah. Just like the housing, yeah.
It's almost like it's a scam.
Propaganda says ring wing wives matter. Dr. Brian says labor and tools are both part of growth, but so is marketing and research and development, the actual technology increase. Yeah, 100%. But do you see the difference between $20 million a year and $90,000 a year without benefits? I'm just saying.
I think it's safe to say that it's not fair to look over these things, you know.
Like, is the guy who's going out in crowds and telling, look at this amazing car here, look at it. It goes to 0 to 60 in 1 second or whatever. Is that guy more important than the people who made the fucking car?
No.
So I think that's the question that Richard Wolff was bringing up. The guy at McDonald's does not protest at $10 an hour, but the guy making $45 an hour does. Yeah. Well, first of all, they have like a union, right?
I believe
Does
so.
McDonald's have a union? Do they have unions for
Well,
McDonald's?
I don't think so. I don't know. Probably not.
I don't think
Maybe. I don't know. Hey, dude, you should get me a... Next time, just, stop by the gas station. Get me a beanie. Give me a beanie.
But also,
Actually, I don't know.
isn't that a problem that they're below a living wage, quote unquote? Right?
Yeah.
They're making $10 an hour. Some people are, and Richard Wolff brings up that point too. Like, oh, they're not actually, the usual phrase people will say is, oh, but they're not doing that much. Like their labor isn't worth that much, so that's why they're getting $10 an hour. They're just grabbing a burger, putting ketchup on it, and closing the bun and handing it out.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, but then it's like, what if they're not there? Isn't that the product itself? They're handling the actual product people are eating. How is that not worth like a living wage? Get rid of all the burger flippers at McDonald's, and it's like there is no McDonald's then.
Mm-hmm.
But get rid of the CEOs, and you say all the workers come together and say, okay, we're going to do this thing. I don't know.
I mean, at the end of the day, I'll just say, well, what's the right thing to do, guys?
Yeah.
Should these people be able to live and work full time for you? I think so. And do you have more than enough money to hand out? I think so, too. So at the end of the day, it's more of a, okay, you just don't want to pay them for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Like,
Keep the rat race going.
it's just ridiculous. Someone says, well, you're going to steal their money. I'm not for stealing money. I'm not for taking money against anybody's will. It should be a choice. But the point is, it's like, as long as, you say, I don't care about them. Instead of hiding behind like some sort of silly ideology or a facade of, well, they need to get another job. They didn't earn it. I earned this. I'm not saying you didn't earn it. I'm just saying it seems a little ridiculous that you're like fucking holding out. Let's say you're making like $100 million a year. Like you can't pay these people more money.
Part of me thinks that those guys making $45 an hour wouldn't be making that unless they fought for it in the first place. They might just be making McDonald's wages unless they had unions that were like, okay, this is unfair.
Mm-hmm.
And they went on strike whatever years ago, or they had a union rep negotiate or whatever. Anyways, Dubster Brian says, most mechanics don't make $45 an hour or anywhere near it. Most are small businesses, and you make deals, so you're on a negotiation method. Okay.
I hope, as long as it's fair, I guess, Or it's like, listen, you need an oil change? Come to me. I don't trust you, dude.
But also, they're probably, if it's a small business, they're probably paying for other things. Imagine their profit if they're not paying for health care. What would their profits be? Would it be more? I don't know.
Uh-huh.
If they don't have to pay for their kids' school, I don't know.
Oh, that.
What if there's price anchors on rent? I don't know.
It's also like, oh, no amount of money will be taken out of the amount of money they get or the stuff that they pay to their employees from the insurance companies.
Yeah.
No, don't do that because of high taxes.
Proper answer is run away, James. How dare you? HS Max says, which do y'all think is closer to truth? Taxation is theft or profit is theft? You can't do a third way BS nuance answer. Pick one side. Discuss.
Third way BS.
That's
What?
all I know is third way BS.
Well, I don't think we speak the same
BS
language, which is why
nuance.
you'll if this is the same person, from last time, they'll think whatever I would say, I guess.
H.S. Mack is the one calling you a fleshlight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't speak the same language. Read the question again.
Which do y'all think is closer to the truth? He's Texan. He's from Texas, so
Right.
he says y'all.
Or the South. The South.
All right, which one is closer to the truth? Taxation is theft or profit is theft?
You left out the part of choice.
Yeah.
Is there choice involved with taxing? If everyone agrees to being taxed, everybody. If you have a choice, like, okay, I want, you can tax me on this and this and that, I agree to pay it. Is it theft now?
Damn, why you guys keep writing paragraphs, son? Gotta read these goddamn paragraphs.
What's the other one? Taxation and what?
Or profit is theft.
How would that be theft?
Maybe he's thinking, like, if certain higher ups in the corporate ladder make profits and they're not paying their workers enough, maybe that'd be considered theft. Theft of their labor, basically.
I would just talk about what's moral as opposed to what's immoral. Say, hey, dude, are you pocketing an extra $20 million a year because you took away someone's health care?
Yeah, I think you nailed it with your first response.
Oh, yeah,
which
I
is
know.
choice. Do the workers read the contract and understand this is exactly what's going to happen? And they say, okay, I'm in. Or, no, I'm not. Could it be someone else's misdeeds leading them there?
We'll see. We'll see if you, if I hear it's a nuance or whatever the fuck,
Maybe they have some crazy debt and they have no choice but to work, and this is the only thing there. And they read the contract and they accept it. Propaganda says, "How dare you?" Propaganda also says, "Hannah Arendt
Can't handle my boxing, son.
writes about the Jews that went along with the Nazis and helped them round everyone up. Every totalitarian has this power dynamic." Oh, the dumb slaves? Yeah. Well, not every power dynamic, but I've heard about that. A master-slave relationship in what you might call unhealthy relationships.
Yeah, it is an unhealthy relationship, straight up.
Dr. Brian, so now every job should be unionized, or do you see the fact that a business with $6 billion profit may leave our country because their union put them out of work? Depends what you're talking about. These things I think they're ready to be replaced. Like GM, it's like, all right, we're getting moving towards electric cars. Here you go, we're replacing you. And if you're not paying the workers enough, what their labor is actually worth, if you're not paying them what they're actually worth, it's like, isn't that a problem?
I mean, honestly, if that's the case, it's like, they don't want to change it. It's like, all right, well, we're inventing this new thing anyway over here, so you got to get on with the time. You can get out of the way.
Like, imagine a direct...
Oh, by the way, I believe, what was it, a policy that's going to be implemented from Sanders?
In regards to...
It'll be covered if you work for this thing over here.
That's the... if you worked in the fossil fuel industry, you get like a 5-year leeway, as in whatever you made there, down to the cent, whatever the fuck you made, you are guaranteed that pay for 5 straight years as you transfer over to green technology, and you'll be the first in line for a job like that. So instead of coal mining, you'll be doing whatever, retrofitting for solar panels or something like that, to where it's probably a lot safer and you're making the same amount of money. And over time, you'll probably be making more money. Just saying, depending on your expertise.
All right.
So yeah, if they leave, it's like, It depends on what game you're in it for. And for me, it's like, all right, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
They want rights? I'm leaving if you do that. All right, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, good.
Go away.
It's like,
Go away.
What's wrong with you people?
Good luck, GM. Good luck in like Japan or some shit where they're making way better cars that last longer than you.
Yeah.
Go do that.
From what I hear.
Go do that. They're not fucking with Honda Civics, son. HS Max says, I think our eventual robot successors will laugh at how much value we put into money. It's too much paperwork, to be honest. Money is a racket. We don't need it. I said that when I was like 19, 20 years old. I was like,
money ain't the problem.
I just thought about it logically. I didn't do any studying or anything. I was just like, you can't eat this shit. Why the fuck is this worth anything?
It's people.
Like
that's
people
the problem.
fucking live and die on this thing.
Yeah. They fucking worship
Just
it.
dumb guy logic.
I'm just saying, money ain't the fucking problem, but I understand.
Yeah.
Well, it's the assholes who try to, brainwash people into believing this is what's important.
I think it's supposed to be a tool, but we ended up becoming the tools of it rather than it being a tool for us.
You have a wizard somewhere in the back room that's like, make them believe that this is worth more.
By the way, we only got like 2.5 minutes into this video. Whatever, I like talking shit. And Rob B's not here anyways. I'll cut it. If I don't get to it, I'll just cut a separate video, a recorded video for him.
Another insult to the European race. How dare you not show up?
It's too early.
To your coronation.
Too early for that shit.
Too early. Do you
I haven't watched the Stephanie
Do you have
video
any
in a
idea
while.
what time it is in Wales?
I might have to check it. I might have to check one out.
Me either.
Propaganda says, we could all make the executive decisions in the workplace. Bosses are no smarter than any of us. Probably. And look, I bet workers, if they really negotiated with, like, let's say the CEO, the marketing team, the scientists who developed the car, or drew out the plans for the car, the metal workers, all that shit, the mechanics, all got together in a group. I bet if they negotiated everything, not negotiated like, oh, this is business, this isn't family, this is business. If they negotiated like normal fucking people, I bet the mechanics would say, I can't design that shit. How'd you do that? Right? How'd you design that shit? Like, that's like, you gotta be really smart in this area to really do that.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, you deserve a little more than me. But not so much to where I'm fucking broke or I don't have benefits anymore. Or you will take every opportunity to lower my wage and make yours go up. That's what we're talking about here. Dubs O'Brien says, the CEO can retire tomorrow anywhere. I get that. But those 43,000 who protest at $45 an hour may be out of work for the next 6 months or even longer. The union can kill a business and hurt the employee. Well, that's the thing. You sort of got to take a risk, right? Like I said, my answer was like, oh, just get the fuck out of here, leave.
Yeah.
And if they're taking that stance as well, like, oh, we're not working then.
Not good.
It's a risk for sure, but you're trying to do something that they're probably in more of the selfish range. No offense to them. They're probably in more of the selfish range as far as what's going to happen to me. But if they did something to where they, won against the, billionaires.
Wouldn't that not speak volumes for anybody else?
Also future workers of that business. It's like, now you have this. This is guaranteed.
They'll cite that as an example. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look what they did over there. Why aren't you doing that for us?
Yeah.
Or maybe people who are getting lower amount of money per hour. Like, what the fuck?
HS Max says maybe robots should be making executive decisions. That's
No.
Right. That's right.
No.
Let them choose.
No.
They can play chess. They can make. They can determine my nature for me and tell me to do. Tell me to act as whatever they say.
These people with a lack of soul are trying to be robots
I know.
as best as they can. I don't want an actual robot making decisions. It seems that the percentages say this is more likely to succeed. What about human life? Get him out of this room. Inadequate response to proposition.
Propaganda Propaganda says, just another example of penny capitalism being crushed by corporate capitalism. Small businesses go under because Walmart and Home Depot rolls in.
I would say it's people, not
Yeah.
not a.
Yeah, don't be fooled. You're not transforming me into some socialist or whatever. I don't fall into any of those categories. It's what's the best possible idea while getting rid. Like any idea I think is good will exclude corruption completely, because that's the first thing you take care of is getting rid of the corruption. I don't just mean actions. I mean the psyche of people. And that's what I'm saying. We're never going to do that. Maybe. But that's the bottom line. That's where
Never
you have
do
to
what?
say, that's the bottom line.
Never do what?
Just rid the world of corruption.
Oh.
And I don't mean action. I mean internal, psychological corruption.
Well, if one person did it, then you can't tell me it's not possible. So
Fair enough. Vicious C says profit is probably closer to theft because time is taken. But it doesn't have to be one-sided. Taxation is a transaction for the convenience of government security and services. Yeah, but if
intentions
also
no.
choice.
Yeah, like you can't.
Someone has
skip
to
over
say,
that. Yeah.
hey, I want it. Like, listen, I don't want to think about it. I just want to live my life. So can you just take this amount and donate to whatever charity or whatever social program? Right? Why isn't that the normal, apathetic guy? Like, listen, I don't have time for this. Just take whatever you need. I'm busy.
You know what? In a healthier world, a little bit healthier than this one, that'd probably be the case.
Yeah.
Like, I don't look, dude. I don't look into these things. I'm busy. I got a family. I work.
Yeah.
It's like, I think it's shitty, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't have time. They do have time. But they don't know it. But my point is, it's like, they would probably do that in a healthier world.
I meant even higher ups, who are the real ones complaining about taxes. The normal guys are also complaining about taxes because if they start taking a lot of taxes out of the quote unquote middle class and lower classes, that could really hurt them financially, right? So I get that, but I think they're also being sold points from higher ups, behind a curtain somewhere.
All I'm saying here,
but that's what I meant. I meant the higher ups.
I don't mean to bring it back, but I'm just saying it's like, yeah, dude. Like, let's say like Jeff Bezos. I'm just using him as an example. I don't mean that's bad shit. That's a bad example. Like an imaginary billionaire.
The Monopoly man.
Yeah, it's like Monopoly man. It's like you need 5 mansions. You need 5 of them. And a bunch of vacation homes across the world, while a bunch of people are like poor. You think that's okay? Nothing.
And that's sort of what I meant.
Like that's what I'm saying here. So it's really a moral question rather than the system's like something's wrong with the system. It's like, well, I think you need to go to the, is this morally okay rather than the system? Like this system is incorrect, capitalism is wrong, or socialism doesn't work. It's more of a, how come we're not focusing on the moral question?
Well, let me say this. Apathy is a moral question, but only for themselves, within themselves. That is a problem. I think it would be you're causing a problem to yourself. That's where I think apathy goes in those regards. So even if, I'm thinking of what I was really originally thinking of was like filthy rich dudes who are just like, I just want to go jet skiing, man. Like, I don't want to think about, I don't want to try to look good by donating in charities and all that. I get it. I just don't, I just want to jet ski, man. I want to go on my yacht and party with hot chicks. Come on, man. That's all I want to do. So you just take whatever. As long as I can still do this. Yeah, you'll still be rich, dude.
As long as I can still do this.
Like, you'll still be rich, but, do whatever you want with this percentage of thing.
You already know what I'm going to say. So.
Yeah, I know. I tried to make the story where it's like...
No.
Sort of like, yeah, okay. Yeah.
It's like fucking...
I tried. You can hear me like tiptoeing back. I'm fucking Tim Pooling over here. I'm like, Yeah, but he's not the worst guy ever. But
It's like the lightning strike in the sky and the fucking bat. You see the bat cape. No,
I'm like, all right.
not even a little bit.
Where am I at here? Fuck, I'm so far behind. I'm gonna start putting on what you call it?
Why don't
Delays.
you just get people to call in?
Slow chat. Yeah. All right, I went too far. Pastor Brian says, if profit is illegal, the farmer cannot afford to fail or have a bad yield, so we all starve. I think H.S. Mack was talking in the context of, like Exxon Mobil or something like that, or GM.
Probably, where it's just, I don't know, maybe lopsided.
Also, if you're a farmer, you are the laborer, right? You are the laborer.
Yeah. Too bad not all of them are like their own boss,
Yeah.
getting bought out by big corporations.
Well, see, corporations are trying to get their hands in all this. Not every corporation, but certain corporations try to get their hands into everything. So you'll have Monsanto selling like a suicide seed that you plant it once and it dies after that. After you harvest, the plant's done with. You can't take the seeds from the plant you just grew and then regrow it again. They're genetically modified to die after that.
Yeah, fuck that.
So that's it. So that you have to keep coming back and buying seeds from them. That's uber creepy. That's super duper
What's
creepy.
funny, that dude that sued them, he's like, you guys caused me cancer. And it's like, I wonder how they're going to prove that in court, that this thing that he might have gotten exposed to caused cancer. It's like, fuck it. Here's $230 million, go away. It's like, what the fuck? What? You got A-Rod's money.
Legal.
Oh my God. It might have been more.
Legal hush money.
And the fucked up part is he took it.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, if they're willing to throw $230 million at you or something like that to go away, it's like, fuck, what if you took them down?
They might have just had him killed then.
Hey.
Let's be real. Michael Clayton. Go check that movie out.
Michael who?
Clayton.
Michael Clayton.
With George Clooney. Go check that movie out. Anyways, Ruben Garcia says, a video I had on one of my playlists about the Jews that were members of the Nazi Party got removed after a gay wonk started his psyop against neocon Crowder. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like something they'll try to get rid of. YouTube used to be different, man. It really used to be different. I used to get so much like videos, and I could type in a sentence of something I want to look for, and it's there. But now it's just overrun with, Fox News and MSNBC and CNN and Wall Street Journal, all this bullshit. Dubs Brian says, read the book Rise of Capitalism and Religion. If you send me a video on Twitter, I'll watch it. I don't like reading. Just being real, I don't like reading. I get bored easily. Propaganda says, Stefan Molyneux says, how dare you, James? How dare you? Don't do it. It's too early. Don't do it.
Christ.
Propaganda says, read the book Das Kapital. I've heard of that, and I'm not going to read it. Send me a video. You got my Twitter, son. Do that. Ruben Garcia says, is the Paget woman still defending Andrew Yang? It's not that much of a big deal. Yeah, it's her defending, a rebuttal to this guy, Humanist Report, who's like, I think he's like a weight class or maybe 2 weight classes below, like, secular talk.
Maybe.
As far as, like, the political guys. H.S. Max says, taxation is theft is an ideological underpinning of libertarianism.
Hold on.
The right. I don't know.
I got the
I don't
case
like
wrong.
saying shit like that.
I got the case wrong. Refresh me. Dubster. Refresh me. I don't know it.
Okay. As that later on.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, you got the case wrong. Wow. I'm like, wow, dude. How about you could just tell me instead,
H.S. Max says taxation and theft is the ideological underpinning of libertarianism, quote unquote, the right. I put the quotes there. Profit is theft is a ideological underpinning of socialism, the left. Kind of, in my opinion, to be quite honest. What does that mean? FWIW?
FWIW?
For Willie is wonking.
For what it's worth.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's all about choice when it comes to theft. Something Mr. Molyneux actually got correct. Somehow he can't explain choice, though. Anyways, Dubs O'Brien says GM could hire a bunch of mechanics as scabs and pay them less. Is also another road to go down.
All right.
Yeah, that's the thing that they're striking against, because they were hiring temps. They were hiring temp workers and not giving them benefits or the same amount of money. So temps can just come in. They just keep using temps over and over again. And then all the benefits and all that pay is gone now. So that's why they're striking. They don't want any temporary workers. They want full employment for whatever job openings they have. Vicious C talking to HS Mac.
I got the entire thing wrong, dude. I'm reading here. It says a jury ordered chemical giant Monsanto to pay $289 million Friday to a school groundskeeper who got terminal cancer after using Roundup, one of the world's most popular weed killers.
Groundskeeper
I'm reading here. It's like, and the guy died before the case finished, and his family got the money. Well, okay, but like, yeah, it's shitty. It's like, what did I get wrong?
I don't know.
That he died? That he was terminal?
Tell him to add context.
Well, I mean, yeah, add context when you say, wow, you got the entire thing wrong. Like, whatever.
Propaganda.
It is shitty, yeah.
Propaganda says, I'm rolling a big blunt, yo. YellBRo style. So that means there's purple haze in it. Anyways, HS Max says, do y'all think humans should try to get past their biological shortcomings? I don't know why so many people get freaked out over stuff like Neuralink. I, for one, welcome our robot overlords.
Neuralink, what's that?
I'm not talking about any type of
It's an American
biological
neurotechnology
shortcomings.
company founded by Elon Musk. I'd rather us get past this problem we have with bombing people. So.
It's. Oh yeah, that obviously.
Yeah.
But I'd also bring up the point of what I was gonna use in a debate with a Crowder fan who hasn't gotten back to me yet, which was, should I say it? He ain't listening.
Go ahead, say it. Who gives a shit?
I want to save
It's
it.
not like you're being wrong or anything.
I want to save it. But
save what? The cap?
all right. So basically, I was gonna start the argument in the sense of, okay, because it's gonna be about the wall. Before we get into the wall, let's get into who's implementing it, because that's an important part, right? Who's going to implement this policy of the wall, quote unquote?
Yeah.
So it's like, I might do the same thing with Neuralink. Who's proposing this thing? What's his ideology? What has he done? What is his philosophy on life? Does he just think we're robots? In which case, if he's making some sort of Neuralink, he'll say, this will work up perfectly fine because we're robots anyways. We're biological robots. There's no self there. There's no psychological self. So that's why this works out perfectly.
Yeah.
Now,
that should be looked at.
Now, me personally, I'd be like, all right, let's try it. You know, in a side way, sort of like, you know, just to show them, like, you guys have no fucking clue what you're talking about. And granted, it's not that. It's just some, like, another, like, internet toy or computer toy, I think.
Yeah.
But Elon Musk, I think, wants to inch towards moving consciousness to something else. And that's where I'd be like, I'll show you that's wrong.
He might just be in his own bubble, man. You know what I mean? Who knows? I don't know much about the guy except for that stuff I heard about him like interviewing on Rogan, where it's like they're talking about like downloading your consciousness, huh?
That's a good one.
What?
HS Mac. I love Joe Rogan's analogy of comparing humans and robots to caterpillars and butterflies. Forget building the wall. We need to build the cocoon. Did he say that? Did
I don't
Rogan say
know.
that?
He
That
said-
we're caterpillars, and with AI, we're butterflies.
Oh God, I hope not.
It's like we get to super enhance us.
Like have fun,
He's
Joe.
he's constantly looking into shit like that. I don't mind that. It's just I think he really he might ignore other things in order for that to be a reality to him.
Oh, I'm sure.
So here's Firas Zahabi right in front of you. Right in front of
Firas, yeah, he didn't. He won't be back anytime soon.
you. Unless it's MMA strictly.
Oh, hey, why not? Here's the funny thing. One of those dark web guys, have him on and Firas Zahabi at the same time. And talk,
Yeah.
and talk about, well, what is truth?
Just a normal MMA trainer, who took time to think about.
Well,
things.
it's somebody who happens to be someone who happens to train MMA fighters.
Yeah.
And they just come out of the
Yeah,
woodwork. They
that's
come out of the
actually-
woodwork
that's
with this
perfect.
shit. It's like, what?
A philosopher.
How
who,
funny is that? Rogan didn't expect that shit coming, and he became I don't know. It's like, I'm also a philosopher, right?
a philosopher who happens to train MMA. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah.
All right, Vicious Z says, taxation is merely spreading oxygen throughout the body of its state. Would you rather your lungs hoard oxygen or your brain learn to breathe? I get it, but if there's no choice there, and you got to call it what it is. If someone's a greedy asshole and say, no, you can't have my money, and the cops come in and say, sorry, if you don't pay this money, you go to jail. Isn't that
That's force.
That sounds morally incorrect.
Now, if everyone within a community came to an agreement where it's like, okay, well, here in this area, you have the choice of living here by following these rules. Now, if you don't want to follow them, then don't live here.
Yeah.
It won't take your money, dude. Just go live over there.
Yeah.
That's simple. Or your business. No, go over there. It's real simple. I don't, it's not hard to understand. Or if it's more of just a,
Oh, God damn it.
if it's a place where it's like, okay, you have the choice of doing this or not, Or it's if you don't want to pay those taxes or you don't want to pay these people, all right, no worries.
All right, I'm
It's
almost.
just more of everyone says, okay, fuck you, you're a dick.
I'm almost caught up. Propaganda says cybernetics should be used to let people control government with a computer system, but ran by human plebiscite. The fuck is that? Dubster Brian says before JFK, income tax was 91%. JFK reduced it to 69%. That might have been a piece of why he was executed. I've heard other things.
Can't be his foreign policy because
Yeah.
he was a murderer.
Yeah.
Well, according to
Who was it who
evidence.
sent me content about?
It was Noam Chomsky talking about the U.S. Every
Yeah.
U.S. president since World War II, talking about how if we followed the Nuremberg, is that how you
Yeah.
say it? The Nuremberg principles, these dudes would be killed. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying it's ironic. If the Nazis were bad, those were tough times. You guys would be shot and killed or hung or whatever the fuck too. If we actually followed that, because a lot of you guys are war criminals,
I forgot where I heard
amongst
it.
other things.
I forgot where I heard it. One of you guys might have sent me it. About an Israel connection with JFK. I think Ryan Dawson goes over that as well. HS Max says, be right back, Googling plebiscite. If I'm even saying that right. Propaganda says, LOL, referendum.
Red rum.
Red rocks. Yay. Farming was a classic example of penny capitalism. Okay. All right, you read that from Dubster Brian, talking about the Monsanto case.
What?
You read that already?
Which one?
Or he says you got the entire, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't.
Propaganda says, but what about Julian Assange, a small business owner?
Oh boy.
Ruben Garcia says, read one of the Hindu books. There are several, while Christianity just has one, the Bible.
Think of like the Bible as we're gonna put all these together now.
Yeah.
I would say. Right?
And there's a lot of paganism in there.
Yeah.
Yet
A lot of
somehow
the
it's
books
being,
being
somehow
left
it's
out.
become blasphemy.
Gospel of Thomas, get that out of there. Dare you?
HS Max says, doesn't Christianity also have Mein Kampf? Probably not.
My struggle.
Propaganda says, Mike Figueroa is a lightweight and watches other channels than MSM to get his news. I told you, I think he's a weight class below, like, Kyle Klonsky.
He just looks like a team player to me, you know, after what I heard about him. Like, people just want to work. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I know somebody that, like, hates it. They're, like, miserable. They shouldn't have to, like, you know, what's it called? I'm working to survive, as opposed to I'm working for the things I want, like, just the fun things in life, you know?
Bernie should
Hey,
just...
look, I'm not to interrupt you, but it's like, oh, look, the new fucking Red Dead Redemption 2 came out. I'd like to have that. Oh, look, a restaurant I want to eat at, you know? Oh, fuck, a pizza joint, as opposed to, I won't have money to live. I won't have food to eat, my family.
Yeah, I think Bernie should have went with, this is a blanket, or not blanket, a pillow for you to land on in case something shitty happens. Here is a guaranteed job for you if you need it. That's the route he should have went. And he should have said, maybe I'm open for something like UBI. The guy who was pissed off at Yang fans, agreeing with HS Mac, calling him a Trojan horse or something. This dude says he's not against a basic income. Not universal basic income, but a basic income in the sense of expanding Social Security to more people.
Well, again, right? It's like, I like this policy, I don't like the person, and I wish it was voting for the fucking idea rather than the person.
Yeah.
I really wish that, because it's like, I agree with the idea, but I don't like how he's going to implement it. He's being very vague on this. You know what I'm saying? So it's like Medicare for all.
Why you go for ideas,
right?
not people.
I know Medicare for all. What's that? Is there an idea behind it? Is there detailed policy behind it? Okay, as opposed to your Medicare for all and her Medicare for all and his Medicare for all, and she's hinting at it. She doesn't really have a plan, and so is he.
But she has a plan. Dubster Bryan says Monsanto case is Roundup gave him cancer. Yeah, that's the same one. Propaganda says instead of finding news, talking about Humanist report. Dubster Bryan says, and the guy died before the case finished, and his family got the money. Yeah, we went over that.
Yeah, that's something I didn't know. Like, he died. So that's what I meant. Like, yeah, I read, like, you know, not he's like, he didn't mean to. I'm not. Look, I didn't take it as an insult because I read what he said earlier. He's like, I didn't mean to insult you. I'm just saying. It's like yeah, I'm just saying. Like, but yeah, he said I got it, the whole thing wrong. It's like, what was that? It's whatever. It's whatever. Yeah, it's shitty.
I don't
that
know.
He fucking died.
Propaganda says so many court cases or activist groups to support. Yeah. Dubster says if they strike, more temps will come if GM wants to stay profitable. Yeah, but eventually they're gonna not be temps anymore, right?
Dude, you are like far behind.
Yeah, I know.
It's like you're starting a movie and everyone else at the end.
Well, if you stop yapping.
All right. Piece of shit, I'll fucking buy you. Fuck concrete. Yo, what's up? Uncle Jerome will help you tonight.
Yeah, but eventually those temps are gonna want benefits, right? They can't live off the temp job because they're not getting paid enough. They're not getting paid enough to handle something like their health care and shit like that.
Sorry, little nephew.
And they're more likely to find better jobs. Like, oh, this pays more and has benefits, so I don't need the temp here anymore. All right, you read that from Dubster. Scuffler says, did I miss Schopenhauer? No, you didn't. Dr. Ryan says, Schopenhauer philosophy is married people are happier, but single people are more informed. Not too,
Stupid.
not too impressive. I call that duology. Oh, duology. I don't know.
I think that's stupid.
Scuffler, Elon Musk is a know-nothing beta male. HS Max is a beta male who submits to superior AI can survive better than an alpha male who foolishly resists superior AI. Plug me in, Elon. My body is ready.
I imagine Rogan just unbuttoning his shirt, just submitting in a submissive animal like position. Go ahead, Elon. Do it. Hurry. Kids, honey, come down here. It's gonna happen. Like I told you. Do it. Put the cord in.
Mr. Brian says the Nuremberg trials was propaganda. I think I know what he's hinting at.
What is he hinting at?
I think it's
the idea that like these guys are bad. That shit. Even though they
Michael Cole, right?
Commentator?
I think I talked with Dubster Brian before about him.
Okay.
He was on Dawson's, and he's making an argument about the Holocaust, about there were no gas chambers.
Oh, no, yeah.
They died from typhus.
Right. Okay.
Lice.
I've heard of that. Yeah.
So the Nuremberg trials were just to like, they're bad guys, punish them, kill them.
Yeah. I'm just saying, though, as far as they said they were on war crimes. And what I mean is, well, what they were tried for, or whatever the fuck, you know? It's like, hey, if we follow the same standard,
yeah,
these guys would be it, you know?
He's saying if you took the Nuremberg trials at face value for what they were.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Like, HS Max says, it
is wrong.
We're already poor versions of robots. Smartphones are practically attached to us already. Just skip the middleman and hook it up straight to my brain.
Yeah, I'm good.
Someone's on the Neuralink payroll.
Dude, fucking Tony Ferguson. God.
Frosty Bucket says, YellBRo or bust. Or is it YellBRo and bust?
Nah, not yet. Do you see any bust in your eyes? Nope.
Vicious C talking to HS Mac. HS Mac says Chuck Norris and John Connor will both be dead someday. AI won't. Game. Blouses.
Chuck Norris will never die.
Ruben Garcia says, wasn't Jeffrey Epstein into AI and cybernetics? I think he gave some money to Elon Musk or something like that.
Maybe.
Am I tripping about that? HS Max says, didn't Hitler drink water?
I imagine just someone at like a table, like, just lower their glasses. Didn't Hitler drink water? Fuck are you doing? Oh God. Oh God. Johnson, put it down. Put it down, Johnson.
They do the Triple H at a dinner table.
Yeah. It's like, don't you see the minorities are looking? Look. Put it down. Put down the water. Get rid of the glass pitcher.
Propaganda says, not cybernetics, but AI. I like Allen Iverson, too. He's a good basketball player. A little bit too much of a, shot a lot, a little bit of ball hog, a little bit. But he didn't have much help, so.
What do you expect if it's just them? Yeah. I have to hit home runs every time or we won't win. It's like, fuck.
Took him to the finals, man.
Instead of like, guys.
Won a game.
This won't win us. This won't win. This won't win us. It won't win us a series.
Yeah.
What if we, take a couple years and work on this? Maybe build. Nah, fuck it.
Fuck it. Tickets hot now. Sell.
That's why I'll never. Buy. Sell. Outs of pain.
Ah! The fuck is that?
You don't remember Jim Cramer?
Oh, yeah. The bull guy?
Yeah.
Ruben Garcia says, you guys just don't understand. Team playing is good because of the rise of fascism. What? Got it.
What was his show called? Jim Cramer.
Some CNBC thing.
Yeah, I know. My dad watched it. I remember when I get home from school,
And
I see
then-
him paying attention to it and shit.
And then Jon Stewart ethered him
Yeah.
into the lead up to the housing crisis. Propaganda says cybernetics by plebiscite is a referendum vote using the viable system to create the administrative and logistical decisions. Ruben Garcia says, we must defeat fascism, even if I end up promoting ultra-Zionist propaganda from the ADL while bragging about how I support BDS. Also, Chuck Norris is another pro-Israel neocon. How far away am I? I'm almost there.
Is Chuck Norris pro-Israel, or is the fist hiding in his beard? Look at that. I just killed. I ended
Chuck Norris sidekicks Palestinians. Propaganda.
Poor Tony.
Write huge, complex paragraphs for YellBRo to read so he gets his reading practice. Go fuck yourself, propaganda. Scuffle Order says, everyone complains about taxes, but blissfully allow their employers to keep 90% plus of their paycheck as profits. That's where the theft occurs. I actually quoted I didn't quote it, but I paraphrased what Richard Wolff was saying from that video you sent me. Remember where I said, the tools are worth 100, the labor's worth 100, equals 200. And that's from that video.
Kill him. Ah, fuck.
Propaganda says Elon Musk takes full guard and locks into Neuralink full body lock. I know. It's gonna be AI porn in the future. Propaganda says check out Hannah Arendt. She's a philosopher that writes about totalitarianism. Chris Hedges pushes her to work hard. I might actually seen something like that. Recommended for me. Ruben Garcia says Operation Paperclip makes the concept of Nuremberg redundant. Also, Ryan Dawson and David Cole make good arguments. Was it David Cole or Michael Cole? And yes, I have heard of Operation Paperclip. Apparently there's some still like living in Argentina somewhere or something like that. They will take your scientists. They're pardoned. Or they had nothing to do with this. They had guns to their head. Frosty Bucket says, yeah, Musk was funded by Epstein. Not surprised. I'm not saying Elon Musk did anything. I'm just saying rich guys doing rich guy shit. Dubster Brian, previous post to how the Nuremberg trials were propaganda only. Those two witnesses for the entire Holocaust in the trial. Why? All cards on two? Yeah. I'm telling you, man, shady dudes do shady shit. And even if something horrible happened, as in people in camps and all that shit, whether it was gas chambers or typhus or whatever the fuck, it still should not have happened. Period. HS Mac, Allen Iverson was a beast. I had his Reebok pumps. I wanted to have them, but I didn't. I always wore cheap sneakers as a little kid. But I was a freak athlete. So. In 2001, Lakers were 16-1 in the playoffs. Iverson was the one in 16-1. Iverson, Steve Nash, JJ Barea, some of my favorite players. I like all three of those guys. Yeah, Iverson changed the entire culture of basketball. Even changed a lot of like hip hop too, as far as like style and things like that. Athletes start getting the tattoos and all that shit, like crossover and the and one tapes and all that shit. A lot of that was built on the back of Allen Iverson. Dubster Brian says Iverson versus Charlotte Hornets, little guy. That was in Space Jam. I can't remember his name, but he was a legend. Muggsy Bogues. I think that's who you're talking about. Dubster Brian says, yes, David Cole. What did I think it was Michael? Eric Zundel and Benjamin Freeman. Thank you, Scott. Michael Cole is a WWF commentator.
Yeah, I know.
I was like, remember when I brought up the dude
Yeah.
who was questioning all, I said Michael Cole?
I know I said that. I was like waiting for like you to, like, oh yeah.
No, I thought his name was actually Michael
Oh.
Cole. I was not thinking of the announcer at all. That's right, HS Mac, Muggsy Bogues. Officer Brian says, yeah, that guy. All right. Frosty Bucket says, that was... What? That's what Hannah Arendt said. She criticized the trials for not going after Jewish collaborators. Interesting. Dubs O'Brien says Iverson versus Muggsy Bogues. Well, two shorter guys in the NBA. Allen Iverson's not that short, but
It's like 5'11".
yeah. But compared to Muggsy Bogues,
5'6", 5 what?
he's probably like 5'6", 5'7" area. But yeah, two super quick dudes. Ruben Garcia, heel Michael Cole from the PG era of 2008 to 2014.
Fuck, he's 5'3".
5'3"?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Who are we thinking of then? Spud Webb? Who are we thinking of as 5'6"?
Let's see.
No way he was 5'3".
This dude's 5'7".
Yeah.
It says here Mugsy's 5'3".
God dang. Frosty Bucket says, James, how dare you?
Huh.
Wink, wink. We know who that is then. I got to the end.
I heard you.
For what reason? I don't know. Like, was I like planning on moving on to something, or?
Yeah, you were in the video.
Fuck, I'm just gonna do this in a separate, recorded, fan request because Rob's not here anyway, so I don't want him to like click on the video, hear 2 minutes of it, and then hear us go
like
way off on tangent.
He's like, aw.
So, all right, what we'll do is
Cry?
I'll skip to the Schopenhauer thing, and I'll let that play. I'll let the full thing play. It's only 10, 11 minutes. And then you guys can give your opinions while I'm thinking to myself in a quiet space. Here we go. So this is Schopenhauer on the vanity of existence. This was for Matt Hunter, but... I'll read these really quick. HS Max says, I saw JJ Barea like 2 days ago in Dallas. He's probably like 5'8" max. Slayed King James in the 2011 finals. Mavs legend forever. Yeah. Oh, that was such a letdown. When LeBron first got to Miami, and they had D Wade and Chris Bosh, and I remember when LeBron and Wade were walking through the tunnels, and they're like fake coughing to make fun of Dirk Nowitzki because he said he had a cold or something like that. They're like in his asshole-ish way, and then they got fucking wrecked 4 games to 1.
Fucked up.
People were like, sorry, you'll never be better than Michael Jordan now. Like, this proves you had no chance. And Skip Bayless will bring that shit up every single time. Propaganda says Jordan has ODD. Damn right I do. Ruben Garcia says Jerry the King Lawler versus heel Michael Cole at WrestleMania 27.
Yeah, lost.
One of the worst WrestleMania matches of all time. I haven't seen that. But you showed me clips of heel Michael Cole. And I'm like, trash.
Oh, dude, I hated him.
Trash.
That's when I was like, fuck this. I'm done. This ain't getting any better.
And Propaganda's eating tomatoes from his summer harvest. Congratulations. Okay, so here's Schopenhauer on the vanity of existence. This video was for Matt Hunter, who's not here, but
He's not subscribed.
we'll play it, and you guys tell us what you think. Here we go. Full 11 minutes, no pausing.
On the vanity of existence. 1. The vanity of existence is revealed in the whole form existence assumes, in the infiniteness of time and space contrasted with the finiteness of the individual in both, in the fleeting present as the sole form in which actually exists, in the contingency and relativity of all things, in continual becoming without being, in continual desire without satisfaction, in the continual frustration of striving of which life consists. Time and that perishability of all things existing in time that time itself brings about is simply the form under which the will to live, which, as thing in itself is imperishable, reveals to itself the vanity of its striving. Time is that by virtue of which everything becomes nothingness in our hands and loses all real value. 2. That which has been no longer is. It as little exists as does that which has never been. But everything that is, in the next moment has been. Thus, the most insignificant present has over the most significant past the advantage of actuality, which means that the former bears to the latter the relation of something to nothing. To our amazement, we suddenly exist, after having for countless millennia not existed. In a short while, we will again not exist, also for countless millennia. That cannot be right, says the heart. And even upon the crudest intelligence there must, when it considers such an idea, dawn a presentiment of the ideality of time. This, however, together with that of space, is the key to all true metaphysics, because it makes room for a quite different order of things than that of nature. That is why Kant is so great. Every moment of our life belongs to the present only for a moment. Then it belongs forever in the past. Every evening we are poorer by a day. We would perhaps grow frantic at the sight of this ebbing away of our short span of time, were we not secretly conscious in the profoundest depths of our being that we share in the inexhaustible well of eternity, out of which we can forever draw new life and renewed time. You could, to be sure, base on considerations of this kind a theory that the greatest wisdom consists in enjoying the present and making this enjoyment the goal of life. Because the present is all that is real and everything else merely imaginary. But you could just as well call this mode of life the greatest folly. For that which in a moment ceases to exist, which vanishes as completely as a dream, cannot be worth any serious effort. 3. Our existence has no foundation on which to rest except the transient present. Thus, its form is essentially unceasing motion, without any possibility of that repose which we continually strive after. It resembles the course of a man running down a mountain, who would fall over if he tried to stop, and can stay on his feet only by running on. Or a pole balanced on the tip of the finger, or a planet which would fall into its sun if it ever ceased to plunge irresistibly forward. Thus, existence is typified by unrest. In such a world, where no stability of any kind, no enduring state is possible, where everything is involved in restless change and confusion, and keeps itself on its tightrope only by continually striding forward. In such a world, happiness is not so much as to be thought of. It cannot dwell where nothing occurs but Plato's continual becoming and a never being. In the first place, no man is happy but strives his whole life long after a supposed happiness, which he seldom attains. And even if he does, it is only to be disappointed with it as a rule. However, he finally enters harbour, shipwrecked and dismantled. In the second place, however, it is all one whether he has been happy or not, in a life which has consisted merely of a succession of transient present moments and is now at an end. 4. The scenes of our life resemble pictures in rough mosaic. They are ineffective from close up and have to be viewed from a distance if they are to seem beautiful. That is why to attain something desired is to discover how vain it is, and why, though we live all our lives in expectation of better things, we often at the same time long regretfully for what is past. The present, on the other hand, is regarded as something quite temporary and serving only as the road to our goal. That is why most men discover, when they look back on their life, that they have the whole time been living ad interim, and are surprised to see that which they let go by, so unregarded and unenjoyed, was precisely their life, was precisely that in expectation of which they lived. 5. Life presents itself first and foremost as a task, the task of maintaining itself, de gagner sa vie. If this task is accomplished, what has been gained is a burden, and there then appears a second task, that of doing something with it, so as to ward off boredom, which hovers over every secure life like a bird of prey. Thus, the first task is to gain something, and the second, to become unconscious of what has been gained, which is otherwise a burden. That human life must be some kind of mistake is sufficiently proved by the simple observation that man is a compound of needs which are hard to satisfy, that their satisfaction achieves nothing but a painless condition, in which he is only given over to boredom, and that boredom is a direct proof that existence is in itself valueless, for boredom is nothing other than the sensation of the emptiness of existence. For if life, in the desire for which our essence and existence consists, possessed in itself a positive value and real content, there would be no such thing as boredom. Mere existence would fulfill and satisfy us. As things are, we take no pleasure in existence except when we are striving after something, in which case distance and difficulties make our goal look as if it would satisfy us, an illusion which fades when we reach it, or when engaged in purely intellectual activity, in which case we are really stepping out of life so as to regard it from outside, like spectators at a play. Even sensual pleasure itself consists in a continual striving and ceases as soon as its goal is reached. Whenever we are not involved in one or other of these things, but directed back to existence itself, we are overtaken by its worthlessness and vanity. And this is a sensation called boredom. 6. That the most perfect manifestation of the will to live, represented by the human organism, with its incomparably ingenious and complicated machinery, must crumble to dust, and its whole essence and all its striving be palpably given over at last to annihilation. This is nature's unambiguous declaration that all the striving of this will is essentially vain. If it were something possessing value in itself, something which ought unconditionally to exist, it would not have non-being as its goal. Yet, what a difference there is between our beginning and our end. We begin in the madness of carnal desire and the transport of voluptuousness. we end in the dissolution of all our parts and the musty stench of corpses. And the road from the one to the other too goes, in regard to our well-being and enjoyment of life, steadily downhill. Happily dreaming childhood, exultant youth, toil-filled years of manhood, infirm and often wretched old age, the torment of the last illness, and finally the throes of death. Does it not look as if existence were an error, the consequences of which gradually grow more and more manifest? We shall do best to think of life as a desenjanu, as a process of disillusionment, since this is, clearly enough, what everything that happens to us is calculated to produce.
Powerful. Very powerful.
Don't say that.
Powerful. Yes. Hello, freak bitches. Sorry. Those are all Rogan sayings. All right.
Hello, people I wouldn't be talking to on the side of the street. Just being real. It's like, you wouldn't give me the time of day, would you? Nah, I'm just kidding.
All right. This was interesting. I disagree with damn near all of it. Speaking in like a metaphorical sense, you might even say like what I would say metaphysical, because you can't really say metaphysical things in words, so you have to use metaphors to do it. So I would say this is a man who experienced death but not life. I think there's stages that happen throughout a biological life, or throughout when you're on an existential journey. There's several phases that happen. You start with the conditioning, which is, your biological conditioning, like, the way you look and your height and all that shit. And then it turns out to how people look at you, and then customs that other people are doing and your imitations of them to try and fit in, things like that. It's also a part of biological conditioning because, I want to survive, so I have to find a way to communicate with people. So I take in their customs, or I want to fit in. I don't want to be ostracized. I want to be able to, be successful and feed myself and all that shit. And there's that next level where all of that dies, where it's like what the fuck is the point of this? It's like, I'm gonna die someday. What's the fucking point of this shit? It's like, who am I really? What's going on here? I don't want to go there. That's not in that next stage. Who am I really comes a little. I think would come on a little later.
Yeah.
But
It's something that leads. You're leading.
A lot of people would probably see this in their teenage years. Fuck this, man. I'm the rebel now. Fuck this. Everything that's this is stupid now. I gotta break away from it. I'm attempting to become an individual. I'm subconsciously attempting to become an individual. I need to break away from these things.
The chemical divorce.
Yeah, something like that. Some people might use those words. That should have been a home run, by the way.
Yeah, probably.
And then there's this, and then I would say somewhere, also part of the death stage, I would say, is something where you're questioning, what's it all about? What's the point of this thing, of life itself? To where people can fall into what this guy's saying, what Schopenhauer's saying, at least how I'm interpreting it, as, there's no greater meaning in life. You live, you die, and that's it. I'll consider that more of more of a malignant version of the death process. But we all get there, I think. We all should get there if you want to live a full, examined life, a full existential experience. You're going to want to hear those questions, at the very least. You don't have to really experience them, really. But, they're repeating the Michael Moore thing. Maybe we'll play some of that later. So yeah, you want to go through that. Oh my God. Now the problem is when you're in this sort of death stage is a metaphor, just saying. It's a metaphor. you don't quite want to get on the, get off the ride there. Let's put it that way. You don't want to stop and say, I figured it out in that death stage. Because then shit like this comes out. No offense to him. I'm not saying he's immoral for saying this, right, or believing this or anything like that. But you start reducing everything down to wherever your sort of consensus logic will take you, right? Your super ego version of logic, which usually falls into, materialist, atheist, scientific type stuff. It's like there's nothing beyond this biological life because we don't get to see anything beyond this biological life. They're animated, moving around, and then they're laying still and not moving. They're not breathing. Thus, that must be it. Also, using that logic in the sense of experience. What is your consciousness going through? So it's like, all I can see is the now, right? It's the now, and the now is always moving on, or the present, whatever word you want to use. I use the now. That's what I call it. It's the now. The now is always here. It's always there. I'm always in the now. Whatever happened, whatever I just experienced, like if I do this, it's a little sus if I do that, right?
Do what?
If I do this.
Wait. Do that. And do it.
If I do this, it's like...
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah.
Now when I'm like... Now if I say, yeah, I did that, but really that's in the past. It's imaginary. That doesn't exist anymore. It happened already. It's gone. The past is not real. It's gone. As I'm saying it's gone, it's gone. And that's like a simple, very, 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 very simple, basic observation.
Still have the experience,
But it's not the whole story, if you ask me. Because you want to move on to what I would call... You better hit with this motherfucker. You want to move on to what I call the life stages, where it's like, oh, fuck, I am here. Like, or even just simpler, I am. Once again, I have to use this woo-woo language because I can't show you happiness, right? There's no words that will, add up to happiness. All you'll hear is just words and words and words. I can't show you care in a jar. So I'm trying my best with metaphors. So there is this I am stage, in which case you see, it's like, oh, the past isn't just some psychological thing. It's not just your memory, right? Because then it would be, in a way, imaginary, because your mind... Your ego will change the past. You say, I could have swore that car was red. It's like, nah, man, it was blue. Here's the photograph. Fuck, my memory tricked me. It's because your memory, your quote-unquote memory, isn't the actual event itself, right? It's an echo of the event. But something did experience the actual thing. The you there. The you experienced that thing. So if you know the you thing, if you tap into the you thing, you can know that experience, not in your typical ego concept of the thing, right? Not the, I'm going to see it here. I see the blue car. I see the event playing out in front of me. Not like that, but what or who are you? Once you know that, then you get to experience the actual real thing. Thus, the past is not essentially imaginary in a way, or gone either. Because you were you then, and you're you now. There's your constant. Not your ego. The ego wants to create separation. The you is the constant. And now I'll shut up and hear your opinions on things.
It's too bad, Kant, right?
This guy? That's Schopenhauer.
No. I'm saying Kant.
Yeah.
They mentioned
Cunt.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I knew you were gonna do that. I think therefore I am thing. As far as
that's
just no.
That's Descartes.
My bad, Descartes. I'm sorry, Descartes. My bad.
Descartes.
This is the second time I've mistaken him for that. Anyway.
Who cares?
Yeah, I know. You got it wrong.
You should know his name.
Yeah, I know. It's it's I mean, that saying, you know, I think therefore I am. It's very interesting, right? How it applies to this, because it's more of a. Do you see how far that guy went with it? Even though the saying itself speaks volumes. Trying to prove my own existence. Oh,
Yeah.
I think therefore I am. Oh, the observables on the surface. It's like no.
But that's the only way you get anywhere as a philosopher.
It's a stepping stone for me.
I'm saying in the social context of it, that's the only way you get ahead as a philosopher.
Oh, okay.
You have to say something that everyone can look at and be like, oh, okay. They have to be able to understand it.
I got
But if you try to venture into something like happiness or things like that, you'll end up being they'll consider you like a yogi or what's the word? What do they call Sam Harris? A guru or something like that. Now you're in woo-woo land.
Yeah,
And
I like to.
you'll be either mocked or followed religiously,
I do not like
and they're both a
gurus.
problem.
I don't like gurus.
Yeah, you'll either be mocked or followed religiously,
self-help.
and both of those things are a problem.
The self-help guru.
I think.
Sacrifice yourself. It's like, what? Do you even know what that means?
Yeah. All right. I guess you guys were talking about sending troops to Saudi Arabia. Trump.
Yeah, fuck him.
Yeah, you guys are talking to each other. Vicious E says, the past is the most real and verifiable of all three time states. The present is too subjective. The future is completely imaginary until it's not. I disagree with you. But I'll disagree with you, but it's going to go into woo-woo land. And I don't quite want to go there yet.
Ooh, that.
Now, my idea of the self, the true self,
Backhand
some people call it the soul, whatever you want to call it. I consider there to be no time there. So past, present, and future are the same thing, essentially. Which is why I went on about the past and versus the present. Like, well, you were there, and you were here. It's like the you there is still a constant. That's why I probably said it like that. But on a... Yeah, you can make that case. When you're talking in like the ego sense of it, I consider the ego as like a filter between external content and internal content. A filter or a negotiator. I like the word negotiator because it's choosing what to pay attention to, right? You could be nervous, but your ego can be strictly paying attention to the person talking in front of you, the hot chick talking to you. But internally, you're trying to, knock away the nervousness. So I guess you can view the present as subjective. And as far as the past goes, your feelings would be more reliable than your ego, I would think. So it's better for your ego to tap into your feelings to tap into the past. That would be a better route to go rather than your ego trying to restructure the past and understanding an exact scenario. Anyways.
It's like the past doesn't exist. It's like, what's an experience?
No, stay there.
Oh, I'm not dumb enough to go.
Say that again?
It's like the past doesn't exist. Some people say it's like, what's an experience, dude? You know?
Yeah. Like, so you didn't exist then?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you did. Anyways, Ruben says Descartes said that animal cruelty was justified because they are not at human levels. Well, he was some might even consider him like the father of materialists. I would think.
Like, I'm not saying some of these dudes
I don't want to. That's not true. I'm not knowledgeable enough about these philosophers and all that shit.
I'm saying some of these dudes present like interesting,
Yeah,
like that is interesting. If he's the one that coined the whole "I think therefore I am" thing, that is interesting. Doesn't mean he wasn't an idiot to some degree. And what I mean by that is, see, on this level, this spectrum, very intelligent. Maybe on the moral spectrum, he was as I like to say very simply, stupid.
I like how Tessarian breaks them up into 3 different categories. As in how good are they on their metaphysical, on their psychological, and something else. It's like a 3-tier thing he had going. He says some are really good at this, but they suck over here.
Okay.
Or some are balanced in all 3 of them. That's how he sort of went about it.
Interesting.
And I don't mind that. But where else can you talk about Descartes and Allen Iverson's son?
I'm louder with Crowder.
Do you hear we caught the end of his live stream?
That fucking dude.
And he gives
Let me get petty real quick. That fucking hair with his fucking little thing, that little dick on it. Okay.
Don't give it away.
A little pseudo self-help fucking fear and love.
His nursery
Jesus
rhyme.
Christ, man.
Motivational speeches.
Oh, they're trash.
And granted, I'm being mean about it because all the other context I have about the dude. But if he was just some guy on the street saying this, I'd be like, you have no idea. But I get you're trying. Him, I just like, this guy's an asshole, so I give him no slack.
It's his track record, dude. You know, fear and love.
It's
like whatever. Another time.
Before I get lost again.
Ooh, that's a home run.
Who is that? Who's that?
Judge.
Let's go. Where am I at? Propaganda says, I sent you a 2-minute video Susie made we should debate on. Okay. DM me it. Alright, I got it. HS Max says, the past, present, and future are already determined most likely. We just don't know which simulation we happen to occupy. But we know the variables, at least enough of the variables. Simulation theory, look at that. That's simulation and simulacras. You must be a Matrix fan. Frosty Bucket says, yeah, let's watch that Susie clip. You goddamn it, propaganda. I bet everyone in the chat is just propaganda.
Just imagine, we have 1 million.
They based a movie on
we
me.
have 1
It was
million,
called Split.
We have 1 million subscribers.
Yeah, I know.
It's like first time ever at Comic-Con. YellBRo will appear. Oh God, we have 3 million subscribers finally. I know, James. I know. Maybe one day I'll be as good as you. Yeah, don't worry, Jordan. You'll get there. But one day. Anyway, now appearing YellBRo. Just one person in the crowd. Haha, you thought you had fans. It's been me all this time. One man with 10 million accounts. Yes. It's like the ultimate, oh, dude. It's like this one, reminds me of this one show. No, it's, what's it called? The Cable Guy. The Cable Guy, man.
Yeah. I was going to just say Split.
This is more fun.
All right. Dubs or Brian, I thought Descartes was mostly known for something with triangles. Isn't that Pythagoras or something like that? Whatever.
Sounds like a dragon.
Vicious E says, I actually agree. The future, present, and past are most likely one, unless you believe in multiple universes. Well, I'd look at more of the context of the individual. Like, you are one thing. Your ego splits you up into a million different things. Oh, I'm sad now. Oh, I'm happy now. I'm angry. Oh, I'm depressed. I did good. I did bad. Meanwhile, ignoring the I in every single one of those sentences. Just pay attention to moods and shit. To where it's almost like a split person is here.
I can only say for me.
Yeah.
You didn't go.
But I get what you mean. Ruben talking to Dubster. HS Max says, I think that Jesus fellow was the guy most famous for something to do with triangles. That's right.
Yeah, he did that thing where he gave bread to people in a triangular manner. Here, ready? Just pours wine on the ground in a triangle. Lick it.
That's right. Jesus opened his cloak and appeared. 1,000 club sandwiches cut into little triangles. He fed it to his followers.
Jesus was also for borders, if you didn't know.
And guess what happened? Judas doesn't like mayonnaise. We know what happened next.
Judas was a socialist. You know, Judas was against intervention. You know, Judas. Didn't Judas breathe? Maybe you shouldn't be breathing.
Dubster Bryan says, my math teacher kept teaching. It was Descartes, and I kept falling asleep. Scuff Warlord says, Descartes is one of the fathers of Western science. Yeah. And they took it. Might have went too far.
How would you feel about
Might have said Eureka, and then all downhill from there. In my opinion.
You are not the father.
Yeah.
HS Max says, how many fathers does Western science have? I don't know, but they should talk about that shit. It's a tough world for kids growing up with, multiple dads. Tough world.
Yeah.
Dubster Bryan says, to Descartes and Bill Nye. I remember Bill Nye, the science guy.
I didn't really watch him that much, but I remember him.
Well, I know he's like a little bit more famous now, as far as like he's still relevant in pop culture somehow.
You know why? I think it's because
but I knew him as a kid as a science guy.
That little nostalgia age, like where it was rampant, and then he appeared again. You got a Netflix show and all that.
He gave me a notification of when to fall asleep in class. That's right. Bill Nye the Science.
Christ.
He's on. You know you're good to sleep. The lights are going down. TV going on. Best time of year.
It's like I remember my teachers rolling out the VHS player on the TV with the wheels and shit. Okay, kids, we're gonna fuck off today. Ready?
Scuff talking to HS Mac. Ruben Garcia says propaganda is Q. Propaganda says Quinn Annan.
The cabal is now trembling in their boots as Trump and his big burly chest are waiting to take over.
Trump and his big burly chest.
Dude, all the pictures they show him in, it's like he lost weight. He looks like he's 40 years old, not like 70 something. Looks like he can bench like 3 times his own weight and shit. Trump and his 3% body fat. Now, fuck.
Dubster Bryan says Schopenhauer basic belief is you have a family, you're stupid, but you will do things for that to have a specific success. But if not, you will be the elite of knowledge, aka duhology. I disagree. Completely disagree with that.
How so?
Well, you can use like a simple cliche catchphrase thingy of it's not about how many hours you practice, it's about something like that. What is it? It's about how hard you work in those hours or whatever. Some fucking cliche shit like that.
It's like when I don't know.
Like what?
I'm just saying.
What attention are you giving to whatever you're doing? You can have a family and pay attention to the most important things possible. And then you can also be a scholar and not pay attention to the most important things. You could just be paying attention to whatever, grades or success, career.
I'd call it full care.
Yeah.
Like full care.
And you can be a dad and do that, and you can be an academic and do that. Look at that. Propaganda says, I have been trying to tell people, can't even convince the H-hand butts. I hate Sad Jordan. Susie video. Boys, I got chili peppers I'm going to make jelly with. Matthew 7:12, Jordan. That's where Q started it. Ruben Garcia says, H-hand was mostly used by alt-right races. Q is too pro-Israel for them. Propaganda says, that's where Q started H-hand. I was watching him the first couple months, then he lied a bunch.
Oh, dude, as soon as I saw the promo, I'm like, yeah, right. Fuck, we're gonna bring jobs here, not overseas. Like, what? The fuck did I just hear?
Tariffs on the Chinese.
Socialism will no longer be enacted. Trump and his big burly chest and his big forearms, mighty pythons, will now be in charge. They'll drain the swamp.
Dr. Brian says, look at Schopenhauer's reference to the word sage, or when he talks about monks. Okay. Scuffle says, Copernicus, Bacon, Newton are some of the other dads. Okay. Francis Bacon. I've heard that name. Know nothing about him, though. I've heard the name, though. Heard of Newton. And was someone commenting when we did the climate... Yeah. And someone commenting when we did the climate town hall. They had the name Copernicus. That's about as much as I know about the motherfucker. No offense to him. Just
I probably heard of him. Don't know who he is.
HS Max says, what about the fathers of northern, eastern, and southern science? Also, where are all the mothers and non-gendered parental guardians?
They were probably killed.
Yeah, they got murked.
Oh, John. Like, no, it's like, oh, Michael, what a great discovery.
Should we play this here?
Wait, you're Michelle? Get him out of here. Get her out of here. Put her in a pit. Oh, this? Yeah, if you want, go ahead.
It's the last week episode of Bill Maher with Crystal Ball and some guy who really pays attention to his hair.
I love the fact that her name is Crystal Ball.
Savage. It's kind of hot, too. She's kind of hot.
Oh, 100%.
Dubster Brian says, Q started on 4chan, but good try. Ooh, masculine and feminine instead. Maybe.
Hosed.
Propaganda says, CIA 70... Oh, are we fucking lagging? Or is it my phone?
Do something. Oh, you're lagging.
I am?
Yeah.
Shit. See, I can't tell because my fucking thing. Alright, I'm going to close this. Bear with me, guys. Are we
Your
back?
genetics are inferior, don't you see?
Bear with me, guys. I have to check something. I'm going to hide my personal info.
Can't you understand that Europe is better?
Can you read these while I'm doing this?
Which ones? I'm like, fuck.
Propaganda says CIA 72nd anniversary today.
Yeah. Yay, fuck them. HS Mac. We'll call you Mark.
Mark Asterisk.
Mark Asterisk, bitch. I liked 4chan. Pepe the Frog. Libertarianism. And libertarianism until I realized they had become some sort of weird vehicles for radical supremacists. What does that say? What is Mossad's original slogan? Says Dubster Brian. Eat your vitamins and say your prayers. And Hulkamania runs wild or something like that, right?
What?
He said, what is Mossad's original slogan? I said, eat your vitamins and say your prayers. And
it says, we'll be featured in the final season of Preacher on AMC. Right? The building where heaven and hell are going to debate or come to agreement about terms and shit, where Hitler represents hell and Jesus represents heaven. The name of the building's called Masada.
That's funny. Oh, you know,
Jewish guys made that show too.
You know, I started
Seth Rogen.
What was it? That show about
God damn it, propaganda! I know you're doing that on purpose.
Fuck, I don't remember the name of it. Some shit you try to fucking.
Propaganda does this on purpose.
What?
It's official now. He copies and pastes like Wikipedia and pastes it in the chat, so we have to read it.
He's a bitch.
Alright. Propaganda says Francis Bacon, first Viscount St. Alban, PCQC, was an English philosopher and statesman who served as Attorney General and as Lord Chancellor of England. His works are credited with developing the scientific method and remained influential through the scientific revolution. Propaganda also says, I love Facebook. It's like walking through an old mall that's about to close. You see people you used to know, and you wished you didn't.
Fuck. Wait, I got it. HS Max says, James is so awesome. I wish one day I could be like him. I aspire to be him. I don't think that's healthy, but good luck.
Quit fanboying HS Mac.
Ruben Garcia, what does Hulk Hogan
He's
think
not on the Mavericks.
Ruben Garcia says, what does Hulk Hogan think about Israel?
What was the thing I saw on the Opie and Anthony?
What?
It was Hulk Hogan like doing 9/11 or something.
Oh, yeah, the chair. He's hitting the towers and shit.
He gives like a big boot.
Yeah.
Leg drop.
That's
like,
fucked up.
Dubster Bryan says, "It is this deceit is essential in warfare. It is this deceit is essential in warfare." Sounds creepy enough for me to be some sort of secret agent organization. Sounds like it fits.
Oh, look, they're running away.
Pussies. They better fucking change pitches.
Or nothing.
We're talking about MLB The Show. 5th inning, too.
Yeah.
Have I proven myself? It's 4-0.
Trash-ass Red Sox. Oh, Kingme's here just in time. Trash-ass Boston Red Sox.
Oh, he's a Boston fan?
He's from Boston. Kingme says, Rashad Evans looks like a strawweight, gets dwarfed by small welterweights.
What did he say?
Rashad Evans looks like a strawweight, gets dwarfed by small welterweights.
Is that a porn video you looked up? I read an article that he said he might want to return. Like, don't do that. Like, you get touched and you're like out. I don't want to see that, man.
Yeah.
Like
yeah, but if he's, I don't know. Well, obviously, I want him.
If I showed you,
I hope it's because he loves fighting. That's first and foremost. I hope it's not just for money. Second of all,
well, he has a job. He had a job, and he was an analyst. I'm sure he's making plenty of money.
Yeah. And second of all, is he doing what Kingme's saying here? Like, I know Kingme's joking, but if he drops down in weight, do those punches do the same thing?
I'm gonna have to show you it.
No, I've seen what you're talking about, but he was fighting at 205.
Yeah, I know.
What if he dropped to 185 or 170?
Maybe.
Well,
hey,
I think Yoel hits his hardest anyway. And
Costa.
Yeah, I think they hit his hardest.
All I'm saying is, I remember that guy getting touched, and he would go out.
Gastelum hits hard.
Yeah.
Adesanya hits pretty hard.
And there's Whitaker too.
He'll just hit him so many times that it'll be overwhelming.
All I'm saying, like, those aren't small dudes.
Yeah.
By any means.
Propaganda says, see, we can even talk UFC. We're killing the game, son.
We're killing the game. We didn't come here to take part. We came here to take over.
Propaganda says, what's a pirate's favorite YouTube channel? Anything rated R.
No, anything rated. You gotta say it like this. Anything rated R.
Nah, you did that wrong.
It's left side.
Anything rated R.
No. You don't get the reference.
Oh.
It's SpongeBob.
Oh, okay.
Squidward's like, why couldn't the 11-year-old get into the pirate movie? He's like, I don't know why, because it was rated R. And no one laughed. He's like, no one laughed. You heard like the
yeah. Ruben Garcia, YouTube censors swearing and other vulgar language. That's why comments don't get seen. Oh, did HS Max say something?
He probably called me the F word.
Oh, I think that's what he meant. He probably said something before and you just can't see it. Yeah, that happens, guys. How am I doing it? I can read from here.
Yeah.
I usually just leave this closed.
Where you at?
Where you at? Scuffle order.
Okay.
Are the results of apartheid at Israel's election still in the air?
Ooh.
Last time I saw it was close. In fact, the other dude was in the lead by like 1 or something. I don't know how their fucking thing works, man.
I've been paying attention, really. You just told me about it the other day.
Yeah, it was like the TVs were reporting that it was a virtual tie, but this dude was like ahead by like one thing, whatever the thing is. I don't think it means one vote. It might be like one electoral point thing.
Shit.
Is there 2 outs?
Yeah.
Fuck.
He's hitting well.
Ruben Garcia says, is Benny Gantz really going to be the new president of the United States? That's the guy's name. And like, okay, people are clamoring about Netanyahu, right? But the dude that would win and replace him is like, isn't he like a general? Like an IDF like general or whatever, military dude?
Yeah.
It's like, what do you think his like ideas are?
I tell you this, military.
And that's what Chomsky was saying.
Yeah.
Chomsky or Galloway, one of those guys. Propaganda says, lay down and run away, James. YellBRo, Susie vid? We will get to your Susie vid.
Holy fuck, why don't you just take a seat and just, why don't you go suck on a pickle or something, you know what I mean? Sit down.
Kimmy says, Habib versus Kevin Lee.
I think
Yeah,
Habib
I think
will
you know our picks.
fucking probably maul him.
Oh, no.
Unless I would love to see the improvements he made with
That's what I was thinking last time.
TriStar. No, he went to TriStar Gym.
No, but before that, we watched Kevin Lee. I'm like, he has to change his thing. I think I picked him in that fight. I forgot against who.
Which one? We talking
His
about?
last fight was it against
who?
Iaquinta? No, not Iaquinta.
No, he got embarrassed that fight.
No, his last fight.
His last fight. Let's see.
So I was like, he has to do something, or he changed his game plan or something, and then he just ended up gassing out and getting the shit beat out of him. RDA.
It might have been RDA.
RDA?
It was RDA. He got submission arm triangle.
After he was like gassed out and
Yeah.
couldn't fight it anyways. So yeah, I got Habib in that fight until Lee
same.
proves himself differently. Dubster Brian, Trump got Ukraine to investigate Biden's son for a deal he did with Ukraine. Equivalent example would be internal affairs investigating internal affairs. Yeah. But why is he doing that? I don't know why he would do that. I think wouldn't he want Biden there? Like, this will hurt Biden, so just keep Biden around. You want that guy to win. You should tell your supporters to vote, and your supporters in open states, tell them to vote for Biden.
Well, leave them no other option, you know.
Yeah.
Or you talk about him enough and someone else enough, and leave someone else out of the equation.
Do what Devil Boy does. Stick, sex, and hammer. He tells his supporters, hey, vote Biden if you're an open state. That'll be an easy win for Trump.
That dude's a dumbass.
Fuck conscience. The fuck is that? Fuck that shit. HS Max says, how do YellBRo and off-camera dude know each other?
Are you really a mark?
Weird. What are you, like a narrator watching from the outside? It's like, Anyways.
Hold on. I got you. We don't know each other.
He winked.
I mean, blinking? Yeah, I blinked.
That sounds really sus now.
I blinked?
No, I said you winked. Now it's like, okay, what does the wink mean? Now it's like, it's kind of sus.
What does no mean? Knowing.
No with a K. Gotcha. Kingme says, I'm gonna go for a man bun. Would you consider that?
Not worth it.
As long as you leave Boston.
What was it? Maybe 2 years ago, I had my hair down to my shoulders. No thanks. Not again. I'm good. That shit was more maintenance. No thanks.
How you name yourself after a gun with a man bun?
How you name yourself after a gun with a man bun? It's like, ugh.
Propaganda. It will be a coalition government in Israel with Bibi in power. Netanyahu is facing charges. Yeah, but
What else is new?
I mean, people complain about that within the country.
They'll get away with it.
But we've had plenty of politicians, fucking criminal histories.
Like someone convicted George Bush.
Like Hillary Clinton was almost your president.
Yeah.
Now, imagine the laundry list of crimes she's just, like, straight up on paper have been caught with, to some degree.
What if we didn't have, like, 4 terms? I mean, my bad, that's stupid. 4 years as a term.
Yeah.
What if there was no limit? You know what I mean? Not 4 terms. 2 terms.
H.S. Mac, do y'all think there's such a thing as a perfect haircut? Discuss. Really? That's what you care about?
Personal preference. Boom. There you go. And what constitutes like personal preference? Probably an individual. What constitutes an individual without the idea of like extreme social conditioning, where you'd probably be conditioned to believe that something is better as opposed to something else that you might like more than something that could be subject to your peers. Oh, they want this. I'll look good only if I have a man bun. Blah 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 blah. There you go. There's the answer. All right.
Is someone expressing themselves? That's where I go.
The thing I usually say is just rock out your cock out, and you can never go wrong. You know? Not literally. Florida man gets arrested by rocking out with a cock out. Says YellBRo told him to do it.
Dubster Bryan says, but when Israel holds corruption charges on their president, he can't find a judge not in the deal with him.
Maybe
Can't find a judge not in it. Okay. Biden Jr. had a deal in business with the president of Ukraine, which was part of the revolution they had. I do not remember the details. I know very little about that. I remember hearing that, but not really looking so much into it.
I was gonna say maybe Netanyahu just had a like Ben, is it true? Did you lie? Well, I have my case right here. Behind him, there's a chalkboard, whatever the fuck, with a black what do you call it? Sheet on it. Just pulls it down. It says no, they are lying.
Hopefully
Iran lied. Iran lied. It's like, who the fuck is gonna believe this shit? He'll just do that in court if he's ever
He's like going over his presentation. He's like, make it bigger. There we go. Take up the wall.
He pulls the curtain. I am not guilty. Big bold letters on a presentation and shit. Ooh, Clint. Another base hit.
Goon Squad.
Propaganda says, LOL, off camera, dude. You're off camera. Huh, get it? Ruben Garcia, Tim Fool saying he's considering voting for Biden to get the Democrats back to normacy. Whoa, what the fuck? What?
We've heard that.
Oh, no. I'm
I've
recent.
Heard, at least
normalcy.
I've heard that. Yeah.
Goes eerily hand in hand with Sticks telling his audience to register as Democrat and vote for Biden. Well, Tim Pool, I think he's a corrupt motherfucker. I think he's corrupt. I think
we actually have a video ready of Tim Pool.
Yeah.
But we'll play that after the Susie Dawson.
That dude will pander to one side in order to keep getting paid. I think that dude's earning 6 figures a year by making horrible, lazy. Well, I'm not gonna call it lazy. I think it's no, actually,
it's lazy.
Yeah,
it's
my
bad.
bad.
It's not even well-made propaganda.
It's not well-made propaganda to push across a narrative that's gonna appease the people, the Trump fans that he's trying to talk to. It's shitty. He's reading some sort of article that doesn't prove his point. Listen, they're wrong.
I know.
It's what? Constantly contradicts himself. He is the worst.
I'm hot. I'm cold.
I got him ranking at number 1.
Vote red.
I
Vote
got
blue.
Crowder at number 2, and maybe Bill O'Reilly's number 3. Maybe. Just because that epic performance during the Iraq War years.
All right.
Listen, tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that. What?
Dubster Bryan's propaganda says they are both YellBRo. That's right. Dubster Bryan says North Korea has only 13 haircuts for men, and I think it is 8 haircuts for women. I saw that in a documentary. Fuck.
Man,
I don't know enough about it.
It's probably because they don't know how to, maybe it's
they're just trash at it. just put a bowl on their head and cut around it.
We don't know anything else.
Remember those? Put a bowl on the head.
Yeah.
Just cut around it. Bowl cut.
Yeah. Never happened to me.
Oh, he's hoes.
I know.
Ruben Garcia. People keep saying that Biden is dropping in the polls, but he still keeps leading in all the polls. Yeah, but I think it's illusionary. I really do.
They're like this.
I think it's I think it's name recognition. They're taking name recognition and saying, "Oh, that's a support for Biden right there."
Oh, shit.
Foul. And they're like, they go up to people and they're like, I don't know who I'm voting for. Like, whose name do you know? I heard of Joe Biden. That's one for Biden.
Jesus Christ.
Maybe. Either that or it's just fucking rigged. I can't see any way. Like, every day this dude's, like, trending, or there's a meme about him, or he gaffes, or he gets in front of like, national TV and gets called out or does something stupid.
Yeah.
Every single time. It's without fail has happened every single
yeah.
time. I said, when we watched the climate thing, I can't wait to see this shit. This is the most entertaining thing ever.
He was bleeding. His dentures falls out.
Yeah.
He contradicts himself.
Some dude says,
Castro Rex.
Some dude says, you promised not to take money, but you're going to this meeting tomorrow night. On national TV. During the debates, he stops himself short.
Time's up.
He misremembers things. I'm not even talking about,
He doesn't campaign.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about the political savvy type that are
think
watching for everything.
Think of
It's
it like
just,
this.
Fuck.
The next time you see him leading in the polls, just think of it like, Superheroes Inquiry says, according to the polls, Aquaman is everybody's favorite hero. It's like, what? No. That's what the polls say.
According to the
Like where? Who?
According to DC polls, Suicide Squad was better than the Avengers. See, 51% for. Anyways, HS Max says, from a purely practical perspective. Ruben propaganda talking to Ruben. All right. HS Max says, from a purely practical perspective, isn't a shaved or closely trimmed haircut the best in the most circumstances? It's what the military likes. I think it'd also be best for when robots impregnate us.
Well, it's almost winter, John. I'm probably just going to shave my head. It's almost winter.
Fuck.
This dude got the dentist accuracy. So.
Propaganda says the name Jordan can refer to several things. The origin of the name is Hebrew, Yarden, meaning one who descends or to flow down.
Pause.
That's right.
Hell no.
What?
No, that's mega sus.
No, it's
one
not.
who descends?
Crystal Ball knows what I'm talking about.
No, she doesn't. She told me.
Ruben talking to Propaganda. Propaganda says the form found in Western names comes from its Greek, from Lordanes, or from the King of Air, MJ. The non-pedophile one. It just Max says Tom Pool says whatever Republicans want to hear. You mean Tim Pool?
Tom Pool.
Let's call him Tom Pool for now. Propaganda in Arabic, it is Al-Udruna in Hebrew, Yarden in Greek, Lordanes in Latin, Jordanus in Italian, Giordano in Spanish, Jordan in Portuguese, Jordayo. Originally a male given name, but in later centuries it was also a common given name for girls.
Mad fucked up.
As a given name, the English form is unisex or androgynous. How about that?
It's like in the language slave owner. It's
Propaganda talking to Ruben. Fucking propaganda. I think you're slick. Just fucking copy and paste in Wikipedia. Ruben Garcia says, don't you guys ever wonder why Biden is always leading in the polls by so many points despite being the obvious worst of the Democratic candidates? Yeah, he is literally the worst of all of them. You'd rather be boring than Joe Biden as a candidate.
That's a pop-up.
To some degree. Propaganda says equilibrium. The movie is pretty good. Christian Bale.
Yeah, I liked it.
Ruben talking propaganda. HS Max says Tim Pool is like the right's Dave Rubin or Candace Owens, but for young, angsty white dudes instead of gays or blacks.
He's just a fucking opportunist, man. That's what
Yeah.
I view him as, and I view those dudes as fucking scum.
I'll read these, then we'll get to the Susie Dawson video, and then we'll get to this funny-ass clip of Tim Pool.
It's like someone... I support Tulsi Gabbard. Oh, so you're aware of her anti-war...
I have black friends.
Yeah, I know.
Ruben Garcia, CIA are Atlanticists, and so is the EU.
Oh, shit. No.
I don't know what that means. I never heard that before.
Don't. It's a home run.
Nope. Not with the Goon Squad over.
No, he's getting taken out. Oh, another star I gave up a home run.
What?
Another star I gave up a home run. Yeah.
Propaganda says that is a lie about North Korea. YellBRo. Boy goes to the DPRK and proves it wrong. I've also heard of Ava Bartlett saying that it's not quite like that in North Korea. And it's a lot of propaganda. Scuffle Order says there was like a 80,000 march in Berlin inspired by Greta Thunberg, whatever her name is, for a climate action to be taken today. Oh, okay, the girl. The like 16-year-old girl doing the climate shit.
Good for her.
Yeah, it's dope. Hopefully it doesn't go to her head. HS Max says Crystal Ball is sexy. I'm staring at her cleavage right now. I'm staring at her Cleveland right now.
I was just about to say Cleveland.
It ain't enough. She should just slap everyone in the room and say, shut up and listen. Your audience needs to hear this because they're not going to hear it here. I noticed this will be my last appearance, but at least I got to slap you little pieces of shit around.
Let's be real, it wouldn't be her last appearance.
Fucking Mr. Muppet. Mr.
Oh,
Muppet
there
with a
goes.
goatee. Ding, ding,
You might be
ding.
the player of the game, dude.
Damn right.
Well, you might be. Yeah, you might be. That home run was pretty big.
Dubster Brian says, my full name means noble leader. Interesting. Or noble builder. Ah, there it goes. Right back to that GM scenario, right? Are you the CEO or are you the worker?
My full name means James. Bet you didn't know that, did you?
Propaganda says,
That was one of the wackest home runs I've ever hit.
what are you talking about?
You'll see.
Where it went?
Just how it was hit.
Propaganda says, Bolton, like Bannon, will be behind the scenes. Maybe. He might put himself out there to help get Trump get reelected. You know, just be out there like, oh, yeah, he's going against all my war tactics. He really is anti-war, man. He hates everything I was trying to do. I was really trying to blow up the world, and he stopped me.
Fuck. See?
Backspin. I'll call it backspin, so I feel better.
Okay.
Dubs Brian says Russia wants Biden to win. Probably not. They probably want Tulsi Gabbard to win.
Ooh. Actually, my bad. It would have been a home run.
It's backspin. All right.
It
It's
would've
a
been.
windy night.
Nah, it would have been a home run, dude. Ah, shit.
Backspin. And
No, your
windy.
bat move, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Real life, it's a home run.
Where is that? HS Mac. I forgot what my full name means. They took it away and gave me a number.
Fuck.
God damn. You really are an Elon Musk like dungeon. Anyways.
Especially the Democratic Party comes off as being full of shit.
But centrism.
Ooh.
But there isn't really a centrist. Centrism is Joe Manchin. We have lots of centrists in the Democratic Party. Am I
You
right?
just called a Joe Manchin is full of shit. So what do you think people who support that kind of candidate is going to do in this next election cycle? They're not coming home to you.
They don't like that kind of candidate.
They're going to hang with Trump.
He's considered,
The better the devil
he's
knows
okay
who
enough.
respects me and doesn't call
Come on, Freddie. Come on, Freddie. Come on, Freddie. Run it. Run.
It's not about centrism. It's who is going to fight for American democracy, who is going to stand up against this corrupt administration. The only
It's 3-on-1, really.
visceral energy right now that is building a movement, and we see it in the polls, is Elizabeth Warren. And to your point, Bill,
Yeah,
if the
right.
primaries show
He went deep, too?
that the polling says that Biden is the best guy to beat Trump, then Biden's going to win the
I know, I did see that.
The fact that they haven't impeached him with just the things he's
Oh,
done
okay.
in the last few weeks. I started this.
I thought it was
last
the
week
end of the
last week,
inning.
too.
It was on
Let's talk about this guy. I mentioned the fact that he was seizing.
Anyways. Ruben Garcia says, I'm pretty sure that anyone still watching Bill Maher at this point are rich hacks.
We're just ignorant people. We don't know his probable true motives.
It's, what do you say? Guys who know the names of, like, the league leaders in all the sports and shit. Like, yeah, I know who Mike Trout is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I know about LeBron James. But they don't know anything about, like, hey, that's PJ Tucker. You know who that is? That's a random role player. But, oh, there's Brett Gardner. He's a little more than a role player. But.
He was in the beginning of his career, then he became an everyday player. Now he's more of like a...
All right, there's Nick Markakis. There's that guy.
He plays every day.
And he's, like, not a name everyone's going to fucking know.
No.
The Orioles and the Braves, it's like, how many people know that guy? Outside of baseball fans.
No. Not a lot.
So...
Not
That's what Bill Maher is in politics, I think. I'll show you the video ended. Elizabeth Warren speaks in New York City.
Elizabeth Warren needs to go back to the library where she crawled out of.
They're going to really try to elect her, man. Bernie people better be like, fuck no. That's you, HS Mac.
Who the fuck is that?
I don't know.
It's like
New Yorkers. We're New York.
I'm about to say
I'm
something.
so New York. That's who they are.
It's like, shouldn't you be voting for Yang?
All right, let me read this.
It's a joke. Calm down. Calm down.
Propaganda says, my full name is QAnon. Scuffle Alert says, why are there over 80,000 anti-war marches, anti-chemtrail marches? What? Or do you mean, why aren't there? Oh, wait. Why are there never 80,000, people, anti-war marches, anti-chemtrail marches?
Because I don't think enough people know.
Anti-GMO marches, says Ruben. Well, Andrew Yang wants to implement chemtrails to fight climate change.
Yeah, no.
HS Max says we can't see the video. Well, I wasn't playing a video. That's just playing on over here on the side.
They want to hear my messed up joke. Shouldn't you be voting for Yang?
Dubster Brian says we are not a democracy. We are a republic.
Guys, come on, math. like that dude's not that little slogan of his. That little slogan of his and that fucking button is not helping him. And you got all these online people who happen to be Asian who are supporting him. It's like, and what's her name? Paget, my fault. Honestly, I'm like, I forgot her name. I'm not just supporting him. I'm not just supporting him because I'm Asian. Okay, fine. But I am seeing a lot of his supporters as far as as far as the internet. I mean, YouTube community. A lot of these people are Asian, but they're saying they're not. Like, guys, is there some sort of bias here? No, he has the best policy. It's like, okay, well, how is it better than Bernie's policy?
I'm gonna be real with you. They're rich Asians.
Rich Asians, my fault.
Anyways,
30 million subscribers and whatnot, right? Right? What was his name?
Yeah, that one dude.
The Pill Podcast, whatever the fuck it is.
Anyways, Propaganda says, y'all,
I'll backhand you.
I'm making pancakes. Sorry you can't be here. Dubs Ryan says, Canadians. I know, right?
You don't want your maple syrup.
Susie Vid is coming up, Propaganda. Be patient. The Bill Maher video was played off screen somewhere. Right now, Elizabeth Warren, her New York rally thing is going. It just makes us kind of off topic, but I wish we could abolish silent letters. What the heck is Bill Maher? Just make your name Bill Maher. Bish. I blame the Brits.
Why does it seem like Warren's going to be carried out on some sort of like fucking, you know, thing with a giant, like some sort of like platform with a like fucking crown and shit? She's going to appear through those two pillars and shit. You know what I mean? Is that a podium?
That's NYU, man.
Oh, really?
That's like a
architectural
architectural
I didn't notice.
arch thing. My friend went there.
Okay, I see it now. I don't like it though. See, how come you're elevated above everybody?
Because I want to play this video.
Okay, fuck it.
Probably gonna. Or are you scared to play HBO? Yes, I'm scared to play HBO. That's why I played the audio. Scuffroller says Yankstein love Israel a long time. Fuck. You guys are so racist. You and James. You and Fleshlight.
How can I be racist if I do it to everybody? Pause.
Dubs Brian says, do any of you guys watch Fitz or Swagger Souls? I don't know what that is.
Neither.
He also says, in England, the word color is spelled color. Weird. It's still color. Yeah, I know. They're a bunch of sissies over there, though.
Isn't that Canada?
That might be Canada, too. Just a stupid metric system. Fucking idiots.
How does it feel to be in the 90s?
Don't you want to count by 12s instead of 10s? Let's be real about it.
You go to Canada, like, what's a flat screen? They'll have the TV with the backs to them and shit.
All right. Here I go. I'm going to play this video now. This is from Susie Dawson. Susie 3D on YouTube. Make sure I show this. See that? Susie 3D. Name of the video is How Do Intelligence Agencies Destabilize a Target Country? Hashtag 1v5i short. Alright, it's going to be 2 minutes long. Here we go. Real quick, Fitz and Swagger Souls are comedy gamers on YouTube and Twitch. Okay, I've never heard of them though. Here we go. Loud. Sorry, that's loud.
Three pillars of society, and one was the financial, one was the police, and one was the government. And these three pillars are in a house formation. And on.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to rewind a bit because it's not showing up on full screen the way I want it to. Yeah, we're gonna use this one instead.
God.
There we go. There we go. Play it this way.
Three pillars of society, and one was the financial, one was the police, and one was the government. And these three pillars are in a house formation. And on the bottom, the foundation of the house is information. And information was the only factor that had the capacity to bring down all three pillars. And they said that each pillar on its own could fall and the structure could remain. So you could have a total financial crash, but the police state, the security state and military, and the government combined would keep the house up. You could have, lose your military force, but still the financial and the government is enough to rebuild that, as we've seen in many states that have had to rebuild their security forces. We could have lose the prime minister has to sit down, the government is dissolved, but you still have the police and military security state, and you still have the financial role that the house stays up. But the information pool at the bottom, when you threaten that information pool, you place all three pillars in jeopardy, and that was the counterinsurgency doctrine. The CIA would use that doctrine to destabilize a country. They would use information warfare to destabilize those three pillars that are holding that society together. WikiLeaks is using information to destabilize those who would destabilize the society, if that makes sense to you. It's like they are almost like the inoculating force. WikiLeaks is like the inoculating force to the virus.
Good. I'll leave that on screen. Check it out at oneversus5i.com. You can also donate there. oneversus5i.com/donate. Propaganda, did you do this video? Did you edit this video, motherfucker? I'll leave that on screen. Alright, I couldn't tell if I was lagging or not. I'm getting the fucking circle thing.
No, you're not lagging on my thing.
Alright, whatever.
Ooh, strike out the
What do you
side
guys-
to end the game.
What do you guys think? That makes fucking sense to me.
I didn't pay attention.
You just, it almost reminds me of like Game of Thrones. When, let's say like Littlefinger's little messages he sends around. That's right, Littlefinger.
I know you're a piece of shit when that's your like nickname.
Or Viserys. No, that's his nickname because of where he's
I know.
from. I'm a Game of Thrones connoisseur, you see.
You know you're a piece. I don't care where you're from. You know you're a piece of shit. Your name is Littlefinger.
Lord Peter Baelish. But yeah.
I remember him from 12 rounds.
So imagine them like him. I think the dude's name's Viserys, the bald dude without the dick. They call him like the spider or some shit like that. They pass information all around. Like imagine if one of the things got intercepted and replaced with something else. It's like, oh, you can destabilize an entire region with that.
They said we need more power. Sorry, what?
Mr. Killer Mike needs to make a diss track for this one.
At this rate, everyone who plays 140 games is going to strike out at 140 or 50 times. This is bad. This guy probably has the most.
We're turning it around now.
Oh, no.
We're turning it around. He only had 12 Ks, I think.
Oh, yeah, man.
Fucking trying to fuck with the goon squad, man. Shit happens, man. Shit goes missing sometimes.
Dude, I'll embarrass you. I'll expose your ass, balls. Oh, let's see how he's doing in the minors. Nothing.
He didn't play yet?
He's like, I've been through some stuff. Been through some hard times.
Scuffler says ACAB. I don't know. Propaganda says this video is why YellBRo is so important. You should probably give credit to people that made the video. Unless you were part of it. That's too much bragging. Do a humble brag and say, I may have done something, but I don't know. As long as the word gets out. That's a humble brag. Do that. Tubbs Brian says, YouTube confession of an economic hitman. It is related to this video, but it's long. Yeah. We've seen plenty of that shit. I remember seeing that way back in the day. What was it on? Democracy Now! The dude did an interview? No. I heard about him from Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist had an interview with him or something.
That's where I got him from.
Yeah. Propaganda says, I think if we take down the MSM, the mainstream media, we win. If people read the truth and invest in YellBRo. You can invest in us by going to Devon's Journey to Recovery. The GoFundMe link is down there. But we won't make any money off of it. But you are investing in us when you do that. Trust me. HS Max says, Littlefinger is my ninja. Littlefinger is my rap name. I hated that guy, but he was a good character.
Oh. Littlefinger?
Lord Peter Baelish.
I love to hate him.
He has a little bit of Stephen Molyneux in his voice, right? A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. A little bit.
Trust me. He has that annoying look.
Sansa, you must believe me. I'm Peter Baelish.
Alonzo hit 50.
Scuffle Alert says the ruling classes tremble at a communistic revolution. I think they're afraid of righteousness more than anything. Systems they can squash, no problem. Like we just saw in the video. You just send out pieces of information and destabilize any type of movement you have going on. So that the people down below, to them, probably look like ants, right? And they're high risers. All I have to do is feed them information. Like, hey, look, this is what happens when communism happens. Look, 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 look. And now you have just normal people fighting you. Thus, you never even get to reach those motherfuckers in the skyscrapers. That's why you stick to righteousness, not systems or teams or logos and shit. Logos. Dubster Brian says, never forget the book of Esther. You said that before, right? Frick. My memory is not helping me. Propaganda says, play the Susie video I made. I sent it to you. Propaganda, I swear to God. It is not fair. Things freezing. Help this Kiwi journalist fight back. Gotcha. It is explaining her new campaign. Okay. HS Max says, YellBRo, in all caps, of course. Please turn the dial of ideas to the hot position. The freak is it? Oh. My speaker's not feeling very well. What does that mean? Is that code for something?
What?
Turn the dial of ideas to the hot position.
I don't know. Probably some messed up shit.
It's hot. It's cold. Music. Just a little bit.
It's not that I hate it. It's I only can listen to it at certain times.
Just a little bit. Vicious E says, I don't think the government's problem is information so much as infrastructure. Yemen can take credit for a missile attack, and the government blames it on Iran. That's more of basic corruption. Yeah, but I think they've learned something when you just keep repeating it over and over again, and you have your little shills out in public who pretend to be normal citizens, repeat it over and over again. Like, you know, Glenn Beck. Clearly it's Iran on repeat.
What was that?
We on fire.
Yeah.
There's 3 different songs for when pitchers enter the game. That's one of them. I get what you're saying, Viciously, but information is definitely a part of that. And the most important thing is conditioning, because if people never question what's in front of them, it's like, how you can ever gonna get past that? They can just control them with anything. HS Max says, I love Littlefinger. Might be the smartest person on the show, but it had some bad circumstances. Chaos is a ladder. Tyrion was great too. They killed the cunningness of both characters in that last season. That was so fucking trash. So trash.
Yeah.
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna plug my charger into the speaker.
As far as that goes, I didn't even watch it. I can't watch this bullshit. Glaber just got to base it off of me. Are you host? Are you? Nope. If these dudes ran at it with like it was like their life depended on it, I think they'd hose more people.
So yeah. I mean, Littlefinger was a good villain for a while, but you know. I mean, that was alright. That was an okay twist. That they were that Arya and Sansa were plotting against him the whole time. That's okay, but just the rest of it just overwhelmed me with shittiness.
Sucked.
What was that, season 7 where they killed Littlefinger?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I didn't watch season 8.
Season 7 was so rushed. That should have took time.
The bird got there in 2 minutes.
That should have took a little bit more time before they killed Littlefinger, because he was a good villain. Dubster Brian says Tyrion managed his value better than Littlefinger. That was the writers that saved Tyrion. It wasn't Tyrion that saved Tyrion. Right? Wasn't he the one who told Viserys, the bald dude? He was the one who told the bald dude about Jon Snow being the real king or the real heir. And it's like, yet Tyrion ends up getting out of jail and being whatever, the hand to the king.
Yeah.
And Jon Snow ends up beyond the wall.
I'm
sent out into fucking the wild. If you want. It just maxes. I mean, Tyrion was born into the richest family in the world. Littlefinger was a self-made man, but both were great. Okay.
Oh, you hit a home run.
That's right. Dag nabbit, that's right. Damn it, Freddy.
I know. Too many strikeouts. Actually, I should fix this.
Dubster Brian says Littlefinger had less adversity, so it was expected.
What? What happened?
Littlefinger had less adversity, so it was expected.
What's expected?
I guess his death. Propaganda says, look at North Korea. They lost all their infrastructure and still were not defeated. Yeah. Oh, that's actually a good point. Dubster Brian says, and the last season screwed everything as well. Yeah. H.S. Max says, Littlefinger was one of the good guys. Ha, 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 ha.
I remember this YouTube video I saw. Why Tyrion Lannister was right.
I know.
It's like, what?
You fucking fanboys. Like, God damn, what happened to good and evil?
Guys, you know, like in these movies, these guys die. Like, there's nothing like, they're not, then they don't become like a martyr or anything, you know? It's like in a way, it's like somewhat of a message, like,
Dubster Brian says, when I get you to a hermit country and you kill for dissent, you lost the battle.
We need to root out corruption with big structural change.
Propaganda is saying that's...
Says Warren.
Propaganda is saying it's propaganda.
I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
You're skipping my music. All right. Fisher Z says Christians.
Do you really want us to get taken down?
Just let the mid-inning music play.
Gotcha.
Curious. Fisher Z says Christians have the same access to information as atheists. They come to different conclusions based on values and pressures, not information, in my opinion.
Wonderful sounds of pain.
Okay, I get what you're saying. It's not the content itself, but it's sort of the flavor that comes with the information, right? Because now we're playing. Now it's like a word game. So that's interesting. So if I can, let's say, because someone could probably get atheists to go to war and Christians to go to war with, like, you know, using two different styles of the same information, basically. Like, Muslims are here to...
I believe there was a... What was it?
Hold on real quick. Like, Muslims are here to attack us because, you know, they're blasphemers. They're like Glenn Beck was doing. Glenn Beck literally did this. It's the caliphate and the 12 imams. It's their religious drive to end Christianity and take over the world. And you can appeal to the atheists, like, these Muslims are crazy religious people that want to take over the world. And it's like, we need to end this thing because it's this religious fanaticism that'll attract an atheist like Sam Harris and Christopher Hitchens and those type. And then it attracts the religious who think this is some sort of holy war. We need to defend Christianity.
Yeah, you know, at the same time, right? Like, I believe Christians have fought each other in wars. Christians. In the past.
H.S. Max says atheists haven't come to a conclusion, though. That's their point.
No, I've heard some of them say they know there is no such thing.
Yeah, don't be too biased.
So, if you look at it, what?
subs like a mofo. We get subs and then losing them as soon as they go through the rest of our videos. So. We gain them, then we lose them. Fisher Z says, atheists don't value conclusions as much as theists.
Oh, look at Frazier hitting a home run.
Damn right. Goon Squad. Goon Squad.
Yeah, they said.
Atheists don't value conclusions as much as theists. I disagree with you. Like if you look at a guy like Dawkins, man, who's like obsessed with ridding the world of religion, he's very religious about getting rid of religion. He really thinks that's the root of all evil or something, or at least it seems that way. Granted, he knows shit about true reason and true spirituality. Anyways, H.S. Max says, y'all some little finger haters. Put some respect on his name.
I ran out.
I said he's a good villain. But he's good at it. He's like Cersei. Cersei's a great villain as far as like writing and shit like that.
Shame.
Doesn't mean, but it's a good thing I don't like them.
Shame. Shame.
And they ruined her hard.
Oh, yeah.
She died from a pile of rocks.
Well, it's not like they meant anything. It's just
rocks fell on you.
There's no symbolism there. There's no nothing. Just rocks. Boom, dead. Yeah.
H.S. Max says it's arguable atheists value conclusions way more than theists, which is why they're not so quick to reach them. It's a battle of perspectives. I bet it all comes down to individuals rather than putting people in groups and saying this. As like my Dawkins thing I said. Propaganda. Play the Susie video I made. I'm getting that propaganda. Scuffle Order says, maybe some idealized version of an atheist, but in reality, most atheists are indistinguishable from Christians. New atheism is just an edgy form of Christianity. Interesting. I mean, that was said back in the day. That was the word to use, dogmatic. And people would look at these materialist atheists the same way. Upster Brian says, a real Christian believe Jesus' words and do as he did. But remember, Emperor Constantine wrote that book.
That's why I don't think real Christians would do as he did. They would be themselves. So.
Well, they'd follow their good conscience. How about that?
It's like, Jesus, I will follow you. No, that is why you cannot be.
Like, oh, I get the gist of what he's saying. I'm just going to, follow something similar to that, my own version of it or something. H.S. Max says, if atheists are indistinguishable from Christians, and all humans are indistinguishable from each other, and distinction is meaningless to even bring up.
Says who?
I get you guys are speaking in general terms, and I get what H.S. Mack is saying as a counterpoint to that, which is why I bring up the individual thing. Scuff says, how do you make that jump? Well, you read your words, read them literally, and then made a counterpoint to it, I would say. Alright, let me look at this fucking thing. It's Jimmy Dore and Susie Dawson. Let me see. I need this. Talks amongst yourselves.
Text. I'm gonna expand the military budget to 24477. I'm just saying she's talking about corruption, but she ain't gonna say why she. I haven't heard her say anything about why she voted to expand Trump's military budget.
What?
Elizabeth Warren.
Text to fight. Okay.
Did you do that when you voted to expand his military budget?
For those with money and connections, and doesn't work for much of anyone else. That's corruption, plain and simple, and we need to call it out for what it is.
Oh yeah, you will.
That's not corruption, by the way. That can just happen sometimes. It's like there's people on the other side of the island we didn't know about. So when we were gathering up all these resources for ourselves, we didn't know they existed.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. Yeah.
Can't what?
I don't know. It's like you shouldn't use words like that.
What?
Like corruption, and use it in like a.
What did I say that?
No, her.
Oh.
Like in a Plato type way. Not Plato, the philosopher. I mean Play-Doh, like the kids'
You just call it
toy
silly
thing.
putty or something.
Whatever. It's not so malleable like that.
We can't see anything we want to see.
But you can do that at the same time. It's just a word. But this is the mirage of a moral, righteous leader. That's what I think.
Mm.
And I'm not saying she's bad. I'm just saying she doesn't know what good is to even be calling out corruption. Like, if corruption had a face and a voice, be like, ho, 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 you? Be doing some shit like that.
It's like, is that a mirror? No, go away. No, no, no. Ah!
It already ran from me. It's pussy.
The fuck is that in your leg then? Pause.
What?
It's crawling corruption. Oh, it's just your skin. Of course. How could I not see it before? The Europeans have warned me of such things.
H.S. Max says, whenever I read Emperor, I can't think of anything but penguins.
Oh.
That's a weird thing.
Penguins are
Is that a
cool,
sexual
man.
thing?
No. Emperor penguin? You never heard of an emperor penguin?
Ah, nah.
Penguins are cool, man.
I thought it was like, one of those stores where you go to the back room that's behind the curtain.
No.
I'm just playing. I just made that up. Dubster Brian, we only get 200 characters, while the Bible is how many pages? A lot.
This many.
Dubster Brian says, we can't see anything. I was just turning it. If you're talking about Elizabeth Warren, it's on another computer over here. It's, I just turned the volume up a bit. Anyways, Scuffle Order says, who said Christian were necessarily quick to come to their conclusions? I don't know.
You're behind it.
Well, depends on who. Once again, it comes down to an individual thing, right?
Mm.
If they leap to the conclusion that God does everything, God did it, then that's a leaping to a conclusion, right? Or a quick one. Propaganda says, text James to 1010 for free Warren voice impressions.
You want to hear my Warren impression?
Go ahead.
I will implement Medicare for all. We need to defeat Trump.
My voice is a little hoarse from... I've been practicing Bernie's speech for 3 hours straight.
I can see she's going bald.
I've been reciting Bernie's policy for 3 hours.
Her shoulders are rounding forward,
It just Max says the Bible and religion in general is like really old human operating system. You know how some folks still use dial-up and Yahoo email addresses? Because it still works, damn it.
I have a Yahoo email.
I might have one. Dubster Brian. Well, it is a manual to run a country successfully. The Bible, I mean. I don't know about that. I think it was meant for... If it was people really writing about spirituality, I think it was meant for something bigger than government or a country or anything.
Mm.
It's about how an individual should run themselves in a way. Not how to run themselves, but sort of little cute clues on your road to whatever. You heard that music? Sweet Child of Mine.
Oh, my bad.
You heard it. I heard it. Don't worry. Propaganda says, of course, James. That's not even an argument.
Of course, it's not even an argument. How could you even consider anything otherwise? I mean, if you just understand the concept of Europeans, as opposed to you filth from the other side. How could you?
It's not. I'm not doing good tonight.
HS Max says, successfully. Those Ryan says, yes, successfully. HS Max says, from my understanding, most Christians believe in some form of a supernatural being. That's a pretty quick conclusion relative to an atheist's more scientific approach, unless you're a materialist who says, no, there is no God, there's no supernatural. Isn't that leaping to a conclusion as well? Based on someone else's work? Anyways.
I could say right now, I know that, well, if you're real being, and you're not a robot, I know that you don't know.
Freak. Alright. So this is a video that Propaganda helped make. You can see right there. It's on Susie Dawson's channel, YouTube channel, Susie3D. Help this Kiwi journalist fight back against unlawful spying. Hashtag 1versus5I. Here we go. Tell Susie not to put a period at the end of her thing. Just let the hashtag float on its own. Don't try to use proper English on here. Just be a savage. All right, here we go. While you guys argue about religion.
Hi, my name is Susie. I'm an activist and a journalist from Auckland, New Zealand. For years, I've worked on controversial issues like the corruption of our intelligence agencies. I was severely targeted as a result of my work. This led to my articles being amplified by the world's most accomplished publisher. In 2016, I made a documentary about how and why I was forced to leave my country.
Real quick, Propaganda. This is independent music, right? Not copyrighted. If I hear any hints of it, no offense, I'm pausing the fucking video.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking find where you live.
I've now sought refuge in Russia, and my situation has become public.
On 882 6PR, the voice of Perth.
It's 12:30 right now, and Tony with you, and I'm really happy we finally got through to Moscow to my friend over there, Susie Dawson.
You're listening to a 95BFM podcast.
Susie Dawson is a Kiwi activist and journalist who worked as a member of Occupy Auckland's media team at that time. Now, 5 years later and following involvement in GCSB and TPPA opposition, she's seeking asylum in Russia, alleging she has been spied on, harassed and threatened by the police.
Welcome back to The Wire. Now, finally on the show today, last week it was announced that Susie Dawson will be the new leader of the Internet Party.
Welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show. We have a special guest with us. It's Susie Dawson. She's an activist, journalist, former party leader, and current president of the Internet Party.
Susie Dawson, an activist and citizen journalist currently seeking asylum in Moscow. Susie has written extensively on surveillance and the deep state and claims it's not safe for her in New Zealand.
My name is Craig Tuck. I'm a lawyer from New Zealand. I act in the area of international human rights. I act for Susie Dawson, along with a group of other lawyers throughout the world who act for journalists and dissenters in high-profile cases, including the case of Julian Assange.
Way faster.
As far back as 2012, Susie has been trying to warn New Zealanders and other citizens around the world about state targeting and surveillance of citizens and the methods being used to do it.
Surveillance in New Zealand is now so widespread, it's not an issue of police going and getting a warrant and doing an investigation and then it all coming out in court. The vast majority of the surveillance that's undertaken is never going to be aired in a courtroom. And by that I'm talking about cell phone technologies, I'm talking about lawful interception is the term that the companies that do this like to use. There is a corporation in Wellington, New Zealand called SSI Corp. And you can Google them and you can look at their website. And on their website, they're so good as to explain at length exactly what they do and how legal it is for them to do it. And essentially, they can intercept virtually any communication. If they have someone at range, they can hear your actual conversations, but also through cell phones, they can essentially turn them into microphones and hear any conversation that's had within vicinity. They can see your text messages, they can see what photos are on your phone, they can see what files are on your phone, they can read your emails, they can just intercept all kinds of information.
Any intelligence service in the world that has significant funding and a real technological research team can own that phone the minute it connects to their network. As soon as you turn it on, it can be theirs. They can turn it into a microphone, they can take pictures from it, they can take the data off of it. But it's important to understand that these things are typically done on a targeted basis.
Not only was Susie essentially blowing a whistle on state-level spying, she was naming the precise entities that years later it would be proven had in fact been doing it.
And the fact that these are private corporations that are doing it should be really concerning to us. The crowd that they outsourced it to was TCIL, which was, I believe, Thompson & Clark Investigations Limited. The state is contracting a private company to surveil you. To me, that's really immoral. Absolutely immoral.
Some 6 years later, in December 2018, an official State Services Commission report confirmed that New Zealand government agencies had been employing Thompson & Clark Investigations Limited to target New Zealand citizens. This is a private company that had essentially been instructed by state agencies and departments to spy on citizens.
More than a dozen police staff are under investigation for passing sensitive information to the private investigators Thompson & Clark.
Thompson & Clark. Security firm Thompson & Clark.
Thompson & Clark.
Thompson & Clark.
So Thompson & Clark, aren't some of them old police officers?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so does that explain the relationship and the free flow of information? Doesn't it actually seem a bit crass?
Well, at the end of the day, I guess what I trust is people's intent.
The report identifies perhaps inappropriately close relationships, morning teas paid for by Thompson & Clark, invitations to go out for drinks. Were there other companies identified where you inappropriately gave them information, or just Thompson & Clark?
There are a myriad of security companies who inquire of police every day. For instance, insurance security.
But that's not my question. People listening to this will think, hey, Thompson & Clark were getting stellar, top-shelf, gold star treatment from the police. Why? Do you treat other security firms the same as you were treating this one? And how do you seriously think it looks to members of the public listening to this?
Thompson & Clark hasn't just been paid by the government to spy on Greenpeace and earthquake claimants in Christchurch. Tonight, Checkpoint can reveal the controversial security firm has been also monitoring the activities of another 3 activist groups in Northland, Coromandel and Wellington, and the activities of at least 1 further claimant.
Susie has been involved at the very highest levels, with people facing charges from prosecutions coming out of the Eastern District Court of Virginia in the United States. There are more prosecutions to follow of currently unnamed persons. Importantly, information will be coming out in the months to come that will provide transparency and clarity and lead to accountability. Suppression and prosecution of dissenters can't be allowed in New Zealand or elsewhere. That's why Susie's team is launching the hashtag 1versus5i campaign, and with your help can achieve some important victories for democracy and for each and every one of us.
Oh, out. Is that the end? I'll let that stay on the screen. All right. So we should be thanking propaganda for 3 things here. First thing, thank you for being active in this type of community. I'm too lazy to do it, so we thank you. Number 2, thank you for editing. It's very nicely done. And number 3, thank you for not playing copyrighted music to get us kicked off again.
I'm not thanking him for that. It's a given. Fuck. Thank you for not slamming this car door on my leg. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mr. Daycare Man. Thank you for not throwing my baby into traffic. Thank you.
So everyone go subscribe to Propaganda's channel and Susie 3D, Susie Dawson's channel. Check them out on Twitter as well. Look at all the news about all the cyberpunks out there. Propaganda says, my draft version was so much more flashy and had better music. But I had to go on a trip, so I couldn't add in the lawyer videos. Okay. HS Mac, except atheists aren't claiming to be able to explain the rest. Theists are. I guess you guys are arguing with each other. Dubster Brian says, so you made this video? Propaganda, prime editor. Kingpin editor of the cyberpunk terrorist group. Run by Winifred Burkle from the TV show Angel.
Winifred.
I guess Scuffed and HS Mac are just constantly arguing about a religion, I guess. Yeah. Why do they call New Zealanders Kiwis?
I don't know.
That's new.
Maybe it's just some sort of like riot that happened, you know. And
atheists believe in natural science, which is a specific metaphysical philosophy. If that was true, atheists would never speak. HS Max says, I don't know what metaphysical philosophy means. Sounds like theological word games BS. No, it's not. Science to me means something which can be tested, proven. So can metaphysical concepts. You are your test subject. And in fact, it is 100% verified unless you have a low intelligent ego, which usually comes from conditioning. So, what the fuck is it? Sorry, there's a fly somewhere in here.
Thought you heard a cop siren or something. Quite possibly you could be afraid of the you know what's coming. You know. You already know what's gonna happen, don't you? Yes.
this is so bullshit. Come on.
Should we go back to this argument for HS Mac?
What?
Tell me something in science that's 100% proven.
Ooh, I bet you can't. I bet you can't tell me something that was within science. And you know what? I gotta be careful here. You know why?
Within external science.
With external science, yes. Explain what that means. Something that's separate from oneself. We're offline? Oh, hell no.
Wait, we're back. We're back. I don't know what happened, guys. My apologies. We're still alive. We made it.
Sabathia bruised his finger. He'll be out for a day.
Propaganda says the other editor is Capricorn. I sourced all the images and audio and edited together, but the music was changed. Okay. I'm a Capricorn.
Are you?
I'm actually dual things. I'm also part reptilian.
That's gonna be so wild. There's nothing you Look at that. Look at you.
HS Max
Look at you.
says
We're on to
something.
big things, Jordan. Look, big things. Moving on to big things. Yes.
HS Max says something which can be proven isn't a philosophy, it's reality. Wisdom? I thought philosophy was like the study of wisdom, or
Pretty
trying to
sure that's what it is.
Understand wisdom.
Yeah.
Anyways, Propaganda says they grow kiwi in New Zealand. Okay. Dubs Ryan says kiwi is well known from New Zealand. Just kidding. They're known for coconuts. Why don't we call them coconuts then?
Wait, let's forget. What was the question you asked? It was
Why do they call them kiwis?
No.
Prove something in science.
Prove something in science externally.
Scuffle or standards of evidence and proof are decided on philosophical grounds. True. Syllogisms, whatever it's called, logic, shit like that. Dubster Brian, science we can tell cause and effect to a point.
You know what we should do?
Yeah, but you won't know it.
You know what we should do? We should play them. We should play them some Farasa hobby.
Maybe. Yeah.
The MMA trainer who comes out of nowhere. Joe, you know you. For example, I'll save that in my pocket for later. Yeah.
HS Max says there isn't anything 100% in science. That's what makes science great. There's always room for updates. So what are your claims about reality then? I don't get it.
Are you just socially using the word reality?
You said something which can be proven isn't philosophy. So then everything's philosophy then. Is it not? You just said you can't prove anything. There is no 100%, so.
Damn, I thought I knew my favorite color.
Dubs Brian said, "You're back." Propaganda said, "Back online." Scuffroller says, "It's funny because if it's atheists that are running on an antiquated operating system." Ooh. He called your iOS obsolete.
He called you a fallacy, liberal, whiny bitch.
I'm just
that was over aggressive for some reason.
Dude, I keep reading these titles of these videos and they're so funny. It's in all caps.
Whiny little liberal steps up to the plate and gets smacked down by strong libertarian.
HS Max says, "I'm calling it Scuff World Order equals Matt Hunter. Admit it, bro. Come clean." You're reading that one wrong, I think. Scuffle Order says, all of this was already worked out long before atheism came into vogue. HS Mac, how would that even be possible? HS Mac, were you the Bernie bro? I shouldn't be reading these confidential conversations out loud like this, but I can't help myself. Dubster Brian says, we can't explain gravity at the atomic level, but we can tell the traits of gravity at a bigger viewing that we recognize daily, so gravity is technically still a theory. Yeah. I agree with that.
Well, regardless, it is a theory.
Yeah. What happened is what happened, but the past, it's not real. What do we do? What do we do?
I could just bring up the
Where do I go? What do I do?
I could just bring up the whole, the theory of, what if you're in the Matrix, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, but that experience happened, right? Oh, okay.
Propaganda. If I piss my bed, I will always stink. ... Science. HS Mac. I was responding to Matt Hunter's word games, which you missed, YellBRo. I'm not making any claims about reality. Okay. Just checking. And also, HS Mac is the Bernie bro. Propaganda says, pursuit of wisdom. Philosophy. Yeah. I like that definition. As in, wisdom can't be passed on in words.
Pursuit of a pure...
Must be experience.
The pursuit of a pure ethno-state. Quite honestly, only segregated slightly. Meaning you can carry my bags, but with white gloves that way you won't taint the handle. The handle which I use my white hand. No, not white, but christened by God himself.
All right.
To judge said things that are apart from myself that I know exist.
The Farasa Hobby.
I can taste, smell, and touch, therefore I know.
The Farasa Hobby video is going to take too long. I might say that just for a special live stream. Bring it back up every so often.
We out of here?
I want to play the Tim bullshit so I can laugh. So I can laugh again.
Play it.
We'll end with that, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, ready?
Why don't you guys communicate on Twitter? You guys have social media, don't you? Argue there.
If I strike him out, you'll stay for
I'm just
another.
playing. You can
If I
argue.
strike him out, you'll stay for another 6 hours.
You said on that pitch.
I didn't.
I said it. in my
Look
head.
at you and your understanding of words. See, you can't even comprehend what I meant by that.
I said it in my mind.
You said you can't think.
I
We already know. Trail of tears, don't you see? Don't you see what would have happened if they had the intelligence of... Oh, I almost said white people. I almost got exposed there. If I said Europeans, yes. If they had the intelligence of Europeans, they would have got away.
All right.
You can't silence the truth.
So yeah, I was saying, like, yeah, you guys should argue here, but should also fucking use social media too, man. Learn to argue your differences. Sharpen your tools.
Is James finally winning a baseball game? Is he playing the computer? Fuck. Actually, you see, I've been playing I've been playing, it was just me now, and I've been winning, so.
I got all the hitters out of their slumps, so.
Okay, that's why that little cold, little, asterisk is next to him and
That's
shit.
from the early shit. Who got Freddie Freeman from, 1-something to, 250?
I got my dude from 1-something to fucking 280.
Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge. I hit 2 home runs with him, man.
Who got him started with? Who has most of his home runs? Me.
His wife. I don't know.
Same with Freddie. Same with my guy. Same with Clint Frazier.
You know Freddie's an atheist. He doesn't believe in home runs. Stop it.
So let's just be real about it.
Be real.
Let's be real.
You can't be real. You're a subhuman. How dare you assume otherwise?
Let's hurt my fucking throat, man. Pause.
Propaganda says James has me raffling when he talks like that. That sounds dirty.
That sounds either dirty or it sounds like you own a trailer and you have some old Adidas that are scuffed with mud and possible piss and shit.
Nah, I know he means rolling on the floor. Laughing. But it sounded dirty at first. So you know.
It got me quite excited, but I can't tell my wife or her parents, and when her parents show up, I run to the attic. Run! Grab my hand!
I bet they have no idea
But I
what
won't
you're
tell you
referring
that.
to.
I know.
Like a real story. That dude hiding from his in-laws.
What are you, 13?
On the phone laughing about it as they're doing, or on a recorder or something like that.
Ooh, double play, bitch.
And a tag for good measure. Tips Brian says, James, all he had to say was yes.
What do you mean?
Scuffle, the Bible never claimed to explain reality scientifically. I believe that's true. Tips Brian says, Scuffed, are you Matt Hunter? I doubt it. Look at you drop Freddie's average to 230. How dare you?
Don't get me started, man. I have what do you call it? It's just a bunch of ammo underneath the floorboards and shit.
I'm very sure that Scuffed, World Order, and Matt Hunter are exact opposites. They might just be exact opposite.
Hmm.
Seriously. But anyways, we have a video here.
Wait.
What?
How dare you skip the comments?
I read the last one.
Did you? Science doesn't really claim to explain reality
No.
either. It's a method to observe it. It's more reliable than religion, at least.
Depends on what you're
observing.
observing.
Sounds like favoritism, if you know.
Yeah, but you just said
more specific. You know what I mean?
Okay, is reality just a word you're using, or is it a actual thing? Is it a constant called? Is there a constant called reality? See where it goes? See where the conversation goes? Scuffle Order says, I should have said describe, not explain. Okay. Propaganda, James, do a Stefan and Tim Pool conversation.
Okay.
Tim, don't you agree that Europe should be an ethno-state?
Oh, I don't know. Finn. You're welcome.
Scuffle Order says the Bible is not even supposed to be a methodology. I think it's sort of supposed to be like watching from the outside, like you're watching an event happen. And you're supposed to learn some lesson from that event, right?
Possibly.
Maybe. I don't know. I never read.
Either
the Bible,
way,
to be honest with you, I like the more direct shit.
I read it, but I didn't.
I mean, I've seen the story played out in movies and like The Matrix and Dark Knight and shit like that. The Jesus story, at least.
Let's just
Black
say this.
Swan.
It speaks volumes that someone who hasn't read the entire thing can explain it better than someone who claims that they've read it all and they're a fundamentalist. So,
well, it's more like you try to understand righteousness, and if the Bible is attempting to explain that.
Oh shit! Is that really?
Then
Christ.
Yeah, you might have some alignments. HS Max says religion and science as competing ideologies is a fake, false discussion to me. I think religion is more akin to a language. Religion is closer to, what did I say? Yeah, religion is closer to culture and language than it is science. Well, they're both trying to explain the same thing, right? This thing you call reality, right?
Oh my
Of course,
god!
the soul,
You see that
soul
shit?
music.
It made a loud like. Look at this.
No, that's the sound effect, or the stadium sound effect.
Oh.
It does when we do it too.
That? You
Oh,
sure?
really?
That shit was mad fun.
Oh shit, that's happened a bunch of times when I was in.
Look.
The most simulation aspect of MLB The Show.
Look at this dude right here. Look. See, watch this. See this dude right here? The steps?
Yeah.
Is that Buck? That's
Nah.
Buck. Oh no. Okay. Right. Ready?
Let me jump in the way. Scuff says sort of, yeah. I think religion is more like poetry or even philosophy. I agree. Propaganda says James more lip smack. You'll hear plenty soon. Dubster Brian says the Prince Nikolai Machiavelli is what my agents would be implementing in a foreign country we are at war with to guide them to turmoil. I've heard that before, but I have no idea. I don't understand it. I've heard it more from like Tupac.
Yeah.
Machiavelli, rest in peace.
Oh, dude, look at this. Did you see that shit?
Oh, it was a double play?
Yeah.
Fuck.
That alone would earn him a gold glove.
Cause we be taking care of business. Copyright.
He's like, yeah.
Look at this.
Look at this
sad asshole.
Look at he's like, fuck it.
Look at the ump's like. Look at this dude. The home plate umpire. Home plate umpire's like.
He's
all
like,
right, leave it there. Leave the replay.
crosses.
They're not even working, right?
Crosses. The same crosses. Oh shit, son! Look at this.
Oh, double cut, double baseball, cheating motherfucker.
Oh my!
The most swaggiest of the swaggy, just no problem. That was the most swaggiest shit I've ever seen.
Told you. Now you do what they told you. Now you do what they told you. And now you do what they told you. Now you do what they told you.
Alright, I had to do that. Propaganda says, you see the new Dragon Ball Z game? I have not.
Those who die are justified, away in the badge of the chosen ones are justified.
HS Max says, religion's main practical application isn't really to explain or describe reality. It's more of a societal tool in line with language and culture. Yeah, but if there's a giant dude looking over the world who created the world, doesn't that play a role in reality? Not saying that that's what it was meant for, but some people believe that. Scuffler says, but then so is science. Science is also a type of story we tell about how the world works. Yeah.
I would say it's something that we created, or a concept through past experiences used to explain possible outcomes.
Yeah, it might be something. Both are probably something innate, internal, that get expressed externally. Sort of like, Noam Chomsky's notion about language being inherent in people. It's like, oh, maybe these things are too. All these creations.
I almost want to play devil's advocate here and smooth criminal looking ass. Basically like this, Jordan.
Yes.
If me and you see a videotape of a dude killing somebody, not only that, we see all the evidence that supports that claim.
And he's holding up a newspaper with that day's date on it.
Mm-hmm. Do we know that guy is a murderer?
No. Well, I won't know.
Neither would I.
I would say, I don't know.
Me either. There you go.
If you want to go really
philosophical,
you do know, because you just made that whole story up. So
Don't tell them. Don't tell them this truth.
No. The hypothetical, goddammit.
I got it. I got you. Yeah,
I ruined it. Fuck you. No.
Anyways, here's Tim Pool. This is just a clip I'm just going to play. Shouldn't be that long, but it's fucking hilarious to me. Please, I really want the chat to pay attention to this.
Hold on.
I want you to point out... Oh, good.
Hey, Dubster, even if you actually see him... Wait. But if you actually see him, is a different scenario? Or does it make it a different scenario? If we're really going to be truthful here...
No, not in this hypothetical, no.
You don't know, yeah.
All you can say is, with my eyeballs, this is what I believe I perceived to happen.
Yep.
Or whatever.
I mean, for all you know, he might not be real.
It could be a dream.
Could be.
It could be you killing someone, but you're just watching it from third person.
For all you know, that guy that you saw killing somebody, it could have been some sort of alien that froze time and was just wearing a skin suit and saw somebody else, saw somebody else observing the Earth and saw him and scanned him and copied his skin.
Or it could be someone who's dead already, and there's just these thin strings that the eye can't perceive, they can't see it, and they're just animating the body, and they play a vocal recorder thing of someone screaming, and tomato paste
Yep. If you witness a knife go into a chest and a heartbeat ends, what is that? From what I perceive.
I believe that to be, well, it depends on the context.
Yeah.
Someone dying from a knife stab to the
From
heart.
what I believe, yes. If I'm being really honest here.
Excuse me, someone's body biologically passing away.
Yes. But you don't know. There you go.
All right, because I want to close the stream out with this. Please, anyone, take off, any type of bias cap. Just look at it for what it is, and you tell me.
Ooh.
Are there any contradictions in what you're about to listen to?
I do know it. I do know.
Are there any contradictions in what you're about to listen to? Please listen very, very closely. It's important.
Check this out. Politico.
Check it out.
Trump hopes to seize a core Democratic voting bloc. The president's 2020 campaign wants to capitalize on discomfort among disaffected workers if they can look past a manufacturing slowdown under the weight of Trump's trade war. You don't understand, I feel like these outlets don't get it. Trump's trade war is on their behalf. It might hurt some groups. It may be bad. There may be collateral damage or blowback for Trump. But you have this story from CNN. They mention in this story that the people in this town, they mine a core component for steel manufacturing. And Trump's tariffs on steel, they like. They don't care about, all they want to hear is Trump is fighting for them to bring back their jobs, to bring back their industry. And he is. Whatever the results may be is less important than someone saying, I'm here for you. Look, I can't tell you exactly how these people think, but I think it's fair to say...
I thought he just told us how these people think. That whole thing was about how people are going to perceive whatever Trump does.
If only they saw the whole video.
Then he says, look, I can tell you how you're going to think.
At least some of them are probably worried that Trump's trade war could be bad in the long run. However, Trump is making that move to help them. Trump may fail. His policies might not work. But they're sitting here desperate, hearing that someone is trying. And I'm sure that's enough. Let's read a little bit.
No, it is not enough. Fuck out of here.
It's like, that's a problem. If someone without, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring back jobs. As opposed to someone's like, we're going to bring back jobs, and here's how we do it. This. Boring. Isn't that socialism? Boring.
It just
Like,
Max
come
says,
on, man.
The way Tim Pool speaks makes me anxious for some reason. It always feels like he's constantly on the verge of a nervous breakdown, but he's just normally... Oh, but he just normally talks this way. Talks that way, whatever.
He sounds like a prep school kid.
I think it's the Adderall. Fuck.
And 1 and 2 and
I
3
think,
and 4 and 5.
I think it could be the way he talks, but I think it's more of a... I remember seeing a video where he talked about how he had to do a... What's that job?
It was like customer service.
Customer service. I learned how to talk. So somewhere along the line, he was already conditioned to believe that this is the way to talk, and this is the way you deem this is the way that people speak when they want to be presentable and shit like that. And what's the word I'm looking for?
Is this how you move your glasses, even though you're sitting still in a chair, but you still need to adjust them because
distinguished?
I don't mind that. I get it. It's just he doesn't know that he's doing it.
All I'm saying is...
Possibly.
I think the dude's a fucking opportunist, and it's gross what I see him do. Vicious E, people may die, but at least he tried. Yeah, exactly.
Serious. This is from today. This isn't like Tim Pool had years to, get better at what he does, and this is just the beginnings of it and shit. No, this is today. He is full on selling his audience Donald Trump because they're selling him Donald Trump. Right? They made him a good amount of money. A very good amount of money. And he realized, fuck, if I sell this Trump thing back to them, they keep coming back. If I sell this leftist crap, They come back. They support me.
I don't know.
Listen, guys, I need you to donate because, YouTube is de-ranking my content, yet I have, 6-figure views on every one of my fucking videos.
He gets 6-figure views and he makes 6 figures.
The only time I get ratioed is when I talk about content, when I talk about the candidates that I actually claim to support.
And the leftists.
It's like, so wait, so they don't watch you for the candidates you support, which is, and for him is Andrew Yang and Tulsi Gabbard. This type of YouTube-y thing, very popular guys to support in that lane. Yeah, demographics say, right? Those are the two guys. Those two and Trump are the guys in this type of media. Those are the guys to support if you want to get constant watchers of your shit. Just being real with you. Yeah, I know this because we do videos on them. And Tulsi will get way more views. And Yang will get way more views than anything about Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren or anything like that. Just in this lane, in this thing, Tulsi and Yang are the guys to go to. So it's kind of weird that those are the ones he supports. Yet he doesn't talk about them. Because he got ratioed when he did. Who does he talk about? AOC, the leftists are going extreme. Donald Trump is going to win.
As far as from what I see,
He's selling you a narrative back.
He does this to get clicks, and he does this to make money. And the best part is hear him justify his stance, defend himself. Every video I see, it seems like he's defending himself. I am not a fence sitter. I am moderate.
I was thinking of 1920 sound effects. It's the guy this.
Oh, I mean Three Stooges.
The metal sheet that makes thunder sound. It's like.
It's like.
But yeah. He says, listen to this, man. All right, the dude makes videos about leftists and their crazy ideas, crazy. And he says something like this. He says, listen, Trump's plan might not work out. That's hedging his bets, but he says it. Trump's plans might not work out, but at least he's trying. It's like, what?
Sounds like a fan, son.
Sounds like someone who is not going to try to inform his audience. It's like, I don't know. You can't say you think Donald Trump is trying and then not say anything about Bernie Sanders, who's been saying the same thing for how long now? Years and years and years.
Oh yeah, and to claim that Trump has policy, yet you don't bring it up. Don't bring it up in comparison to Bernie Sanders or anybody else with policy, because he can't. It's either he can't, he's incredibly incompetent and ignorant, and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, but he thinks he does, or he's corrupt. He knows what he's doing. He's getting this for clicks. He's making a profit off it, and he has a shallow understanding of knowing what he's doing is wrong, but he'll do it for the money, which is why, I don't know how reliable this is, but I think both of his channels get what? I don't remember how much money it was. What was it? $20,000 a month? $20,000+ a month? What?
It's $20,000 for this channel, which is... No. This channel makes if going by that website you showed me, based on views and how much would you make from views and shit like that, it's $50,000, I think.
Oh, that's
Wasn't
right.
it?
Maybe.
For this channel?
I just say 20,000. I'm pretty sure from what I saw, it was 20,000 plus.
And it's what? 20,000 for the Timcast channel?
Something like that.
Right? It was something like that.
I could look it up right now.
But it's and this is the trash content his fans get. Hundreds of thousands of people get this content. Man, at least he's trying.
It's like this dude gets 6 figures off of trash content. Trash, ill-informed. Like, fuck, son.
Scuffle says, maybe Tim Pool is really hot and itchy in that beanie.
All right.
He's hot, he's cold.
According to...
I don't care how much money he makes, dude. Let's be real. I don't care about how much money he makes.
It helps me make my case.
Okay.
So I do give a fuck. I honestly do. It's like, dude, like, are you profiting off of this?
Timcast is...
Okay, Timcast... according to
yeah, I was right.
This is Timcast net worth. Timcast is an American YouTube channel that has a net worth of $3.6 million as of September 2019. And this is how much money does Timcast make? The following earnings are estimations of YouTube advertising revenue based on his channel's audience. Now, I don't know this. It's just what it says here.
And he is monetized. If you play his video with something that doesn't have ad blocker, you'll get, commercials popping up and shit.
Yeah, all right. So it says last month, $57,930. My bad, $57,390.
That's on his secondary channel.
Yeah. The last 7 days, 15,000.
All right, it's a lot of money.
Okay.
There we go.
Calm down.
He makes it. All right, I get it.
No, they don't.
You say $50,000 a month, like that's a lot of money.
Other channel, 20,000 last month. So, fuck.
All right,
Like,
Dubs O'Brien.
You don't think that fucker would try to you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why would he clickbait? My bad. Go ahead.
Dubs O'Brien says, did Trump not open up the mining industry that Obama shut down? Oh, that's in the Tim Pool video, right?
Oh, wow, mining's wonderful.
Isn't that your joke?
Christ.
We got you jobs in the coal mine.
Yeah, I know. It's like, wow, I can't wait to do
Get
that.
in line. It's waiting for you.
Here's my thing.
Well, Bernie's plan is to replace all of that.
Look.
With your pay.
With the amount of money.
You don't even have to work there. You still get 5 years of pay. God.
Didn't Trump open up, what did he say? Where is it? Say it. Can you please say it?
Huh?
Where was that? Didn't Trump what?
Didn't Trump not open up the mining industry that Obama shut down?
Okay, well, I always look at it like this. Okay, well, didn't Trump not talk about how all that money for the military-industrial complex can be used on the people? Hey guys, you don't have to work these shitty jobs anymore. In fact, this is probably not good for anybody or in the environment unless you actually want to do it.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Even if you don't believe in climate change, it's like, isn't people's water being poisoned?
Yeah.
Not the rich neighborhoods, these guys over here.
Yeah.
The working class.
Yeah.
What do you think Flint, Michigan is? They used to be like this straight up blue collar working class type people. Now it's probably a lot more deserted. Yeah. Houses with boards over the windows.
My friend said him and his family, they get water bottles and shit.
There you go.
So.
That's happening in Newark, New Jersey now too. Cory Booker, ladies and gentlemen. HS Max says, on Joe Rogan's show, he said he takes high dosage Adderall every day. The way he talks is a classic symptom of speed-laced thinking. Really? Propaganda says, I love Tulsi like Matt Hunter loves white power. Powert. Skillful Lawyer says, you love Tulsi that much? So much, she is my bae before anyone else. Damn, Propaganda. She's married, right? HS Max says, talking to Propaganda says, support the Canadian in Texas. Dubster Brian says, well, ask Pam to hook you up then, Propaganda. Propaganda says, I work out with Tulsi. And then you wake up with soiled pants. Dubster Brian says, Ted Cruz cannot be president of the United States. No, I don't want him there. Propaganda says with their Twitter workout vids. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty entertaining. HS Max says Cruz is technically American, so he can be president. Dubster Brian says Tulsi has workout videos. Oh, Ted Cruz is Canadian, right? Born in Canada or something? I don't know.
Yeah, is he?
No wonder Crowder liked him so much.
I was about to say.
Propaganda, I work my right arm out pretty good. Fuck. Too much. Scuff talking to Dubster. Dubster says he was born an American citizen. Who cares? I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't care about Ted Cruz. Propaganda, and yeah, I wish I could talk to Pam. She was my dream girl growing up. Well, you can DM her now, right? She's following you. Propaganda talking to Dubster. HS Max says Cruz would probably be president right now if Trump didn't exist. I think Hillary would edge out Cruz. I think Clinton would edge out Cruz. Just being real. Dubs Brian says, tell us in this video about how Trump is not getting people back to work, where Tim Pool is lying about that. Well, in this video, he talks about jobs leaving the country, plants and, shit like that leaving the country. Talks about tariffs, how tariffs didn't really work out so well. He doesn't go over the GM strike, of course. I don't know. I don't know where he talks about. And I've seen that, but I'm not really looking for that because I don't care. It's not about jobs. That's not the question of this video. That's not why I'm bringing it up. The point is, whether it works or not, he will turn the story around to favor Trump. That's first of all. Second of all, it's like jobs or all the other benefits that Bernie Sanders has. All of those things as opposed to just jobs. Like, Trump's bringing back the same old shit we've had forever. It's like, okay. I mean, I don't know. That seems like that would be a conditioned talking point for me to pick a quote-unquote leader because he brings jobs back. The same old jobs that have been around for like the country's existence, basically. Right? I don't mean like, industrialized coal mining and all that shit. I mean labor jobs. It's like, okay. How are we helping people that can't exactly help themselves? Whether it's conditioning, laziness, I don't care what it is. How do we help as many people as possible?
Apparently that's not the route we're going to be taking,
And then foreign policy.
Oh,
Tim Pool will never go into that.
Not even a word. No, not even.
Never, ever, ever.
No.
And a lot of Trump fans tell me, yeah, he's bad. He's bad on that, but
but none.
But socialists.
But no. What?
And
no. But nothing. That foreign policy is atrocious. That immediately throws them out. Immediately.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
But if you're running on the signal that these guys are running on, it's like if you guys take this roundabout way to justify like Trump's gonna do something. Look, he fired Bolton. Look, he hired Bolton to look at these guys, in order to observe them, and then later he's gonna strike and get rid of them so he can see what their plans are. It's like, all right. Most of these Trump fans like Tulsi Gabbard. Yet Tulsi Gabbard was a fellow for the Bernie Sanders Institute. Well, not the Sanders Institute. So she's a fellow for his fucking think tank. And his policy seems to be following that think tank. So you have more of a logical reason to assume that Tulsi Gabbard will be Secretary of State and in charge of his foreign policy before you have Trump, who's going to magically turn everything around and pull troops back out of, Syria and Saudi Arabia and Afghanistan. Like, that sounds like wishful thinking to me.
Oh, someone's about to get spanked.
Propaganda says Vampire Cruz. That's right. He looks like from the Monsters. He looks like the dad vampire. Or the grandpa vampire.
Anyone remember Penelope Cruz? Yes, I remember her.
God bless her.
Dr. Brian, oh yeah, my bad, Lord Decode. Scuffed says, nice.
Hold that up right there. See, that's a meme you guys came up with. But, oh yeah, Bernie Sanders' Green New Deal. Have you read it? Have you read that thing?
All of it.
It says nothing about, taking coal miners and moving them to a job that has nothing to do with what they've been doing. This is still like an infrastructure type of industry.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you get 5 years to work at it with the same, whatever you were making in the coal mine, you get that same exact fucking salary, same exact thing. You also get a union. The thing will be unionized, so you can negotiate for even higher wages. Oh, you'll have health care and benefits. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. If you want to quit, you can quit. You still get your 5 years of wages. Hell with the freak, man. Am I tripping? Now you can tell me, oh, I don't believe Bernie will ever do that or get that done. Like, now I can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
But if you tell me on paper that's worse than, coal mining jobs, you're full of shit. I gotta say that. You're absolutely dead wrong if you think on paper that's worse than coal mining jobs.
Yeah.
On paper.
Let's just be honest. If I hear that, and I'm like, okay, this is anybody saying this. It's like you're sounding like a fanboy.
Like
that's worse. That's worse than coal mining. Are you fucking for real?
Like on paper, right? The sun seems to just always be around. If you're using, solar paneled energy, it's like, oh, it's almost like it's just there, and it's almost like it's virtually free. Oh wait, that's actually in the Green New Deal. That's literally written there.
Yeah.
Like, electricity will become virtually free. Now, once again, you can tell me, I don't believe that. I don't think Bernie can get that done.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's even scientifically possible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm hearing your argument.
Mm-hmm.
But if you tell me on paper that's worse than coal mining, I can't believe you. All right.
So this is what I mean by someone's about to get spanked. Ready?
Where you at?
Okay. Scuff says, nice guy, that Trump. Not you. Haha, yeah, he's so nice. Yeah. HS Max says, Trump is the modern-day Jesus for Christians. That's his biggest voting block.
No, that time has come and gone.
That's not the... Yeah, he ran on the whole, I'm anti-establishment, I'm going to drain the swamp, you're going to jail, Hillary Clinton type of thing.
Clinton won Trump the election.
Yeah, and her being the most
else.
openly corrupt candidate in U.S. history.
Trump gets 25%.
Helped him so much.
Trump gets 25% credit. Hillary gets the other 75%. Let's be real.
Clinton wouldn't beat Cruz because nuanced trolls like YellBRo would hate on Hillary because voting for the lesser of two evils is still voting for evil, blah, 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 bullshit.
Okay. That's all you get. Okay.
Let us know if you actually want to have a conversation so you get spanked. Dubster Brian. And Trump is getting work for Americans. That is what this video is about. That is the point Tim Pool is making at YellBRo Live.
He's not making a point.
Look
at this. He takes back what he says. He literally takes it back. He says, but I could be wrong. Or he says, even if, all this stuff didn't happen.
He is trying.
He's trying. Like, what the fuck kind of conclusion is that? So that's basically, you would have to say, Bernie Sanders isn't trying then. Or Tulsi Gabbard isn't trying, or Andrew Yang, they're not trying. That's actually what he says in this video. He says Bernie's just pandering.
He is called a grifter for a fucking reason.
He said, what did he say? He said, Bernie 5 months ago said he wants border security. And now he's saying he doesn't want any deportations.
It's two different things.
It's like, aren't those two different fucking things?
They are two different things, man.
What the freak? He's pandering.
If you-
Meanwhile, when Trump says, "I'm going to bring your jobs back," that's not pandering. That's a dude who just means well. That's it.
If you can't see,
he just means to do what he says.
The numerous contradictions.
Even though he's not doing it.
The numerous contradictions Tim Pool makes in his videos, and what he's doing and what he's gearing towards. Look, this is what he'll do.
If you think,
just wait.
Come on,
you gotta look.
Real quick. This is the leader of your fucking country. Like, if you're in the zone of the president is this leader person, and you're settling for someone who's just saying, "I'm going to get you jobs," you've been fooled by life. Life has tricked you. You're losing the game of life, son.
Yeah, I mean.
There's probably a homeless dude who's more free than you if that's the lane you're in. If you're stuck in the lane of, well, you got jobs. There's a homeless dude laughing his ass off like, you think that's what life is about?
Yeah.
Jobs.
Tim Pool is a opportunist. From what I'm seeing, an opportunist Pied Piper. Okay. He'll lead you to an intersection. Okay.
Oh, let's read this one.
Hold on. You got to maybe you know what? No, not necessarily, right? You got a road to your left, you got a road to your right, and you got a road straight ahead. Now he tells you everything wrong about the road to the left, and he tells you everything wrong about the road to the right. That only leaves you towards one conclusion. But he won't tell you to go straight ahead.
Yeah.
He'll say, "I don't know. I could be wrong." And he walks away. That's what he does.
He takes 98% of his videos.
This is what he'll do. He'll leave it to his audience, who is probably, majority of them are fucking ignorant, to pick a side. Which is why he'll fucking make 7 videos about fucking Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or fucking Brett Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
Which is why he won't talk about Trump and the Iran nuclear deal.
No.
Which is why he won't talk about the atrocities going on in Israel. The atrocities going on in Central and South America. He won't do it. Which is why he won't go into depth talk about what Bernie Sanders' policy consists of, what Andrew Yang's policy consists of, what Tulsi Gabbard's policy consists of, the lack thereof policy of Joe Biden. Trump's policy, he will not go into depth on it.
No. Eric, that's Orange Man bad.
And if you really look into it, you'll see where he stands as far as
idiocy.
Him changing the meaning of certain words and terms that we all use as far as a social understanding of the word right and left, the political spectrum.
Oh, he has no clue.
He has no clue.
He has no clue what left and right mean on a political scale.
All right,
he thinks moderate means like your personality.
Yeah.
Like, most Americans don't want to get mixed up in the drama. They're moderate. It's like, what? That's your temperament. It's not on the political spectrum. I like long walks on a beach. Very moderate. It's like, what? What's that to do with policy?
I know. It's like this dude's a straight dumbass. He said Trump pulled the right further left. It's like, what?
I think he did.
No. You see, this is what I mean here.
But you have to use the precursor of George Bush was in office for 8 years. That's the last right president.
No,
and Obama.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is. It is in the sense of this, because Obama pulled the left way to the right.
You know what he really was? That's all I'm saying is this. We go back to the 80s, right? We compare someone like Reagan, and who was after Reagan?
After Reagan, Bush.
Okay. Look at those guys and look at Obama.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's kind of understandable why some people call Obama just a Republican who slapped the Democrat label on himself.
Yeah.
And ran as that, you know. Interesting. By the way, these people are not actually really Republicans or Democrats. They're just, you know, what I call them. I call them tools. What was that thing you were going to tell me about? Your comment? Or
I might have lost it.
what was it? This? The left eats itself. The right falls in line. That's a benefit of more of a religious voting base, I guess.
Wrong, but You're still on the religious thing. I get it.
Scuffed says there's no left in electoral politics anyways. There's no left in electoral politics anyways.
Well, according to the spectrum, like the content Scuff sends me and what he talks about, I think he might even be left of like Gravel.
All right. Dubster Brian.
Maybe. I don't want to mischaracterize what you think.
Yeah. Dubster Brian, that is right. You have to convince people from the right to go to the left if you want Tulsi Gabbard to win. Right now, people working that were not working pick Trump. And then he says, I am not ranking coal mining. I am saying towns were built 100. My bad. Saying towns were built hundreds of years ago to mine coal and families, but these towns depending on coal mining depending on coal mining,
and the left closed it and the right opened it back up.
I thought you meant depend on it, like depend on coal mining, and the left closed it and the right opened back up.
It's towns depending on coal mining.
My bad.
Okay.
Why are they depending on it?
Well, go tell them to really look into the policies of these guys.
Hey, listen. Hey, dude. Listen. Hey, right now.
Do they really think Obama was looking after them? And do they really think Trump's looking after them now?
Is Obama a progressive?
No. Not on how I understand the stereotypical political spectrum. Fuck no.
Okay.
He's a moderate.
Is Joe Biden a progressive?
No.
Is Bill Clinton a progressive?
No.
Is Hillary Clinton a progressive?
No.
Is Mike Gravel a progressive?
Yes, they would say that.
Would you say he's a Democrat? Or he runs as a Democrat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of what it's probably supposed to be.
Yeah, sure. What about Bernie Sanders?
Yeah, progressive.
What about Tulsi Gabbard?
Progressive.
What about Amy Klobuchar?
She Tulsi might be more like, progressive. Maybe like a libertarian progressive when it comes to foreign policy.
Okay. What about Amy Klobuchar?
Moderate.
What about Booker?
Cory Booker?
Yeah.
Moderate.
What about Mayor Pete?
He's pretty close to Biden, I would think, as far as the policy stances he's put out.
What about King of the Hill?
Not his temperament.
What about King of the Hill?
He's probably in the Obama, Hillary Clinton class.
Okay.
Those guys are like moderate right.
Okay, no, this is what I'm trying to say here. If we make a distinction between what an actual Republican probably consists of, as opposed to what an actual Democrat consists of, what an actual Libertarian consists of, as opposed to what an actual progressive consists of, these fuckers are literally wolves in sheep's clothing.
Here's a good one. Dubster, you might consider yourself a libertarian. I would think that's the way it sounds to me.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone ever been in office that represents your ideology of libertarianism? Has that ever been represented in the presidency? Ever? Seriously, ever?
Oh, we'll see. Scuffed says people hated Hillary for being too Republican, and now the Dems are running Warren, a literal Republican. I think people hated Hillary for being corrupt, not being too Republican.
Elizabeth Warren is moderate left, I would say. Moderate left.
Her track record is
They
shitty.
make fun of her as Republican because she took so long to become Democrat, they say.
Yeah.
But I think her policy, her mirage of policy comes off as moderate left.
Scuffed. And Biden, so too Republicans.
Biden, yeah, you could say is moderate right. But they don't want to say that.
No.
You see, Bush threw everything off, and then Obama doubled down on throwing everything off. So now you think guys with these policies are Democrats, are progressives or something. which is why Tim Pool conflates those terms quite frequently. The progressives are trying to take over.
Dubster Brian. 6 million Americans off of food stamps since Trump has been president. Funny you say that because...
Hold on. Well, you know, if I'm running a Ferris wheel ride at the carnival and, you know, I change the height limits, it's like, man, look at all these customers I now get. So if I change the standards, it's almost like I can say I got people off of food stamps or whatnot. If I say, sorry, you don't qualify anymore for these. See, look, I got people off of food stamps.
Mm-hmm. So what does that mean, dude? Does that mean they don't need them anymore, or does that mean they don't get them anymore? Okay, because I'm seeing stuff here.
Don't they do the same thing with unemployment?
You know, now I'm not saying I trust these news outlets or these articles. I'm just saying when it says why Trump's new limit on food stamp eligibility will affect. Let's see. It's a video. Cutting food stamps says in the video why Trump's new limit on food stamp eligibility will affect working families most. This other one says Trump administration considering cutting food stamps. This other one says Trump proposal could kick 3 million off of food stamps.
This is why I like Andrew Yang's idea of having a real economic parameter, as in something that really measures how normal people are just doing. And I don't agree with measuring happiness and all that, but measuring their actual, you know, economy, not just looking at the GDP and saying, well, you know 800,000 people, that's only, 0.3% of the GDP, so it's not a big deal. It's only 800,000 people.
They can get a loan.
Oh, Trump hired him.
DHS, about 35,000 Minnesotans to lose food stamps under new Trump. What's that say? Under new Trump administration rules.
And we know the tax breaks for...
Yep. This one says same thing. This one says 6.2 million individuals off of food stamps under Trump. And that's from Breitbart. Oh, what a wonderful world.
It's funny how they get you guys to attack the poorest of the poor first. And you guys come back at us with, you're always attacking the rich and the powerful. It's like, well, you sort of look at any type of corruption.
Yeah. In fact,
but I get why certain people focus on rich and powerful, why they're so pissed at them. It's like Catwoman whispering in the Batman's ear in Dark Knight Rises. How do you think you can get away with giving, having so much and giving us so little? Or whatever the fuck she whispers into. She's a socialist, that's why.
So yeah, so when I hear that, let's say Trump did this. Yeah, he's killing people. Now what?
That's the ultimate.
He's killing someone.
Dunzo.
He's killing people. Now what?
That's the ultimate dunzo, right?
Like, hey, dude, like, I like the conversations we have and all that. But do you like Trump? Do you like Trump? Propaganda says Tim Pool always speculates so he can duck out at any point. My bad.
100%
duck out
agree.
at any point. Oh, dude, he's out.
He saves face by
He
saying,
saves
"I
face,
don't know."
absolutely. I truly believe he's a completely aware of the fact that if he continues to do this shit, continues to pander to a group of people who he knows are Trump fanboys, and he can profit off of it, make a substantial profit, and he's gonna get more eventually later down the road. If he continues to do that and maintain his position that he's a moderate, he's in the middle, he's center left as he likes to say, and constantly defend himself, say that he was a Bernie supporter and now Bernie pushed me.
I voted for Bernie Sanders. I'm voting for Tulsi Gabbard.
The left is going
I
crazy.
really like Andrew Yang.
Yeah.
I don't talk about their policy.
No.
Of what I liked about him. No. Like now he's like, health.
I love that thing.
Healthcare
you said
to
about
everyone.
Tulsi, a little thing about Iran. She just lost it.
Yeah.
What did he say?
He wants to give healthcare to everyone.
What did he say
It's like,
about
what?
Tulsi Gabbard and Iran? He said.
No, he said about Trump what Tulsi said during the debates.
About Iran, it fell flat.
Nah. Tulsi said Trump is covertly funding Al Qaeda through Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
And Tim Pool goes out of his way to say, yeah, that fell flat.
And that's all he says about it. And he moves on. So that tells you a lot. H.S. Mack calling Warren a Republican is hilarious. How so?
She was a Republican for many years, but
Scuffed says
I consider her moderate left.
Scuffed says Warren was registered Republican most of her life.
Yes.
Propaganda. He makes millions in that in that hat he wears. I don't really give a fuck about the hat. I only say that when I'm being silly, you know. H.S. Mack, yeah. So was Abraham Lincoln.
Republican.
Yeah. But, you know, I also have evidence to show that he was somewhat of a piece of shit, so. Yeah. Scuffed says Lincoln was a Reaganite. And then he corrects himself, says Palestine?
Yeah, I'm thrown off by that.
H.S. Mack, thanks for the insight. Dubster, Biden's policy is to make a case to plead insane when his court case comes to be.
That's not going to happen. Sorry, that's not going to happen. Because you'd be in jail. That's not going to happen.
No, it's not.
Not with him.
Do you know why these fuckers will never go after each other like that? Really? Do you know why these fuckers will never go after each other like that? Because at the end of the day, they serve the same master. And they're never going to fucking do that. There's a reason why whenever Obama's in office, Bush is in office, Clinton's in office, Reagan's in office, Carter's in office, Nixon. I could go on. I could go down. And see, same thing with fucking JFK. They all bend the knee to whoever the fuck. God damn. Look, I could go over all the fucking atrocities with Central South America, all these foreign policy bullshit.
Wasn't Nixon blatantly caught?
Yeah.
Did he go to jail?
No.
Okay.
And guess what?
Enough said.
Guess what? It's like on such a small thing compared to all the shit he's done. If they were held to the same principles, right? The same, what's the word I'm looking for? The same what? It's what Noam Chomsky said. And it's like, yeah, you're probably right.
Oh, the Nuremberg trial.
Yeah, if they're held to the same standard as that, these guys would be fucking hung and shot. Probably, and it's wrong. But hey, does that fucking tell you something?
All right, let's read some of these and get the fuck out of here. I got it. Dubster Bryan says, "No, Bush is a Democrat. Both of them."
How?
What does Democrat mean to you?
What does that mean, man?
Like, I agree with not even putting him on the spectrum.
No, me either.
Or Obama.
You just heard me. I told him.
Or
like,
Trump.
These dudes aren't. Obama's not a real Democrat. He's a Republican. No, he's not a real Republican. Trump is not a real Republican.
I go based on, first, do you mean well? And then if you have a difference in ideology of how to make things better, then I put you on a spectrum. So I will put a Bernie Sanders over here and a Ron Paul over here. I think they both mean well. They're both trying to help. I truly believe that. If you're just a corrupt asshole and just put a fucking name tag that says Republican or Democrat on it, go fuck yourself. You're not really on the spectrum.
So when I look at things, right, you look at Ron Paul. Yeah. Now, is he ignorant on some things? Yeah, probably, yeah. But it looks like he means well. It looks like he actually believes this thing over here.
And it's just a difference in how do you go about helping.
So
that's what it sounds like to me.
You look at him. Is there evidence of ignorance? Yeah, sure. Is there evidence of corruption? I haven't seen any.
I don't think so.
If you look at Bush, Reagan, Trump, I could keep going.
Quite blatant.
It's very fucking blatant. Very blatant. It's like, dude, what the fuck is this over here? What are you doing?
It's like, don't wait 20 years to watch a documentary about it and just like, oh, all this shit happened, didn't it? Like, it's actually happening right now. Troops did increase in Saudi Arabia for you could probably call it a false flag. You could straight up probably call it, because someone claimed responsibility and it wasn't Iran. Yet Donald Trump comes out and says it was Iran. And then that's it. They gear up troops to be able to hold off Iran, even though someone claims responsibility for it. How's that not a false flag?
Oh, we could even talk about the thing that happened beforehand.
Syria?
Yeah.
Syria, the tanker incident in the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
Venezuela, there's a whole bunch of things happening.
Oh, Bolton, he likes war.
Go look at what Saudi Arabia is doing in Sudan right now. We give money to Sudan, or we give money to Saudi Arabia, who gives money to these militias in Sudan, who take over and overthrow governments and destroy the land, and people are dying of starvation. Same thing with Yemen. We hired a proxy army to hire a proxy army. Well, actually, Saudi Arabia is more of a direct proxy army in Yemen, but in Sudan, we basically hired a proxy army, Saudi Arabia, to hire a proxy army, fuck if I know their name, in Saudi Arabia, or in Sudan. So it's like...
So now what? And this has been happening for years. Yeah, the Vince McMahon.
Just make believe. I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
It didn't happen. Don't look over here. Anyways.
What jobs?
Anyways, propaganda says Trump's unemployment and wages going up. Average wage is going up. The top percent getting rich brought the average up. These guys probably know better than I do. HS Max says Obama was a Democrat. Warren is also a Democrat. The parties don't define the people define the parties. Okay, then Bernie Sanders is not on that spectrum. Then he's an independent then. Call him that. And so is Ron Paul. They're both independents with different methods of trying to make things better. If you want to say Democrat means corrupt, which is essentially what you're saying, if you're saying Obama is a Democrat, then okay. And I'll also take Elizabeth Warren off of there. I'll say she's an independent as well.
I guess Gabbard's
just not as good as Bernie or Ron Paul.
Gabbard too.
Tulsi as well. Propaganda says also doesn't count underemployed or people out of work for over 6 months. Yep. Dubster Ryan says mining towns have nothing in this town except mining. It is why they moved to that town 100 years ago. It was why they settled there. There was a valuable resource to harvest. And now Bernie Sanders has a plan to replace it while they still get paid.
Oh boy, I can't wait to fucking break my back and mine shit. We moved here.
Maybe there's a pride to it, but it's like...
Yeah, maybe. But
it's like, listen, guys, I know you have pride, shooting down the deer population and hanging the head up on the walls, but you're fucking up the ecosystem when you do that. I'm not even talking about veganism or hurting animals. I'm talking about you're killing so many deer that it's fucking up this other animal's thing, which is fucking up this other animal's thing, which is fucking up this other. Now the bears are dying out. Now there's no natural predator. Now that's what conservation is, right? So if you go to these mine workers, I'm not saying anything about global warming, but if people believe that, and you tell them like, look, we got to start changing shit, otherwise we're gonna kill off humanity. We're going to kill ourselves off through whatever, natural disasters and poisoned water and poisoned air and all that shit. It's like, oh, we have to do this. So I understand your cultural pride. Put a fucking mural up of the good old days of the mine, the coal miners. I get it, but this is like, we got to do this now. Remember them, but we can't just keep following what they were doing for hundred years ago or whatever. If you don't believe in global warming, then I guess you still might want to keep your own water clean. And
yeah.
The freak is this?
Turn that fucking tool bag off. I don't want to hear his voice. All right, so
that was the debate, by the way.
Like I was saying though. Hey, dude, I can't wait. Let's say it's that year he's talking about. I can't wait to move to this place. Not because I feel like I have to make a living or I can survive off of this thing over here, off of this natural resource. But it's because I want to do it and I love it. Yeah, right. Fuck out of here. If there was some other better option, I guarantee you they would have fucking took it.
As far as Bernie's federal jobs guarantee,
is that like I'm just
if
saying.
Someone likes working with their hands, they can still do that.
There's nothing wrong with that. What I'm saying is this: are those dudes working there because they fucking love it, or are they doing it because it's a means to survive? Probably.
To some degree. It could be tradition as well.
No.
100%.
They went there to do it.
Oh, you mean there's no, like, my daddy was a coal miner, my daddy's daddy was a coal miner, none of that?
No. It began because they wanted to do it, as opposed to, fuck, if I don't do this, I'm not going to be able to fucking get anything to eat.
Yeah, they had to make child labor laws and all that.
Yeah, so, fuck, yeah, come on. If there was a better option... There's a better fucking option. They didn't have to do it. Guarantee they wouldn't have fucking done it. It's like, what?
So,
So I don't want to hear this justification for,
Well, you're gonna have to make, Dubster, you're gonna have to make your argument based on, sentimental reasons. If that's it, then fine. I don't mind that. Make your argument for that. Scuffroller says, I'm on the left of the Gravel kids. Okay. Propaganda says, nice, me too. Gravel is cool, though. Scuff says, nice. Why don't you go on a date or something? Dubster Brian says, libertarianism has been represented by Ross Perot, Ron Paul, and Rand Paul that I know of, and none have gotten close to winning, but they ran. Rand Paul is not his dad.
No, he's not.
No offense.
Fuck. Hey.
Maybe he's playing the political game because he's worried, like, if I say too much, like my dad says, I'll have no chance of doing anything. Maybe, but...
That little stunt he pulled not too long ago.
Oh, with the 9/11
yeah.
workers.
Figuratively speaking, I think you'll know what I mean by this. Like, okay, you're on my shit list. Until you prove otherwise and you come out and you apologize about what you just did.
So if you're not represented, then I don't know. Why defend Trump so much? Or even Tim Pool, who's nowhere near any of that shit. He doesn't even know what libertarianism is. He guesses. Anyways, Scuffroller says 2 corrupt equals Republican. Wrong. Well, if you want to go on the conditioned left and right paradigm, they're all corrupt. If you want to go off of just reading it as an individual, you can see that some apply to, like, what would be the best version of Democrat? What would be the best version of Republican? And you would run with those. Anyways, HS Max says, Obama was a centrist / progressive. Ha ha. I think many of his beliefs were progressive, but he thought it was necessary to be centrist in order to get things accomplished. Sounds like Elizabeth Warren to me. But I think Obama's corrupt, though. I'm very sure he's corrupt. I don't think Elizabeth Warren is like that.
Look at Obama and look at Trump. What did they run on? What have they done? That's it. Simple as that. Hope and change. Drain the swamp. Look what fucking happened.
Look at it on a real spectrum. Would a progressive shoot so many bombs they run out of them? Then ask yourself, on a real spectrum with real people, would a centrist even do that? That sounds like a fucking war criminal to me, which means you're not any of it. You're just a war criminal. Not to mention all the domestic shit he did.
Yeah. So let me add on to that.
Where's that public option?
Yeah.
He said he was fighting for.
Yeah. No, not there.
That was the compromise, was it not?
Mm.
Instead, there was just bullshit.
Yeah. And with somebody who runs as being anti-corruption, anti-interventionist, we're going to drain the swamp. That was the phrase he used. And what did he do? He hired Pompeo. He hired people from Goldman Sachs. Now, was Mr. Bolton already there, or did he hire him? Was he? I'm asking you. Was he there, or did he hire him?
Oh, he hired him.
Oh, wonderful.
And Pompeo.
Fuck out of here.
And Pompeo.
So not only did he continue the wars that were already being waged, he helped start some.
Yeah.
Nice.
Potential.
So you tell me, are they full of shit?
You're talking about Trump, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
Scuffroller says, get what accomplished? Romney care? HS Max says, healthcare is a decent example. He supported single-payer programs when he was younger, but adopted Mitt Romney's plan from Massachusetts to get something passed in Congress. That's the game they play with you guys. We'll never get it done because the big bad Republicans behind closed doors are like, good job. Trump would never go to war because it's Obama's war. And Republicans don't like Democrats. You got to get out of basic thinking, HS Mac. That's too basic. Scuffroller says, bailing out Wall Street. Obama brought slavery back in Libya, just like his fellow Democrats, the Bushes, would approve of. He ain't lying. HS Mac, Obamacare got the discussion started on healthcare. Nah, on real healthcare, I might give Bernie some credit there. Along with like independent media type guys that realized Obama was a shill. Once they realized that, they just like, fuck this guy. Because he did bring up universal health care. He did bring up single payer in the campaign. On the campaign trail, he brought that up. I went back, I looked at it. He said it. So don't say that's a younger thing. Anyways, Dems couldn't be running on Medicare for all single payer right now without the bridge of the ACA already in place. Once again, Bernie Sanders. He helped write the ACA. Let me get something in here. Here you go. Let me get something done there. Yeah. No, people voted for him thinking he was going to do Medicare for all. Or single payer. That bridge was not needed. Scuffler says he could have fought for the actual thing. What he did remained on the conservative side of the political compass. Propaganda says Jordan Shirt is still catching up to him after that 10,000K. Ring Wing wins again. Fucking right. Dr. Brian says, why don't you read that Breitbart story about 6.2 million off of food stamps? And I promise I'll read one of those articles you cited without citing who the article was written by or the company name. I guess you guys could do that. HS Max says people on the left have been fighting for the actual thing for decades. No one got anything done. And you think that's by accident? You're telling me they purposely fought for those things and nothing could happen? I don't believe that at all. Obama got something done. Now single payer and Medicare for all are realistic in 2020. Thanks, Obama. That dude would drop a missile on your house if it benefited him and others. Scuffler says, yeah, he got a right-wing something done. How very Democrat of him. I was correcting James because he said Israel instead of Palestine.
Excuse me?
I don't remember what you said.
Where were you reading that?
Scuffle. HS Max says, if the bridge to Medicare for all is a right-wing something, then it's awesome. I'm all for it. We need more right-wing somethings like that. Okay. I think you're being tricked, man. I think you're being tricked because I've heard that talking point before that. Without the ACA, blah, 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 blah. No. The public option is the thing that leads to Medicare for all. That's why a lot of guys, a lot of centrists who are, I don't want to say centrists, a lot of shills that are, trying to piggyback on Bernie's Medicare for all because people realize that's the better fucking way to go. Those guys that piggyback on it, they keep saying, oh, well, we can't just go right there. We need a public option. That's what we need. We need a public option. And it's like, that was the bridge. That would be the compromise. That would be the bridge. But no. Instead, you leave, what was it, like 30 million people uninsured or something? I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know. Bitches C talking to Dubster. Dubster says, but yet Ed Buck got arrested. That ruins that theory. Who? Scuffler says it means he failed. All the work is still to be done by others. Why credit where it wasn't earned? It's not even certain we will ever get it. Dr. Brian says climate change is not real and you fake that to claim mining is doing this. So you justify putting people out of work. Either way, the work is replaced. That's first of all. Second of all, I can't outright say climate change is fake. I don't know what that means. Maybe if you mean human-caused climate change is fake. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard climate change is fake. I've heard the temperatures rising or falling is a natural phenomenon, not due to human cause, but I haven't heard it's a fake thing. Either way, you're gonna, me personally, my opinion is, I don't care if it's real or not. Shouldn't we take care of the environment? It's like, hey man, instead of smoking this cigarette, here's something that's that tastes just as good, that's just as addictive, but it makes you healthier when you do it. Let's replace that with this. No.
Physically.
Lung cancer is fake. It's like, yeah, but you get all the benefits of no. It's like, are you trying to lead with pride or with, like, what makes the most sense? Why not just take care of the environment? And as I said already, they won't be left out of a job. Now, if you're going to go back to, well, look what Obama did. Do you really think Obama's the same? If you tell me Obama and Bernie Sanders are the same, I'm going to tell you Trump and George Bush are the same. And you're going to be like, no, they're not. Clearly, they're not the same. And I'm going to say the same thing back to you. I'm going to say, well, Bernie and Obama aren't the same. Not even fucking close. At least on paper. Self-Roller says, go be a miner if you love it so much, Dubster.
But it's not the point,
Dubster says, just so you know, climate change has been proven a lie in court within the last month. Have no shame in mining or any other dirty job out there.
It's not the fucking point. It's not the fucking point. Are you, listening? Are you fucking listening, dude?
You're arguing based on pride. Or it sounds like you're arguing based on pride rather than... Like I said, make a fucking plaque and memorial for all the people who did this work so that we could, live the lives we live now. Do that and then move on. Let's, keep this area like, okay, we'll memorialize it. We'll put plaques everywhere. We'll make it a museum and say, hey, this guy worked there. Hey, my grandfather worked there.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
But next to it, like, oh, we have solar panels and all this shit.
Yeah.
So electricity is virtually free. We don't have to worry about coal mining and shit. We had the fucking sun. The giant nuclear reactor in the sky. It's like, we could use that.
You could say the one word is like, oh, this is obsolete. We don't need to do this anymore. Now, it comes a question of,
like, do you keep your giant square TV around? Like, pride in this thing.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, but if someone said, this one has much clearer picture.
Yeah, no.
Oh, look, it saves energy.
Yeah.
You're not, jacking up your electricity bill with this giant fucking box. You get better view and it saves electricity?
The other thing
what the fuck? Why haven't I done this yet?
The other thing I was saying was, it's literally like, do you think a majority of people who are doing that and or are continuing to do that, do you think they'd do it even if they didn't have to?
Yeah.
No, probably not. Probably fucking not. No. Now, if someone likes labor, it's like, yeah, I like working, man.
I like labor work.
Yeah.
I like building shit.
I'd like to do that.
I like concrete.
For fun. I honestly would.
I like to put my headphones on and fucking mix cement. It's like grueling, like fucking forearms are killing you and shit.
To me, it's like exercise.
And you drink a Budweiser
I like
when
exercise.
you're done. Fuck it.
I do like working out, but the point is like...
And you get hammered when you're done.
Am I doing this to survive or because I want to do it? Those are two totally different fucking things.
Yeah, that...
Ready? Hey, James. If you don't pass this fucking test, you're going to fail. You're going to fail.
We started something we can't end.
As opposed to... Hey, James.
Ready to go home.
Up to you if you want to do this or not.
What?
Up to you.
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
You don't need this to survive.
Yeah.
So, hey, bring it. Start something won't end. I can guarantee you. Well, this is what I meant by we're not speaking the same language here.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you're telling me you're like I don't know.
I'm gonna read some more, guys, then I'm out of here. I'm fucking tired. It's late, kind of. HS Max says healthcare isn't going to a something which instantly goes from non-existent to perfect overnight. No.
No, it can't.
Well, Bernie's plan is expanding Medicare over a 4-year period. Anyways, there has to be progress made by several people over several years. The ACA was progress. Then why is the Medicare for All program going to completely write over it? Like it was non-existent.
That's what we've been saying before, right?
Wouldn't the public option seem more like an actual bridge to where it's like people are buying so much into Medicare, they're buying into it, they're doing that so much to where the insurance companies become obsolete. So then they're just like, fuck it, let's just go Medicare for All. Fuck it. Let's go to single payer then.
This what
the ACA
saying.
Doesn't sound like that.
Yeah, this what
no public option.
They wanted if these guys
I don't even like politics,
if
son.
they want
Come on,
I don't
know
I
that?
don't fucking like this. I'm only doing this because people are dying. Okay, now if they wanted it today, it'd be here today.
Oh, 100%. 100%. 100%.
All right, scuffle
well,
order.
They'd be there in spirit.
You know what I'm saying?
Some practical.
Yeah,
thing.
it wouldn't be a fucking. It wouldn't be a paper. We have to do all this work and make sure it will be legal. It's like, oh, no one would fucking go against it because it's probably the wrong thing to do. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Scuffed says climate change doesn't have to be real for mining to pollute the environment.
That's what I said.
Yeah, breathe that in. See how fun that is. You know.
Yeah, go ahead.
HS Mac. It is the set. It set the stage for the discussions we are having for 2020. I guess he's talking about the.
Then why were they asking for it before that?
Why did people like pander?
Why were they asking for it before that?
Why did
what?
Yeah, like why does somebody
set the stage for the discussion?
Why did
why did people think he was going to do it?
Because he said he was going to do it, or he had.
That makes no sense.
He
to me.
made it like an inclination that he would.
Ready?
I support Medicare for all. I support it. No, I'm going to do it. It's in my bill. I have it ready. I'm going to do it. If you vote for me. He said the discussion, Jordan.
I get why people that don't know
the difference. You know
Obama is a baby murderer like him. I get it.
Oh, I
people
do
that
too.
don't know he's a murderer.
I understand.
I get why people like him, but let's be real, man. Like, don't make me play like a whole Corbett video of his post-presidency. And he doesn't even talk about policy. Just here's the events that have happened under his presidency.
Oh, we go.
Where he's had finger on the fucking button.
Yeah.
And then they flushed him down the ocean.
Yeah. And these nice little,
Sorry.
Wall Street, what are they called? These nice little Wall Street ventures that he gets paid handsomely for.
I almost want to skip to the end, dude.
Hold on. I'll read them. Scuffed says that's such a desperate gymnastic. The discussion would be still happening because people are dying. Okay. Dr. Brian, Democrat means demon and Republican means angel. Talking about the voters, not the politician. HS Max says, people weren't dying before, ? Scuffle Order says if Obama hadn't turned 3 wars into 7, there would be no anti-war discussion in the country.
Getting wrecked some. They're just being really.
Dubster Brian, what new war are we in? What new war are we in?
That's hard to say because new, I would consider new as in you're the president now.
That's what I meant to say.
And you have the room to get out of these places.
That's what I
yet
meant.
You just push the numbers back up.
He's probably talking to me when I said he wages new war. It's like, oh, you furthered and continued. If I see someone slap sanctions on somebody, that's fucking warfare. That's economic warfare.
Iran is nice and new. That's Trump's for sure. Venezuela is nice and new.
Who backed out of the Iran deal?
Trump.
Who vetoed the Yemen, the Yemen bill?
Trump.
Who slapped sanctions on Venezuela?
Trump.
Who says they didn't recognize?
Well, they've all been doing that.
That's not
but
the point.
His is a lot more brash, and he had a coup attempt.
Didn't recognize Maduro as the president of Venezuela?
Trump.
All right, and there's probably a bunch of shit I don't even fucking know.
Yeah.
I have an idea of it, but I can't fucking throw it out here immediately, okay? All right, so.
Dude, I'm about to skip to the end, so it's late. I'm tired.
I will
But it is a good discussion.
I'll give you $5. All right.
I enjoy schooling you guys. For what? I'm rich, bitch.
Look at your shirt.
I'm rich, bitch.
Look at your shirt.
Exactly. Who else got plutonium shirts out here like this?
Yeah.
Who else got
that? You ran up behind the crossing guard.
Who else got plutonium shirts?
Fucking volunteer ass bitch. Fucking you know what's up. No, I'm just... All right. What? Okay. Regime change in Venezuela. Regime change in China. Regime change in Iran. I don't know about China. Dubster, have we?
Apparently, guys like Ben Noren. That Tim Pool called a leftist communist.
Gotcha.
It's like there might be some support going on in a way that coup type.
Well, I'm talking about
happening.
This is official.
I think China's a little too powerful for
this.
that.
This is regime change, so I wouldn't say China yet.
Yeah.
Dubster, have we done that, or does it appear that way? There's mountains of evidence, dude, that is supporting that.
Trump literally gave a piece of Syria to Israel. He recognized a piece of Syria as Israel's now.
Scuffled order. Venezuelans are dying due to all the Trump sanctions.
Someone said something like 40,000 people died in a year.
Dubster Brian.
That's like our suicide rate.
Numbers contributed to the sanctions, please.
Say that again?
Dubster Brian said, numbers contributed to the sanctions, please.
What was it, $5.8 billion worth of money in I think it was the Bank of England or something, Bank of London, that the U.S. blocked from Venezuela. Also, what's their gas company called that they use? It's not Cisco. Why am I thinking Cisco? Citgo, I think it is. Something like that. Some gas station shit. Like that's Venezuelan's company. Yet they're still around in the U.S. And guess what? They're making money. Too bad they're not allowed to get it. Also, there's also tales of the food supplies that Trump's sending to poor old Venezuelan people. Might be other stuff hiding in those food support boxes, whatever you want to call it.
And then if you want to look at the history of fucking Juan Guaido and where he rose from.
Also a foreign country recognizing a leader of someone else's country. Like,
yeah.
U.S. just recognizing someone else as their leader.
So
without a vote.
Yeah. HS Mac, is the ACA the bill Bernie helped write or Romney care? You can't have it both ways.
Nah. He, as far as I understand, I didn't look too much into it, but it was a debate between Bernie Sanders and Ted Cruz. They were debating, and Bernie says he played a role in writing the bill because it probably would have left even more out. Just being real. I think the Romney care part is the portion where it's like it's mandatory to buy. It's mandatory to purchase health insurance from a private health insurance company. And the individual mandate, bro. That's an anomaly for anyone who doesn't know.
Scuffed, as many as 40,000 people have died in Venezuela as a result of U.S. sanctions.
Oh, look, I was right. Or at least the number. I got the number.
Did I say 40,000?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Scuffed. It's Romney care. Bernie is a pushover.
I said he played a role. It might have even been worse. Who knows?
Dubster. How come it's the sanctions' fault and not the fault of Maduro not negotiating Trump's way? We are the boss? ? You get the angle change? ? Maybe are the sanctions reveal the faults of Maduro had? Boy.
Now there's people that say Maduro has some faults, as in wholesale relying on oil as your main economic tool.
I'm no pro Maduro, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm not going to.
But yeah.
This is is it one-sided, son?
Yeah.
Does it seem that way? Has it been that way even before him?
Yeah.
come on.
I mean,
Like what? Like.
So what was he? What is?
Do I need to show
First
you?
of all, what's Trump's business there? What's his business in Venezuela? What's the U.S. business in Venezuela? Did you ask that question before you asked any of the other ones? That would be my first. Like, what are we doing? What do we have to do with this?
Yeah.
Do they have American hostages or something? What's going on?
Socialism, Jordan. That must be it.
Oh, you have to combat socialism by making sure that no one understands that it's going to fail, right? If you want if socialism is going to fail no matter what, why do I need to do these things to make it fail? Won't it just fail on its own?
Why do I need to implement economic sanctions? Why do I need to make sure that the alleged rebel groups that come out of the woodwork or that were already there in support of maybe some of the other politicians, how come they need some funding?
How come they go into Colombia and come back with American-looking weapons? Very weird.
Maybe the serial numbers are scraped off. Who fucking knows? Who knows?
How come Trump was upset with Bolton that it didn't just work?
Mm.
He was upset with Bolton about Venezuela because, it took too long. He said Bolton told him it was going to be one, boom, coup, and it's over.
How many attempts were there? Maybe like
on Maduro?
Yeah.
You mean his life or on taking the country?
Oh, I'm not taking the country, but his life
Might be both. I think didn't someone fly a drone at him with a bomb attached to it?
Allegedly.
Damn, socialism must be that evil, son. God damn.
All right. Global warming this is from Dubster. Global warming is fake, and then 4 years ago they changed it to climate change. In the 70s, it was global cooling by the same groups. Think tanks, look it up.
No, I understand all that information. That's
yeah,
why
in fact,
that's why I brought that up.
Yeah.
And that's why I said it doesn't matter either way to me, because why don't you just take care of the environment? Don't you want to have clean water coming out of your tap?
Hey man, imagine a different way of making the automobile. Imagine that. Are you ready?
Stan the
yeah.
man.
Now, hold on. Just look at me. Look at me. Would you rather? Hey man, do you think it's cool to run in New York City, and then when you decide to blow your nose, you see black crap coming out of your nose, or would you rather have it
There's no proof that's unhealthy. It might be helping. It turned me into radioactive, man. You can see by my shirt. You don't see that? How come you don't see that? It's clear, plain as day. Clearly, I
don't understand the defense of using oil or fossil fuels when there's another route to go about it.
Yeah.
Climate change is I don't give a fuck. I care about taking care of the planet, okay? Would you rather not have this thing over here that could probably be healthier for people in general? So why not?
I mean,
so why not?
Which
and
oil?
By the way, hold on.
Which oil spill story do you want to hear about?
Yeah, oil. Yeah, those oil spills are wonderful. Those pipelines when they break, glorious. So, fuck it, right? I just wanted, maybe some sort of other alternative energy resource out there. Maybe water. Oh, that guy died. Weirdly odd enough. What?
No, just a little fuzzy in the air.
Oh, and solar panels? Nah. Yeah.
I mean,
fuck, son.
Like Dubster. You're coming off as the guy that I talked about before. Someone who hates this one side of the political spectrum so much that you end up supporting anyone that's fighting them. I mean, you've heard more intricate, nuanced content than Tim Pool, yet you're defending Tim Pool. You know this shit is trash. You have to know this shit is trash. Even if he's correct about what he's saying, just the presentation, all of it, so trash. There's no detail, no nothing. He's convincing you to vote for someone without giving you reasons why, in a way. You can't tell me he's not trying to convince people to vote for Trump without talking about Trump's anything legitimate going on with Trump. Isn't that a charlatan to you?
Yeah. We're almost at the end. Might as well. All right.
Might as well. Skip to the end, son.
Scuff says I think Dubs are some kind of sadist. Okay.
Nah, I have no insults for him.
No, I'm not insulting nobody, HS Mac, I don't agree with Obama on foreign policy, but there's a separate topic that's a separate topic than healthcare. I think Obama's foreign policy had a lot to do with his religion, and is the case with every president before him.
I'm skipping to the fucking bottom, dude.
No,
I'm skipping to the
fucking
bottom.
disagree with that shit.
I'm fucking tired. See, look at that. I'm gonna stop typing and listen until they catch up now. We're talking too fast for them. Good night. I'm gonna put it on slow mode at some point. Limit you fuckers, that's right. I'm putting sanctions on you motherfuckers.
Upster says the ice caps are growing.
1 sentence a minute. That's it.
I'm skipping to this. Okay, what's better? Say ion?
Ion batteries.
Ion batteries are radioactive. Wind is...
Got a list of problems. Solar has a list of problems that are also pollutive. Okay. So you do agree pollution's bad. So if we can find something better, let's go for that. That's all. That's the entire argument. As far as I understand, these things would be better in those regards. So why not try to do the better thing?
So now you can't pivot to climate change isn't real. Okay. Okay, now what?
You're agreeing that pollution's bad, I assume, by that statement. He's lying to you, son. Go ahead.
Vicious E. Nuclear power is largely pollutant-free. Yeah, but you fuck up once and not good. It's a little thing in Japan.
Someone did send me something about thorium or some shit like that.
I heard about that. I don't know enough about it.
I forgot her name. She was in the climate debate chat.
Mm.
She sent me shit on Twitter to look at.
Mm.
I was like, okay. But I'm nowhere near an expert.
Dubster, Tim Pool is someone who used to be a Democrat and is learning a little bit of Republican views and grabs at bare minimum of what got him to cross the line.
Yeah. Tim Pool I think he's an opportunist that's reading the room and running towards whatever ideology is the most popular. As we talked about before, he said he's in support of Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang. I think he went a little bit into their policies for that video and got fucking ratioed and has stayed away ever since. He'll say it in a sentence here and there, but most of it's just about how bad AOC is, how bad the Democrats are, how bad the left is. He uses hashtag far left, blah, 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 blah. Props up Trump, ignores his flaws. Should I keep going? Is there more?
Dubster, I mean, you could just say if you're, what's the word I'm looking for here? Without coming off as an asshole.
Come on, dude. Really watch Tim Pool's content and tell me he's not a charlatan, or at the very least a fucking dumbass.
Dubster Brian says, what's better? What's better as far as
So you're admitting Tim Pool is now a
no.
right-wing guy.
Like, what's better? I think he's talking about
solar panels versus oil and shit. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I don't know. From what I heard, solar panels use, an abundant energy called the sun. It may take energy to build the solar panels, but once they're built, it's like, oh, we have this abundant energy source. Oh, look, the wind. We can use that too.
I also hear about electric cars.
As opposed to constantly oil digging up, risk of spills, on and on. Health,
cars?
People's health, environmental health, animal health. Your conservation could be thrown out the window at some point. You could be poisoning the water, on and so forth.
Electric cars, and then there's a fucking car that's powered or just fueled by water.
Which apparently do exist. Just not, heavily subsidized to get at that.
Right. My point is, at some point, I did explore all these things, and none of them are better than oil fracking and mining for what finite resources we have, how bad they are and will come at this point.
And better than oil fracking and mining for what finite resource we have now. Well, which finite resources are you talking about? The sun? How about wind?
There's water.
Water?
But guess what? We're fucking that up too. Funny, right? HS Mac, y'all skipped over the part about the ACA locking in pre-existing conditions and moving public opinion in the Overton
window.
Overton window on healthcare. Every Republican now supports government-mandated protection.
Okay.
This wasn't the landscape pre-Obama. Any government...
But I don't know. Real quick, I'd say go check that debate between Bernie Sanders and Ted Cruz where they're talking about healthcare. And you might be...
surprised?
Yeah.
This wasn't the landscape pre-Obama. Any government regulation of healthcare was written off as obscure socialism and never got any serious consideration. Anyway, I hope Medicare for all gets past Bernie 2020. Isn't that funny? It's the idea that attracts people to candidates, not necessarily the candidate itself, Because if I fucking weren't out there, just wait.
In the past.
Huh?
Or today.
Yeah.
In the past, I don't know.
Oh, no, yeah, I know what you mean. Look, if I run out to a bunch of fucking Bernie supporters and I say, look at his fucking voting record as far as foreign policy is concerned, you still fucking like this guy? You think he's here for you? Now, with consideration as far as someone who might have fucked up, But to me, as far as right now, today, now this is, I don't want to say I'm completely a person of the times and shit, but it's like, this cannot be acceptable whatsoever. So,
but I read it more as incompetence.
Sure. Well, I would say yes. I agree, but it's like, hey, fucking push him on that and see what he says.
That's the problem.
And no one does it.
That's the problem.
Okay.
It's the hero stuff that happens.
Yeah. Dubster Brian, yeah. Well, they will not allow the science of water-powered cars be released by government. Stop that one. Well, they probably killed someone. Solar panels are a limited resource. Ion batteries are a limited resource. Wind kills birds, costs a lot of steel, and is loud.
Okay.
To make steel costs oil. To make plastic cost oil. To make toothpaste cost oil.
Okay, now we're talking. Now you're understanding the point. Like, what's the best possible thing? Now, we need to make sure that you're not arguing from a place of pride, as in oil's the right way to go. It's just been here for 100 years, and it'll be 100 years since. And then, what's the best possible thing? That's what you go with. And now my watch has ended. I'm fucking done.
I'm wide awake, son.
Yeah, but you're a night crawler. I'm a night sleeper.
We both know that's not true, according to the studies. My point is this.
Those are good points.
No, they are. I don't hear... Look.
But you hear how our argument is moving towards, I don't know, what's the best possible thing we could do to help
oil makes
everything as much as possible.
A list of 200 of... makes a list of like 200 products. I don't care.
Well, yeah. That, I can see replacements for a whole bunch of things. Just being real. Like,
here, listen. Is oil the best possible choice, Dubster? Is there a possibility of anything fucking replacing that at all?
If you already accept a water-powered engine, it's like, what else can be powered by water?
I wonder.
Safely powered by water. But, all right. This was a good discussion. I like this. He gets annoyed too easily. I see progress. That's all I see. All I see is winning. Because all I do is win. Pretend my voice is in auto-tune. Win.
What's your favorite cereal?
Win. My favorite cereal is,
as a kid.
Oh, that would have sounded really sus. Never mind. I like Honey Nut Cheerios.
All right.
Corn Pops.
Okay.
Not the gangster, the cereal.
Let's say Corn Pops, right? It's not that I get annoyed.
Smacks.
It's not that I get annoyed. It's just that I'm slowly seeing the fucking box being turned over into a bowl.
All right, tough guy.
I'm
Your
not
computer needs oil because of plastic parts and electronics in it.
Okay. What's your point?
HS Max's night, Musk 2028. If he ever becomes president before me, god dang. All right. That's it for me. I'm done. I hope you enjoyed this tonight's broadcast. Subscribe if you feel like. Comment. Agree, disagree. Well, comment on our main channel, which is linked in the description box. Click that link. Subscribe there. Comment there. Because I don't even read comments on this channel. This is meant to be like a shit show. It's just there. Until we get our live streaming back on our normal channel. Please donate to Devon's.
Max says Musk 2028. Dubster Brian says if you want to replace that, then you need to figure that out. Well, it seems like you're just defending these people, man, because it seems like you play on a team.
I don't know if there's
I hope I'm wrong. I really do.
I don't know if there's any further developments replacing oil. Alright, peace out Dubster, peace out Vicious C, peace out HS Mac.
Yeah, like
whoever else is listening.
I'm always saying that because
thanks for watching.
This shit came from a discussion about.
See what you guys did? He's going to be talking about this for the next hour.
Oh, get over
He's going to stop me from reaching my bed to sleep.
Whoa.
You know what I mean.
No, they don't.
Anyways.
We all know you sleep in a hammock.
Please donate. Devon's Journey to Recovery. GoFundMe link is down there in the description box. Click that link. Donate some money. It doesn't go to us. It goes to charity. We're not Tim Pool asking for money for ourselves. Meanwhile, we make 6 figures a year still asking for money from you. Anyways. That's it from us. And with all that said, to give this video a thumbs down.
Say you wanna get in.